Everyone, good morning to all of you. Welcome once again to this लाइव एनालिसिस स्टार्ट करते हैं वीक का फर्स्ट डे लाइव ट्रेडिंग सेशन। फिलहाल देखो क्रूड ऑयल नेचुरल गैस और क्रूड ऑयल दोनों ही बुलिश हैं। इंडियन मार्केट लग रहा है कि अच्छा खासा गैप डाउन ओपन हो सकता है आज। कुछ खास सिग्नल अच्छे सिग्नल है नहीं ग्लोबल मार्केट से रिलेटेड। अभी 12:30 लंदन सेशन ओपन हो जाएगा, थोड़ा वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे एंड देन 12:30 के बाद इवनिंग पे 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन, 6 PM पर G7 की मीटिंग्स स्टार्ट हैं आज, वहाँ भी देखेंगे एंड देन 7 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन। थोड़ी देर पहले कल भी दो तीन ट्वीट आए थे ट्रम्प के, जहाँ पर उन्होंने कहा था कि दे विल अगेन लॉन्च न्यू स्ट्राइक ऑन ईरान। नॉट लुक्स लाइक दिस वॉर इज गोइंग टू बी एंड वेरी सून। सो क्रूड दैट्स व्हाई इज बुलिश टुडे। कोई और न्यूज़ तो नहीं है खैर। मेनली दिस इज द ओनली न्यूज़ टुडे। विल सी इफ देयर इज एनी अदर न्यूज़। एक्सपायरी है निफ्टी की, देखते हैं आज कितना प्रीमियम डाउन जाता है। आई भी तो काफी हाई है। Saudi Arabia says it intercepted three drones that enter its airspace from Iraq. कि नेचुरल गैस भी देखोगे, एक रेजिस्टेंस है इसके ऊपर ही ओपन हुआ है फिलहाल के लिए। क्रूड रेजिस्टेंस के अराउंड है। न्यूज़ देखो बुलिश ही है, मार्केट कुछ खास से भी नहीं लग रहा है। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई जरूर बनाइए, बट मुझे लग रहा है ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ब्रेक जरूर करेगा। ऑलरेडी अप 2.8, बस 10,300, 10,400 ऑल टाइम हाई के अराउंड है ऑलमोस्ट। थोड़ा सा और ऊपर गया अगर 500 पॉइंट तो ऑल टाइम हाई भी चला जाएगा वापस। यहाँ से चलो सेलिंग एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, थोड़ा बहुत ज़्यादा रिस्क नहीं उठाएंगे क्रूड ऑयल में। कोई न्यूज आएगी तो वैसे मार्केट ऊपर ही जाएगा, नीचे आने के चांसेस कम है, बट एक बार हो सकता है मार्केट लिक्विडिटी लेने थोड़ा बहुत आए नीचे, क्योंकि परसों मार्केट का कंसोलिडेशन था, लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन में तो मार्केट बुलिश ही हो गया था ऑलमोस्ट सुपर। लेना सेलिंग में अब क्रूड में कहीं से भी ऊपर निकला तो फिर हम ऑल टाइम हाई जरूर जाएंगे। दिस इज द ऑलमोस्ट लास्ट लेवल। Guys can trying to hold some level. US start, military campaign against Iran again. Remember, price will go up again. Crude oil selling is just for profit booking, so that price can came down and take the support again from the support area. अगर ऐसा होता है तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ज़्यादा सेफ है। वन 161 पॉइंट गैप डाउन ओपनिंग हो रहा है निफ्टी एंड सेंसेक्स को भी देखोगे। वाओ, बैंक निफ्टी ऑलरेडी 428 पॉइंट गैप डाउन ओपनिंग पॉसिबल, सेंसेक्स 424 गैप डाउन पॉसिबल। डाउन ही है आज। इसमें कुछ मत करना, नेचुरल गैस में थोड़ा वेट करेंगे, अभी लेवल के ऊपर चला गया है। वैसे तो रेजिस्टेंस के अंदर ही लग रहा है मुझे, तो ठीक है, वैसे होने को ये अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस के अराउंड ही है नेचुरल गैस, बट डायरेक्टली सेल नहीं कर सकते जब तक प्राइस वापस 288 के नीचे नहीं आ जाता। 288 के नीचे अगर आएगा ना यहाँ, उसके बाद ही सेल करेंगे, क्योंकि गैप अप हुआ है सीधा रेजिस्टेंस के ऊपर, तो कहीं ऐसा ना हो रेजिस्टेंस सपोर्ट में कन्वर्ट हो जाए। है अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस जोन के अंदर ही, नीड अ कंफर्मेशन। नेचुरल गैस 288 के नीचे नहीं आया तो इट माइट पॉसिबल ये रेजिस्टेंस कन्वर्ट इनटू सपोर्ट। डायरेक्टली तो नहीं जाएगा खैर, 291 के ऊपर भी जाना पड़ेगा उसके लिए प्राइस को, अगर सपोर्ट में कन्वर्ट करना है इस रेजिस्टेंस को। बट सेलिंग नीड अ कंफर्मेशन विच इज कम्स बिलो 288। गोल्ड और सिल्वर को देखोगे थोड़ा बहुत आज गिरे हैं, परसों इंडिया ने भी आई थिंक इंपोर्ट पे बैन लगाया है सिल्वर के, स्पेसिफिक रिक्वायरमेंट आर नाउ नीडेड। सिल्वर भी डाउन ट्रेंड में चला गया, अभी कुछ दिनों पहले ही वापस $87 पे था, नाउ $74 अगेन केम डाउन। लास्ट स्विंग जो बना था 30 अप्रैल के आसपास वहां वापस है। गोल्ड भी 4500 के नीचे चला गया था मॉर्निंग पे, वापस रिटर्न किया है थोड़ा। लेट्स सी होल्ड करता है इस बार या नहीं। स्ट्रक्चर तो बहुत कुछ अच्छा नहीं है। यूएस डॉलर देखोगे वापस $99। नो वन कैन बिलीव, जब वापस आया था नीचे एक बार $97 के, तो वहां से जो रिबाउंड किया है इसने फ्रॉम 97 टू ऑलमोस्ट 99, वापस 99 $100 की रेंज पर। $100 के ऊपर अगर सस्टेन किया डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे, एक बार हम पहले ही बात कर चुके हैं, कैन गो टुवर्ड्स 103 104, उस केस में गोल्ड और सिल्वर दोनों ही हैविली गिर सकते हैं। तो देखते हैं कब तक होल्ड करता है ये $99 के अराउंड। क्रिटिकल लेवल है $100। ओपन हो गया है आपका इंडियन मार्केट फ्यूचर, ओपन होते ही ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल बनी है। 171 पॉइंट डाउन। निफ्टी फ्यूचर कल एक्सपायरी है, ध्यान रखना निफ्टी की। वाओ लुक एट द आईवी। निफ्टी का आईवी देखो, एट द मनी में 25 है, एट द मनी में 25। इंडिया विक्स 19 चल रहा है। नॉर्मली आईवी 12 से 13 के बीच में होना चाहिए, होता है काम मार्केट में। इसका मतलब काफ़ी ज़्यादा फेयर है मार्केट में अभी, ऑप्शन सेलर के लिए काफ़ी अच्छा है। 200 पॉइंट डाउन, ये तो ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना के सीधा नीचे आ गया। फ्यूचर लास्ट स्विंग के करीब है और नीचे जा सकता है यार ये तो। ठीक है, अगर मार्केट 23,440 के नीचे सक्सेसफुली ब्रेक डाउन कर गया 15 मिनट में, तो चांसेस हैं और डाउन चला जाएगा। 23,440 फ्यूचर, निफ्टी फ्यूचर अगर इसके डाउन जाता है तो 23,450 इज अ क्रिटिकल पॉइंट। सिग्निफिकेंटली इन फर्स्ट एक दो कैंडल पे अगर सस्टेन किया तो फिर चांसेस कम है रिकवरी के। यहाँ तो सपोर्ट भी नहीं है। भाई क्रूड और नेचुरल गैस में लेवल परसों की है, कुछ खास चेंज हुआ नहीं है। एमसीएक्स ने रिसेंटली इलेक्ट्रिसिटी फ्यूचर इंट्रोड्यूस किए थे ट्रेड करने के लिए, उसको भी आप ट्रेड कर सकते हो, उसमें भी अच्छा ठीक ठाक वॉल्यूम मिल रहा है। नाउ दे कैन गोइंग टू लॉन्च अ वेदर फ्यूचर। इंडिया का जो मानसून का वेदर फ्यूचर है वो भी वो लॉन्च करने वाले हैं इंडिया में। तो इंडिया का वेदर कैसा रहेगा उसके हिसाब से उसको भी आप ट्रेड कर सकते हो। दे आर ऑल्सो अवेलेबल फॉर ट्रेडिंग इन फ्यू, आई थिंक फ्यू डेज और मंथ, ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं बचा है। वेदर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आर ऑल्सो अवेलेबल फॉर ट्रेड इन एमसीएक्स कमोडिटी। तो कैंडल 15 मिनट की पहली फ्यूचर की निफ्टी 50 फ्यूचर 23,440 के नीचे क्लोज हो गई है। काफ़ी हैवी सेलिंग प्रेशर आया है। रिवर्स नहीं हुआ अगर नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे या फिर एक दो कैंडल पे, तो फिर चांसेस कम है रिकवरी करेगा 23,440 के ऊपर।
Summit. Our chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Engel, is in the Chinese capital in Beijing still. Stephen, so last week we were talking about the potential for some of these commercial deals. And indeed, now we know that China have committed to purchasing a certain amount of agricultural products. What do we know about the deal, the time frame, and what exactly they're looking to buy?
Yeah, I think we probably got a little bit too optimistic about the deal flow. So that's why I think there's been a lot of chatter about where were those deals in AI? Where were those deals for, for Elon Musk? Why wasn't the big deal for Boeing jets as big as the market expected? Well, these things probably take a lot more than just 36-hour summit to come to fruition. And the biggest takeaway probably would be the agricultural commitment. The White House readout essentially saying that China is now basically committing to $17 billion in agricultural purchases, not including soybeans, annually every year till 2028. Now, we already know that at the end of last year, as part of the truce, the Chinese did pledge to buy about 12 million metric tons of soybeans. That after they didn't buy anything through the harvest last autumn. So I think this is probably very good news for the agricultural sector in America. We do know that China has approved the licensing process for beef to be allowed back into China after a 14-month pause. We're hearing corn possibly. Another big crop is sorghum. Cotton is another one. So we'll have to see where that $17 billion comes. But it's a big relief to those farmers because in 2024, we had $24 billion in agricultural trade from America to China. That fell to $8.3 billion last year through the tariff barrage, obviously. So we're back to sort of historical averages. Now it's a matter of China perhaps following through on those commitments.
Yeah, and when we spoke on Friday, one of the main takeaways from the summit was the warning that President Xi Jinping issued to the U.S., to President Trump, about potential interference in Taiwan. Now, over the weekend, we got some comments from the Taiwanese president. What did he say?
Well, he was responding to what Donald Trump said when he essentially had wrapped up his summit. He said because Xi Jinping made it quite an emphasis that Taiwan is the biggest issue for him in U.S.-China relations. And Donald Trump essentially said, well, that basically makes the Taiwan issue and that pending $14 billion arms package, which is pending in D.C., a very big negotiating chip. Well, that didn't sit well, obviously, with the president, Lai Ching-te, in Taiwan. He went to Facebook late yesterday, Sunday evening, and said Taiwan will never be sacrificed or traded. He went on to say in that post, Taiwan's central role in the Indo-Pacific security and global supply chains, namely chips and the AI space, makes stability a shared interest among democratic nations. So he's not happy with what Donald Trump said, that Taiwan is perhaps a bargaining chip. Donald Trump said he did talk with Xi Jinping a lot about Taiwan, which in itself is remarkable that those two leaders are talking about Taiwan. He says Xi Jinping asked him directly, are you going to approve that arms package? Donald Trump says he didn't reveal anything and that he's going to make a decision fairly soon.
Yeah, keeping his cards close to his chest. Stephen Engel, thank you so much for the update and for the reporting. Chief North Asia correspondent Stephen Engel. Well, as Habib was just highlighting, a sell-off in global bonds deepens as the deadlock over the Iran war pushes Brent to above $110 per barrel, fueling inflation concerns and raising bets that central banks will need to keep tightening policy. Let's get the market outlook with Aisha Tariq, co-founder of Macrovisor. Aisha, always good to have you with us. When I look at the markets today, if I had to distill things down to two themes, I would say on one hand, you've got a very robust AI trade, which seems to be driving equity markets here. On the other hand, you have the narrative around the war, the energy shock, and what that might entail in terms of broader ramifications, also on inflation, which is showing up in bond markets. Which of those two narratives is going to prevail?
Good morning, Jumana. Thank you for having me. So right now, things with the war is actually absolutely uncertain, right? And we're very far away from a deal. So when I look at the oil situation, it's not just the war, but the damage is also done, right? And so I think this damage can continue to flow through global markets. However, having said that, I think the AI boom is taking shape, right? And we're finally seeing adoption rates pick up. We're finally seeing the prophecy come true. So it's like AI is the new hedge now, right? And we're seeing that play out in companies and countries as well. So earnings breadth is increasing. And this will probably drive the AI trade much higher, despite higher yields and despite what's happening with the oil market.
Let me come back to what you were saying about yields and how much of the rise in yields that we're seeing now is a function of, the potential consequences of an inflationary shock versus fiscal premium, political premium. If you look at what's happening to UK gilts, I mean, how much of it can actually be distilled down to the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz versus other factors?
To be fair, I think most of it has to do with the fiscal premium. Now, going back to the Strait of Hormuz issue, it does stem from that actually, because your fiscal premium is coming because of, the oil shock as well. So you have inflation uncertainty, you have fiscal issues flowing into the economy. And then, of course, you have issues in uncertainty in the UK. That's slightly different. That's political, more political. But at the same time, when yields start to rise, they pull them all up together, right? So I think the long end, some of it has to do with the oil flowing through, but much of it also has to do with the fiscal side of things. And that may stay sticky.
Yeah. When you think about what is happening in the UK, and we're keeping a close eye on a potential leadership contest, it seems inevitable at this point. Do you worry that what could happen there could be another catalyst for broader global fixed income markets and the fact that yields quite simply continue to rise? And to your point, there, a lot of the concern is about the fiscal outlook and essentially political deadlock.
So there is always that risk of contagion, right? And with Europe being so close by and, there being some discontent issues there as well, we do fear that that could cause a bit of a contagion. I wouldn't say a worldwide contagion, but as I said, when yields start to rise, it's not just the UK, it could be Japan, it could be, Europe, and obviously the US. But I think there is a ceiling to this. For the US, we would say the ceiling for this would be about 5.5. If things start to go above that, that's where we start to get really worried.
Aisha, let's just turn to Asian economies as well. There's something really interesting that you point out in your own notes. You say EM is a tale of two stories. You've got the AI haves and the oil have-nots, and that is creating somewhat of a two-speed economy, so to speak, with some of these Asian economies. The ones who are very heavily dependent on imports from around the Persian Gulf, and those who are really powering ahead with the AI trade. How is that presenting opportunities, do you think?
So I think in that space, what we need to look at, therefore, is countries rather, who are strong in the AI supply chain. So we have the likes of South Korea, we have the likes of Taiwan. These are the two major economies. We also want to look at countries that are adopting AI quite fast. So it's not just about, building AI, but also at the same time using AI. So one interesting case, if I may, is India, for example, which was part of the IT boom, as you know. But at this moment, because of the situation with oil, we are seeing a pullback in Indian stocks. And the market simply doesn't believe that India right now is part of the AI race. Now, that may change, but this is how the market is sort of framing looking at different countries.
Aisha, thank you so much. Always good to have you with us on the show. Aisha Tariq, co-founder of Macrovisor. Now for a look at some of the other stories we're following today. Samsung shares jumped as it entered make-or-break wage negotiations aimed at averting a strike that could disrupt operations at the world's biggest memory chip maker. The union is seeking expanded performance-based compensation, including the allocation of 15% of operating profit to worker bonuses. Samsung has offered 10%. South Korea's prime minister is urging a compromise, warning a walkout could cost the economy hundreds of millions of dollars a day. Swatch has been forced to shut stores and cancel launches of its Audemars Piguet pocket watch collaboration after massive crowds raised safety concerns. The Swiss watchmaker shut nearly 20 stores throughout the U.S. on Saturday and canceled events in the UK, France, and other locations, urging customers not to rush to stores. New York police reported one person was arrested outside a Swatch location in Times Square. The Information is reporting BlackRock is looking at investing $5 to $10 billion in SpaceX's initial public offering next month. Bloomberg has previously reported that SpaceX has confidentially filed for its IPO and seeks to raise as much as $75 billion at a valuation exceeding $2 trillion. That would make it the largest IPO of all time. And coming up, concerns about escalation in the Middle East as President Trump warns Iran the clock is ticking for a deal. We have the details next. This is Bloomberg.
Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Watch, listen, stream.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts a spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. The stories informing finance with Bloomberg Markets. And rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. A different topic every weekday, now for a full hour only on Bloomberg Television.
up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Joanna Versace in London today.
President Trump has once again warned the clock is ticking for Iran, with the two sides still far apart on any deal to end their war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. In a Truth Social post, Trump said Iran better get moving or, quote, there won't be anything left of them. This comes as authorities in Abu Dhabi say a drone attack sparked a fire at a nuclear plant on Sunday, spotlighting the risks of the fragile ceasefire between Washington and Tehran. Joining me now from Dubai is Stuart Livingston-Wallace, Bloomberg's executive editor for Middle East, North Africa and Russia. What a difference a couple of days makes. Towards the end of the week last week, we thought maybe there'd be a chance for diplomacy on back of the Trump-Xi summit. But of course, now President Trump once again taking to Truth Social, indicating that the clock is ticking. Stuart, how should we read those comments?
Yeah, I mean, not optimistically. Of course, you never know what's going on in the background, but at least on the face of it, we didn't come out of the China meeting with anything concrete in the way, as you say, of a diplomatic effort. We know that Pakistan was in Iran over the weekend, I think, to try and further things along, but again, no evidence that anything is moving. So we have two sides that are still very far apart, basically diametrically opposed in terms of what they're prepared to accept in the way of concessions or moving forward. The question is now, what is the next step? And, you know, does that entail perhaps a resumption of bombing, and is that going to get anywhere? Does it entail a continuation of the economic pressure that they're trying to put on Iran? And again, we've spoken about this repeatedly. Iran has a remarkably high pain threshold. So how long is that going to take to work? And in the meantime, you've got this real issue in markets. You know, you're now starting to see a very, very big reaction in the bond market. That's going to impact things rather quickly. So time is pressing.
At the same time, the weekend has not been without incident. Yesterday, a drone strike reported at the Barakah nuclear facility in Abu Dhabi, and then I'm also seeing overnight as well Saudi Arabia saying that it intercepted 3 drones coming from Iraq.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of interesting things there. Number one, in terms of, you know, whether the nuclear plant itself was the target or, you know, it just happened to be in the way, hard to tell, but clearly not good at any level that that's happening. In terms of the Saudi one, I mean, I think notable because it came from Iraq, and that's a sort of a reminder that these proxy forces that you see, so notably in Iraq, but also in Lebanon and places like that, still seem to be active. The other one to keep an eye on is obviously the Houthis, you know, potentially threatening shipping in the Red Sea. Again, a really good reminder that this is not just taking place in one theatre. This is right across the region, and this potentially has ramifications, you know, far wider than just Hormuz.
Yeah. Stuart Livingston-Wallace, Bloomberg's executive editor for Middle East, North Africa and Russia. Thank you so much. Now for a look at some of the other stories we're following. The UAE will double its capacity to export crude oil, bypassing the Strait of Hormuz by next year. State oil company ADNOC is now accelerating the construction of a pipeline that runs to the port of Fujairah on the Gulf of Oman. This comes as the Gulf nation seeks to reduce reliance on the shipping choke points. Iraq says it plans to increase its oil and gas output capacities and develop export infrastructure. Iraqi Oil Minister Bassem Mohammad Khudair says the country is in talks with OPEC to raise its oil production levels to 5 million barrels per day. He says the ministry is now in talks with U.S. companies like Chevron, Exxon, and Halliburton. Coming up, the World Bank says public-private partnerships are critical to closing Africa's lingering infrastructure gap. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
up-to-the-minute space news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jumana Bersachi in London this week. The World Health Organization has declared an Ebola outbreak in Congo and Uganda a public health emergency. The outbreak involves a rare strain of the virus with no approved vaccine or treatment, prompting the U.S. CDC to escalate its response. The CDC plans to deploy additional staff to the affected countries and provide technical support, including lab testing, contact tracing, and surveillance. President Donald Trump says U.S. and Nigerian forces killed a senior ISIS leader in a joint operation in Nigeria. Trump identified the ISIS leader as second in command, saying his death had greatly diminished the group's operations. Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu confirmed the strike, calling it an example of effective collaboration in the fight against terrorism. The World Bank says public-private partnerships are critical to closing Africa's lingering infrastructure gap. Speaking at the Africa CEO Forum, Valery Levkov, the bank's vice president for infrastructure, told us investor interest is growing. However, strong reforms and policies are still needed.
Clearly, private sector, private capital needs stability, visibility. They need to be able to anticipate. So we need to have strong reforms and policies, good PPP framework, and de-risking financing to support them. So we are doing that more and more, and we can see that the countries where there have been reforms, for example, on PPP, you have seen a huge amount of investment coming in the last decade. So having financial tools to de-risk, but first, policy, reform, stability, and visibility is the key driver for those large infrastructure projects to come. And that's where the World Bank Group can support too.
Mm-hmm. 2 things before I let you go. When you look at things like currency, there's been a lot of volatility, and that's one of the biggest risks when it comes to particularly most of this public-private partnership. How do we square that circle for me? How do you work in markets like Africa, where there's a lot of volatility, but infrastructure investment still needs to be done?
Clearly, and infrastructure are always linked to local currency because the payments are done in local currency. So what we need to do is, once again, of course, have good policies, but we need also to come with financial tools, such as blended finance, hedging tools, de-risking guarantees, platforms. We are working more and more also with local banks and local pension funds, for example. They have a lot of money in local currency. We have the hedging and financial tools. So working together, we can make it affordable and for the developers, they're risking their investment with those local currency. So that's a great move we are seeing in the ground, and we have more and more involvement in those local currency facilities.
That was Valery Levkov, World Bank Vice President for Infrastructure, speaking with Bloomberg's Ondiru Aganga. Well, we are just getting a bit of breaking news coming through. China's Evergrande's liquidators seeking $8.4 billion from PwC. And of course, this relates back to a lawsuit going all the way back to the time that the company was wound up. It also specifically, in the case of PwC, relates to the audit reports on Evergrande's financial statements for 2017 and the first 6 months of 2018. So the case is being brought by Evergrande's liquidators versus PwC. And from this latest headline, they're seeking $8.4 billion. Well, coming up, we're going to be talking to Rachel Ziemba about economic and political risk as President Trump warns Tehran that the clock is ticking for a peace deal. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Eternal life, a concept that has captivated the imagination of humans since the dawn of time. I'm David Rubenstein. The advances that have been made in science recently has made it possible for people to live much longer than they would have otherwise lived decades ago. With innovation exploding, it's harder than ever to know what's real and what's just hype. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life.
It is at the front and center of what we're trying to resolve and understand.
Americans need to know they are at risk of dying from the next pandemic.
What we really need in our lives is to build community.
Knowledge is power. The generation before us, cancer was considered a sign of weakness, and many never talked about it.
Longevity without health is not valuable, but if you can maintain health, people are productive when they're older.
Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
Breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Horizon's Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. President Trump warns Iran the clock is ticking as the two sides remain far apart on any deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and end the war. A drone strike sparked a fire at a UAE nuclear plant, raising fears further escalation in the region could be on the horizon. And global bonds and stocks reel as high oil prices spark fresh inflation and borrowing cost anxiety. It's just gone 8:30 a.m. across the Emirates, 5:30 a.m. over here in the UK. I'm Joanna Versace in London this week. Well, markets are starting off the week with somewhat of a risk-off tone. Abir Abu Ammar is in our Dubai studio with the latest. Abir.
Good morning, Joanna. Well, let's start with the Asian handover. The MSCI Asia Pacific down 1% at this point, and it's reflecting this image that possibly would spread into the US and Europe. What we're seeing in U.S. futures down 0.7%, and this is back to the Iran deadlock. Essentially, what President Trump had said, that the clock is ticking for Iran to come to the table and come back agreeing to a deal. Iran saying that the U.S. had not provided tangible concessions, and so we return to this picture of escalation in the region and whether more is about to happen. What we're seeing in Brent prices, the only thing in the green this morning is that they're gaining 1.9%, about $111 a barrel. And so when it comes to the U.S., when it comes to U.S. equities and equities in general, the S&P 500 closed 1% lower on Friday, taking the declines for possibly 2 sessions now. When it comes to treasuries, the 10-year yields are gaining 3 basis points. Now, 10-year treasuries last week had their worst performance in a year, and they're extending those gains. Bonds in the U.S. are declining, but as you mentioned earlier in the show, bonds around the world, global bonds, what we're seeing are major declines. The 30-year yields in Japan are the highest since 1999. The 10-year yields in Japan are the highest since 1996, and this is really due to this inflationary risk that is stemming out of higher oil prices and the conflict in the region and the escalatory rhetoric that has come out over the past few days. Jumana.
Yeah, 30-year JGBs, highest since 1999. Let's just make note of that. Abir Abu Amar in our Dubai studio. Thank you for the overview. Now, negotiations to end the U.S.-Iran war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz are deadlocked as President Trump warns Tehran that the clock is ticking. In a social media post, Trump signaled his patience is wearing thin, threatening that there won't be anything left of them if a deal isn't reached quickly. Meanwhile, a drone attack on a nuclear power plant in the UAE has further threatened the region's fragile ceasefire and driven global oil prices higher. For more analysis, we're joined by Rachel Ziamba, founder of Ziamba Insights. Rachel, always good to have you with us on the show. How big is the risk of another escalatory cycle, in your view?
I think it's a meaningful risk. The question is how soon and how big, right? In some ways, it seemed like in the last week or so, the U.S. had been goading Iran into an escalatory cycle. So we'll see. Trump doesn't really want a further escalatory cycle that might lead to more damage. But ultimately, the two sides are far apart on ceasefire and especially on the nuclear program, especially around issues like reparations.
Yeah. We're just as you're speaking now, we're showing the price of Brent. It's back up to $110, $111. And again, I just wonder why energy markets are not trading higher to account for the risk, the upcoming risks, and obviously the sustained and still prolonged effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. What do you point that down to?
A couple of things. I think we're still drawing on buffers that have been deployed in the last couple of weeks and months. In the last week or so, we did see an increase in the trickle of ships exiting Hormuz. Some oil tankers, a few LNG tankers, all using evasive infrastructure. Also, there continues to be more oil and some products coming on the market from the United States. But it's not that the U.S. is producing more, right? This is still not drill, baby, drill. It is drawing down these inventories. And so that's one of the reasons we've seen the mid-end of the futures curve come up a bit, but not anywhere that I think is really screaming, sort of for the kinds of pain we might be seeing. Where I still see that pain is in the product markets. Diesel prices, jet fuel prices are not as high as they were a few weeks ago, but it's really that element. We're also seeing some demand destruction, right? Or at least demand deferral. And the big question is, how does that come to pass? China's not refilling their reserves anymore. That reduces some barrels, maybe 1 million barrels a day, but there's still more supply destruction.
Yeah, let me ask you about China specifically. And obviously, we're coming off the heels of that Trump-Xi summit from last week. China not buying as much as they were in the past, and that's been widely reported. They're not increasing their stockpiles. Does that present somewhat of a a diplomatic opportunity for China, especially insofar as they could claim to other Asian economies that they're helping them out by not continuing to stockpile in the manner that they did before?
Yeah, it could. I mean, China definitely usually tries to use that opportunity. I think where they're trying to get more diplomatic benefit out of is actually in selecting which countries they will sell products to. Initially, on almost day one of the war, or within the first week at least, we had China imposing export controls temporarily. They were far from the only ones. And now they've been selling to the Philippines, to select countries, some of whom trade a lot with China. We've definitely seen in other domains China emphasize that it is the most pro-free trade nation and the like. For now, I wonder to what extent China doesn't want to show their hand about how much demand adjustment is going on. We are also seeing some reduction in chemical throughputs and refinery throughputs. And overall, it's worth remembering that China, like India, is among countries with swing refinery capacity if they can get and utilize enough crude to make that happen. And with refineries in the Gulf offline and maybe having experienced more damage than oil wells, that could be part of the story, even if we could move towards some sort of opening of the strait. Now, that looks a lot less likely today than a week ago.
Yeah, and Rachel, to your point, it does look less likely than it did a week ago. There doesn't appear to be a lot of ground covered between the two sides. At the same time, it's really interesting to note that many countries around the Gulf are considering ways of bypassing the strait. Of note, on Friday, ADNOC announced that they're building a new west-east pipeline that should be operational by 2027. Is there a view that we're just not going to go back to the status quo in terms of how reliant the region was on passage through the Strait of Hormuz before the war?
Yeah, I don't think we can go back to where it was, partly just because we've seen Iran able to shut the strait, this sort of weaponization of the strait, always a fear out there for oil markets, but, never, the age of drone warfare makes it possible in a different way. So I think even if we have volumes coming back, this choke point, other choke points even beyond the region could be weaponized. So I'm not saying that we won't have any volume going through the strait. It's very hard to build enough pipeline capacity to fully bypass. But I think it's more about what does the new normal look like and what that we're maybe navigating towards. And I think we'll also see more investment in other pipelines through Saudi Arabia and new energy around rail and road pathways for other goods to be getting to market, and new logistics and ports being invested in, even in countries in the neighboring countries. But getting those supplies from Kuwait, from Qatar, from Iraq, that's going to be much more difficult, I think, than getting things out from or oil out from Abu Dhabi.
Yeah. Rachel, always good to have you on. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Rachel
Joanna.
Ziemba, founder of Ziemba Insights. As the closure of the Strait of Hormuz disrupts global oil flows, African producers are seeing a rising interest from buyers looking for alternative energy supplies. Owando's CEO, Adewale Tinubu, told us the company plans to ramp up drilling to capture that demand.
Clearly, substantially higher prices. We're seeing crude oil prices increase by 40% on average. So we are certainly getting a windfall increase in our revenues. Increasing investor interest, because now the Strait of Hormuz has been challenged. It shows that the Middle Eastern premium you got from being a stable environment to produce hydrocarbons has been shattered. And even in Qatar, I think there's been an announcement that you're going to see a reduction in approximately 17% of production for the next 5 years because of the reinvestment they have to do. There's a lot of Asian countries are having great difficulty in receiving their crude oil supplies. So we're getting a lot of interest from Asian institutions and governments looking at energy security opportunities out of West Africa. And I've had a lot of calls, I've had a lot of discussions with them.
How is this interest translating? Are you going to be drilling more so that you can feed into that demand?
Oh, for definite. We already had a major drilling campaign planned, which we've started, and we plan to increase our production to 100,000 barrels a day. And we were in the process of taking delivery of rigs. The first one has arrived. We have another one coming in 2 months' time, and then we expect that by the end of the year we'll be running 4 rigs this year. By the end of next year we'll be up to 7. And so we had a big campaign plan for the next 5 years, but with what has gone on now, it's likely we have to intensify it because we need to capture the demand shortfall that has been created by this conflict.
Talk to me about production margins. How much production are you looking to be doing probably per day or by the end of the quarter or by the end of the year?
Well, for us right now, I mean, we're shooting to go from the average 50,000 a day we're doing, and our projection is our target is 100,000.
That was the Owando CEO speaking to Bloomberg's Andiro Ganga. Now for a look at some of the other stories we're following today. S&P has upgraded Nigeria's credit rating for the first time in 14 years, citing higher oil prices and economic reforms. The ratings agency raised the country's score by 1 notch to single B and changed the outlook to stable. S&P says Nigeria's creditworthiness has improved after years of structural reforms, including changes to fuel subsidies and the exchange rate system. Ghana has asked the IMF for a new policy support program to sustain economic reforms as its current bailout nears an end. Officials say the program will help achieve an investment-grade rating, accelerate development, and raise living standards for all Ghanaians. Coming up, the U.S. says that the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon has been extended by 45 days to allow for continued peace talks. We'll have more next. This is Bloomberg.
Earnings season is here.
Earnings season begins. Let's get right to it.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Netflix here crossing the terminal.
Let's go to a retailer, Urban Outfitters.
I'm looking at shares of Paramount Skydance.
Morgan Stanley, another monster quarter.
A lot still to come.
With the smartest insights.
What are some of the sponsors and some of the CEOs talking about here?
I think the biggest risk continues to be that inflation gets imported around the world again.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern every weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Joanna Versace in London. The U.S. State Department says the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon has been extended by 45 days to allow for continued peace talks. For more, we're joined by Bloomberg's Dan Williams in Jerusalem. Dan, let's talk more about these series of discussions that have been taking place in the U.S. at ambassadorial level between Israel and Lebanon. We have an extension of the ceasefire, but how is the ceasefire actually holding up?
This is actually the second extension of that ceasefire. There appears to be a greater involvement of military figures in those talks in Washington alongside the ambassadors. And indeed, our reporting is that come early June, there'll be a bifurcation of those talks, a separate political and military track with greater involvement by the Pentagon. Observers on the ground would be forgiven for saying there is no ceasefire. There's a regular drumroll of fire. There are casualties in Lebanon, casualties among Israeli soldiers and Israeli civilians. It would appear what the ceasefire succeeded in doing is to delimit much of that fighting, the bulk of that fighting, to southern Lebanon, effectively sparing Beirut and the Lebanese interior and sparing usually northern Israeli civilian communities. That would appear to be satisfactory now to Hezbollah and to Israel. It's worth remembering the ceasefire is formally between Israel and Lebanon, the Lebanese government. All sides there in those talks appear to be wanting some kind of momentum towards some kind of happy conclusion in which Hezbollah would be defanged, presumably by the Lebanese army, taking the lead on that. And then eventually the Israelis would withdraw forces from southern Lebanon, restoring Lebanese sovereignty to the Beirut government. But now it's not clear if and when that might be achieved. However, they do seem to see value in the very fact that momentum is being preserved.
So the U.S. have very clearly tried to create a separate track here. So you've got, in parallel, the discussions going on between the Lebanese government and the Israeli government. At the same time, Iran want to wrest the issue back and want to bring the ceasefire in Lebanon back into the discussions, the broader discussions. How does this piece in to what is happening at a regional level, Dan? Because we know that the Israeli Prime Minister also had a call with President Trump yesterday, and once again, people are talking about the actual return to hostilities.
Indeed, and the Iranian front is one that's concerning much of the world, certainly the energy markets. However, the Lebanese front is the second front to that overarching Iran war, and with good reason. Hezbollah has long been the cat's paw of Iran in the Levant, and the Israelis, and it would appear many in Lebanon as well, would be very happy to see that conflict, that smaller conflict, separated, siloed off from the Iran conflict. There are those in Lebanon who would like to see a reduction of that Iranian presence, of the ferocious challenge often posed by Hezbollah domestically to Lebanese rivals. So the question is whether that can be maintained, given that a core demand by Iran when it has come to Iranian ceasefire talks with the Americans has been that Lebanon should be included. That's code for stopping Israel from attacking Hezbollah, which has been significantly degraded in this war, but is still in the fight.
Dan, thank you so much for the reporting. Dan Williams. Now for a look at some of the other stories we're following. Israel Defense Forces says the head of Hamas's military wing Al-Qassam brigades, Azzeddin al-Haddad, was killed in a strike on Gaza on Friday. Haddad succeeded Mohammed Sinwar as head of the group after Sinwar was killed in a strike a year ago. Hamas says the attack constitutes a new flagrant violation of the ceasefire in Gaza. Israeli officials have met with top UAE logistics executives from 80 ports and Etihad Rail in Abu Dhabi to discuss boosting regional cooperation. The talks focused on creating safer, more stable alternative trade and transport routes between Asia, the Middle East, and Europe following recent regional conflicts. Israel's economy slumped more than expected in the first quarter of the year due to the fallout of the war with Iran. Israel's Statistics Bureau says GDP contracted 3.3% in annualized and seasonally adjusted terms. Israel's central bank and finance ministry expect growth to reach 3.8% this year, but this will depend on upholding ceasefires in Iran, Lebanon, and Gaza to allow the economy to pick up the rest of the year. Two key figures have emerged as potential challengers to UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer's leadership, with the issue of rejoining the EU resurfacing in the debate. We'll have more next. This is Bloomberg.
When it matters, investors turn to Bloomberg surveillance.
I said it maybe even on your show here.
I hear you guys talking about this a lot.
Our investors are really thoughtful. They're engaged. They listen to your show.
As a number of people you've had on your show have mentioned.
The three of us have talked about it on this show many times.
I think you find, and you've heard this on your show.
We've already talked this morning on your show. As you know, and you cover every day on Bloomberg.
You've heard a lot of guests talk about that.
I think your show is incredible.
Bloomberg surveillance. We're talking about it.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. The stories informing finance with Bloomberg Markets. And rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. A different topic every weekday, now for a full hour only on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Joanna Bersecci in London. Former UK Health Secretary Wes Streeting and Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham have emerged as potential challengers to Prime Minister Keir Starmer, reviving the politically fraught debate over rejoining the EU. For more, Bloomberg's Ross Matheson joins us. Well, we are back to discussing the B word. Ross Matheson, what have candidates both had to say about reversing Brexit?
Well, it's interesting to see this coming back into the discourse as we're heading into potentially a leadership campaign for the Labour Party. But Wes Streeting saying that Brexit was essentially a catastrophic mistake. They should have never left the EU and that they, in fact, should rejoin the EU single market at some point. And saying that, obviously life seemed to be better in the UK before Brexit. You have Andy Burnham, who's previously indicated he's supportive of a longer-term push to potentially rejoin the single market and the EU, being very careful in his most recent remarks about it, saying, well, right now he's focused on domestic issues. He doesn't think he'd be advocating for it as part of his effort to get elected in this by-election that's coming up. So perhaps he's a bit cautious about wading too far into the Brexit conversation. But the question always, why is Wes Streeting bringing this up now and so forcefully? Is this the thing that the Labor really wants to have a debate on as part of this versus people saying, well, why are we not talking about energy prices, the impact of the war in the Middle East, inflation and other kind of core domestic economic issues? Why open the conversation again around Brexit? So why is Wes Streeting doing this? Does it perhaps suit him to undercut his opponent going into that by-election?
Yeah, exactly. And you raise a good point there, because as we spoke about on Friday, Andy Burnham is going to be up against reform. How could the, again, emergence of Brexit as a theme become an issue in his campaign?
Well, that's right. So he's got a contest here to win this by-election. Labor says if anyone can do it, it's Andy Burnham, but it's still not a shoo-in that he's going to win. This is a seat in northern England where Reform has been making inroads. You can imagine Reform being the right-wing party led by Nigel Farage rubbing its hands a bit, saying, OK, we're going to campaign hard against Andy Burnham in this by-election, and we're going to push him on Brexit and try and get him to make lots of comments about his stance on Brexit, because during the Brexit referendum, I think it was 2/3 of people in Makerfield voted against. They wanted to leave the EU, so they were supportive of Brexit. And so does this feed into that? Do you get up issues again around Brexit, migration, the free movement of people, the euro, nothing of which Andy Burnham probably wants to talk about in this campaign. But certainly it could feed into the narrative when it comes to reform. And it just, again, shows us this contest is going to be very, very tight. And in no way, is Andy Burnham ironed in to get it.
Ross, thank you so much for the update. That's Roth Matheson. And now let's turn to markets and take a look at how things are squaring up in the first trading day of the week. Once again, Iranian geopolitical risks back at front and center in people's minds. We have all of these majors dipping towards negative territory. S&P futures down 0.7%, NASDAQ down a similar amount. Take a look at European markets as well, losing a lot of ground this morning too, down 1%. And here we're keeping a close eye on the price action in fixed income. That has become the major theme over the course of the last couple of days. As long as the strait remains effectively shut, you're going to continue to see upward price pressures on the price of oil. We have Brent trading at around $110, $111. And the more you see these levels in oil, the more consumers are going to account for higher inflation levels to come. And so that is affecting fixed income actually everywhere. U.S. Treasuries, we have 10-year at around 4.6%. So global routes, as you can see, 4.62% is where we are. 10-year yields up 3.4 basis points today. 2-year yields up 4.1. The market is pricing in a full rate hike by the Fed by March of 2027. But of course, it's not just the UK. UK markets, JGBs, 30-year JGBs, highest level since 1999. But that is it for Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Joanna Versace in London. Stay with us for Daybreak Europe.
Tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the US, or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute space news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is Bloomberg.
Live from London, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden with your top stories. The global bond sell-off deepens as rising oil prices fuel inflation concerns. Stocks and futures slide lower. The clock is ticking. President Trump warns Iran that time's running out to reach a deal, with the two sides remaining at loggerheads. Plus, G7 finance ministers meet in Paris as rising inflation threatens global growth. We'll speak to the French finance minister, Roland Lescure. Well, a very good Monday morning. It seems that the picture from Friday in markets continues this morning with yet more deadlock in the Middle East. Stocks extending their slide from record highs. So as you can see, red across the screen for equities and futures this morning, down 1% almost for Euro Stoxx 50 futures. And if you flip the board to the cross-asset picture, you can see why. We have oil higher for a third straight day. Brent up 1.75% to $111 a barrel. That fueling concerns around inflation and higher rates, and therefore yields higher. I've picked out the 30-year because the Treasury yield here is at its highest since 2023. 5.15 is where we are right now, but this is across the curve and around the world. The dollar, meanwhile, as the haven of choice this conflict, higher for a sixth day too. Now, what are the risk events on the agenda for today? At 7 a.m. London time, we will get EasyJet earnings. We'll also get Ryanair in just a moment. But in general, Europe's budget airlines bracing for the impact of surging oil prices as the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. We've also got a keynote speech from Elon Musk at the International Smart Mobility Summit. That at 8:20 a.m. London time. Today, we also have BOE speakers Megan Green and Catherine Mann. And in Paris, G7 finance ministers and central bank governors meeting against this backdrop of higher bond yields, also with a new Fed chair coming. Well, lots on the agenda. Let's set you up for the day ahead. We begin with breaking full-year earnings from Ryanair, the budget airline. How has it fared through the geopolitical challenges that have knocked most of its peers this quarter? Well, they're warning of rising costs this year if unhedged jet fuel prices remain at current levels, as they face higher bills for fuel, crew and aircraft maintenance. The red head here is that they see 2027 customers at 216 million, which is pretty much in line with the estimate. The full-year profit after tax beating estimates here, and more broadly saying that unit costs for the fiscal year of 2027 could increase by a mid-single-digit percentage, while the 20% of its unhedged fuel needs has spiked in price. Now, bear in mind that Ryanair's hedged 80% of its fuel at $67 a barrel for this year. That should insulate its earnings and give an advantage over other carriers, according to the airline. Of course, we've seen the shares more resilient than EasyJet's thanks to that strong fuel hedging, though, as you can see, over the past 3 months, the share's down 19%. Now, I'll be speaking to the CFO, Neil Sorahan. How cautious is he for the outlook ahead? Of course, Ryanair very exposed to a consumer downturn and that possibility that fuel shortages could ground planes, God forbid, this summer, as I think of my summer holidays. Now, let's turn to broader markets, shall we? Stocks in Asia extending their fall from record highs as bond yields surge on inflation worries. Let's check in with Winnie Xu in Hong Kong. Winnie, what are you watching where you are?
Yeah, good morning, Lizzie. As you mentioned, inflation story is back in focus once again. You have the MSCI Asia here down almost 1%, with oil rising for a third day, as you pointed out earlier, because of these lack of progress when it comes to the U.S.-Iran conflict. We're looking at Taiwanese stocks also tracking some declines from its U.S. peers from Friday. But earlier today, we did get a set of economic data from China for April, and overall, it was quite disappointing and pointing to a slowdown in the overall economic growth. Hence, you're looking at the Hong Kong and Chinese shares also losing momentum. Now, flip the board. I want to draw your attention to today's moves when it comes to the Kospi index. Very dramatic day again, with losses as much as about 5% earlier today at the open, but it quickly reversed these losses and now in the green with gains led by the Samsung Electronics shares. Now, the company's management is now in negotiation with its largest labor union, and this is also raising optimism that they might be able to avert a strike, which the Prime Minister said that could have a significant impact on the economy. Now, you flip the board and take a look cross-asset, because overall Asian bonds also are tracking these losses when it comes to the global bond sell-off. You're looking at specifically Japan's 30-year bond yield now rising about 8 basis points points, but earlier it did hit its highest level since 1999. Now, overall, the rise in Japan's bond yields also reflecting the worries around the fiscal policy. Now, with Prime Minister Takaichi also announcing extra budget because of these rising commodity prices due to the war in Iran. Back to you, Lizzie.
Winnie, thank you very much. That's Winnie Xu in Hong Kong. And that, of course, is a global story. Rising oil prices once again fueling this global bond sell-off, with the 30-year yield in the US hitting its highest since 2023. So let's go now to Bloomberg M Live strategist Mark Cranfield for more. Mark, are we just going to have to accept we're in a new era of higher rates and Fed cuts are off the table?
I think it's a little bit more serious than that, actually. It's beginning to feel as though the long end of global bond markets is actually becoming a bit unhinged. And once that starts to happen, policymakers lose. Central bankers are very focused on the short end of the yield curve, and there's a lot they can do there to try and calm things down with monetary policy settings. There's not too much they can do about the 30-year sector of the bond market. And once that starts to unravel, the implications just run across asset classes, and that's partly what Winnie was talking about in the earlier piece there. So it's now infecting equities, it's affecting commodities, it's affecting currencies. The whole gamut is coming into play here, and we haven't even talked about credit, which is often the next leg after you get disruptions in the fixed income market. It is becoming so serious here, investors will really want to hear something from this G7 meeting this week. Policymakers need to stand up and they need to get behind the bond markets and tell investors that things are going to be better. We're going to do a good job on managing our fiscal situation. That will promote some confidence back into the bond markets. That's not what we heard today from Japan. They decided that today would be a good day to announce an extra budget. Very poorly timed in the sense that the bond market in Japan was already in a pretty weak setting itself. Still, they may all be able to backtrack a bit if the G7 people get their messaging right. But they really need to get a clear, supportive narrative coming out of these G7 meetings. Because what's happening now is that correlations are rising between bonds, equities, currencies, commodities. Once that happens, investors are just rushing for cash. Cash really becomes king again. When that is the case, no asset class will be immune at all. And we're in the early stages of it. If they don't start to speak in the right tone quickly, investors will take over. The bond vigilantes will be the ones who decide where it goes, and yields will go higher in the near term.
OK, a warning from Mark Cranfield, our Bloomberg M Live strategist. Thank you very much. And of course, our very own Chief Europe correspondent Oliver Crook will be on the ground for us at that G7 meeting in Paris. The finance ministers and central bank governors discussing the higher yields outlook. But let's turn now to part of the root cause of all of this. President Trump once again warning that the clock is ticking for Iran, with the two sides still far apart on any deal to end their war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. In a Truth Social post, Trump said Iran had better get moving, or, quote, there won't be anything left of them. This comes as authorities in Abu Dhabi say a drone attack sparked a fire at a nuclear plant on Sunday, spotlighting the risks of the fragile ceasefire between Washington and Tehran. Joining me now in London, I'm pleased to say, is Jumana Basetchi, Bloomberg's Horizons Middle East and Africa anchor. Jumana, just walk us through how far apart are the two sides right now?
Yeah, Lizzie, good to be with you in London. Well, you know, it is a very different situation today than what we were talking about towards the end of last week. Remember, there were lots of hopes around the Trump-Xi summit that maybe we'd get a diplomatic breakthrough. That has not happened. And if anything, we're back to threats once again. President Trump overnight putting up that Truth Social post suggesting that the clock is ticking, time is ticking. He wants to see Iran sign on to a peace deal. And equally, over the course of the weekend, while we didn't get official commentary from Iran, we did get multiple Iranian media websites indicating that the U.S. had not made enough concessions in terms of what they were offering to Iran on the peace deal. So we're sort of back to where we were a couple of weeks ago, in that the U.S. are putting forward their list of demands. Remember, that 10-point proposal, Iran are countering with their own max list demands, still very, very far apart. And then the question is, how do you break the deadlock. And it really does feel once again that there is a reasonable chance we could resort back to kinetic action. President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu had a phone call yesterday. He is due to meet with some of his security cabinet advisors. New York Times reporting on Friday that some limited military operations are once again on the table. It could be a specialized operation to go in and extract some of that enriched uranium. It could be a potential takeover of Kharg Island, or even once again renewed strikes against U.S. military infrastructure, Iranian military infrastructure. At the same time, over the course of the last 24 hours, there have been a few incidents in the region too. So of note, the nuclear plant in Abu Dhabi was hit by a drone. The UAE Ministry of Defense saying that it's unclear where exactly the drone came from, because it seemed to have come from the western part of the country, but still does indicate that many of these energy infrastructure sites are still targets. And overnight, Saudi Arabia also intercepting drones. So once again, the rhetoric seems to be escalating, but then also we're seeing renewed potential attacks on the UAE and Saudi.
Yeah, I feel deja vu. Seems a lot like where we started. Bloomberg's Romana Basecci, great to have you with us in London. Well, let's turn to China now. Growth slowing across the board in April, with investment resuming declines and retail sales rising just 0.2%. Booming exports no longer offsetting a disappointing domestic performance, it would seem, from the world's second largest economy. Joining me now is Alan Wong, Bloomberg's China Economy and Government Editor, for more. Alan, good morning. Just talk us through this data. It seems pretty miserable out of China this morning.
That's right. It's a really sobering reality check for Beijing. We're seeing that Chinese consumers basically sat on their hands, with retail sales rising just 0.2% compared to the same period last year. The sales of things like cars plummeted 15%, and jewelry, gold, and stuff like that more than 20%. So it's really a bad reading in terms of retail sales, and it just means that the weakness in China's consumption continued and worsened. On top of that, investment also unexpectedly shrank, and that is just a reflection of the pressure from the higher oil prices, energy prices, and input material prices that are squeezing the profit margins in China's factories, making people hesitant to invest in new factories and other fixed assets. But there is one small bright spot here in terms of home prices. The price of new and resale home values fell less than before. In fact, in the gentlest pace in about a year. So that is the silver lining in the trade in the data released this morning. But the takeaway is really that China can no longer just rely on its export strength to keep the economy growing.
And Alan, Jemana was just walking us through the kind of disappointment on the US-China meeting in Beijing when it comes to the diplomatic efforts to end the Iran war. Have we had more progress on the trade front since Trump left Beijing?
There was some progress, but I would say none too surprising. Entering the summit, people like talking about the 3 Bs, Boeing planes, beef, and soybeans. They all more or less materialized, and China committed to buying $17 billion worth of agricultural goods from the U.S. every year, and that doesn't include the soybeans. And we've already seen the Chinese side moving to ease the import restrictions on U.S. beef producers, meaning that China will buy more beef from the U.S. So there's some progress here, but this is not surprising, and also the most important takeaway from the summit is that the U.S. and China look on track to just keep stabilizing their ties and to prevent their relations from deteriorating. For example, there 3 more potential meetings between Trump and Xi this year where they could hash out the details of those agreements. But before then, we already see them setting up some institutions to manage their ties, including a board of Investment and a Board of Trade. And for the Board of Trade, it's tasked with figuring out exactly what's considered not so critical or sensitive that the U.S. might even ease tariffs on groups of Chinese exports. And for investment, it's also to manage what kind of sectors are not too sensitive for China to make investments in. So the broader direction of the relationship is going well. But then I have to say that there's also some potential wildcards in this relationship, mainly concerning the issue of Taiwan, because she made a very blunt warning to Trump that the U.S. should handle its dealings with Taiwan well. And if that goes well, then obviously these things that we talked about, the trade and investment, they can still go ahead. But then if there's a misstep here by anyone involved in that triangle, then we could potentially see downside risks to this relationship.
Okay, Alan, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Alan Wong, China Economy and Government Editor. Well, still ahead on Daybreak Europe. Global finance ministers meet this week to address lopsided foundations of growth in the wake of that US-China summit. French Finance Minister Roland Lescure will be joining us from Paris a little later in the programme. But first, we'll dig into the market outlook with Seema Shah from Principal Asset Management. That conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Guerrero.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Watch, listen, stream.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, 6:18 a.m. here in London. Rising oil prices are pushing stocks and bonds lower this morning as deadlock over the war in Iran fuels inflation concerns. Let's get analysis now. Seema Shah, Chief Global Strategist at Principal Asset Management, joins me now. Seema, good morning. We were just hearing from our MLive strategist Mark Cranfield, and he was painting quite a dystopian picture where the bond vigilantes are in the hot seat because of higher yields, creating headaches for every asset class from commodities to equities to credit. How worried are you about higher long-end yields just getting out of control?
Good morning, Lizzie. Well, I mean, I think the key thing that we've seen, at least since the start of the conflict, is that you've seen the bond market very concerned about the conflict, what the impact to inflation is going to be, how central banks are going to have to respond. And yet the equity market has been able to look through it and really focus a bit more on the tech side and continued underlying macro strength in key parts of the world. Of course, there is a risk that if the conflict extends and you see this continued rise in oil prices, then the bond yield side then becomes something that the equity market can no longer ignore. So it's almost a key transmission for the equity market to really sit up and take notice of the risks around the geopolitical crisis. So we have concerns. I think it's still quite early days. Really, the strength in the US, for example, from the economic numbers, but as well, of course, on the AI trade has been really key. So I think, NVIDIA's earnings this week are going to be also really important to continue the quite positive market narrative for equities. But of course, in the next month or so, if you were to see this continue, inflation expectations continue to rise, then of course we do get into a slightly dangerous territory.
Okay, because we did already see the AI rally wobbling a bit on Friday. You point out what a catalyst the NVIDIA earnings could be, but at what point do higher real yields challenge US equity leadership more broadly?
Well, I mean, look, it's always very difficult to draw a line in the sand of exactly at what point, what is the threshold where the market starts to be very, very concerned. I mean, typically from a nominal side, the 4.5% level is always pointed out. But of course, it depends what the economic backdrop is, as well as what's driving it and what is the speed of the rise. I think right now, given the economics in the US has been very, very strong, stronger than people are expecting, that level is probably a little bit higher. But certainly you are seeing so much pressure on all parts of the curve right now that we're likely not too far off. But of course, very difficult to say exactly what that threshold is.
And of course, we're waiting for the gilt open here in the UK, Seema, but we have to talk about the politics that's happening, the leadership contest underway for the Labour Party. Investors talking about 6% yields on gilt if the political instability worsens. Do you see that as a realistic prospect as the markets keep pricing in prolonged fiscal drift, whatever government seems to come next?
Yeah, I mean, look, the UK is certainly in considerably more dangerous territory than you're seeing for other economies. Not only is it being exposed to the inflation risk, concerns about what central banks can do, everything that we've just been discussing with regards to global bond yields, but then of course it also has the local, the domestic political instability as well. Right now we're in a difficult period, trying to understand exactly what is going to happen with the Labour contest, the leadership contest, and then of course what happens to fiscal rules. So I guess it's difficult to say exactly, again, what that peak level is, but certainly the UK is facing significantly more challenges than you're seeing for other global bond markets.
Yeah, you just wonder if we're in a doom loop where you've got weak growth, rising borrowing costs, and then this political fragmentation all reinforcing each other. Some talking about the UK being ungovernable. Is that hyperbolic to you?
Well, so Lizzie, you and I have spoken about this many times over the years, and I think you've heard me use the doom loop narrative for the UK in many ways. Where we go from here, I think is very difficult. The UK over the last couple of years has pushed itself into a level where, from a fiscal side, there is very little way out. And unfortunately, when you're in that position, having political stability is very difficult. I mean, I think from the bond market's perspective, what they want is quite clear. They want to have they want to know who the government is going to be, not just for the next few months, but they want to know who the government is going to be for the next year or two. They also want to know that there is commitment to the fiscal rules. I think once you've got that pinned down, then we can think about the economics. What is the UK going to do to improve productivity gains? Because, of course, over the long term, the UK is one of the few countries which has got a deteriorating long-term growth rate, not a rising one. So the UK is confronting so many challenges right now. The last thing it needs is this domestic political instability to be piled on top.
Yeah, and the international instability on top of that. Seema, thank you so much, as always, for your analysis. That's Seema Shah, Chief Global Strategist at Principal Asset Management. Well, coming up on the programme, the World Health Organization declares a public health emergency as an outbreak of Ebola kills dozens of people in Congo. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
The trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie. This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Now to some of the top stories we're following for you this morning from around the world. The World Health Organization has declared an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda as an emergency of international concern due to cross-border spread. The outbreak is caused by a rare virus strain which has no approved vaccine or treatment. The WHO is urging funding, coordination and emergency response efforts rather than restrictions to travel or trade. Meanwhile, here in the UK, continued political uncertainty is sending sterling a little lower this morning after former Health Secretary Wes Streeting said that he will run in any leadership contest to replace Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Streeting also used a speech to call for the UK to eventually rejoin the European Union, putting Brexit back in the spotlight as potential leadership rival Andy Burnham prepares for a by-election battle to return to Parliament. And Spain's ruling Socialist Party has suffered its worst result ever in Andalusia, the country's biggest region. The opposition People's Party held on to power despite losing support as well. Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez had hoped to rebuild backing in the traditional socialist stronghold by fielding a former finance minister. Well, those are some of our top stories in geopolitics this morning. And coming up, G7 finance ministers meet against a volatile global backdrop. We'll be speaking with the French finance minister next. That conversation with Roland Lescure coming up for you. This is Bloomberg.
Up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
Breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
bringing you up-to-the-minute space news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is Bloomberg.
Live from London, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden with your top stories. The global bond sell-off deepens as rising oil prices fuel inflation concerns. Stocks and futures slide lower. The clock is ticking. President Trump warns Iran that time's running out to reach a deal, with the two sides remaining at loggerheads. Plus, G7 finance ministers meet in Paris as rising inflation threatens global growth. We'll speak to French Finance Minister Roland Lescure. Well, a very good morning. Welcome to the programme if you are just joining us. 6:30 a.m. here in London. And as you can see, it is red across the screen for stocks and futures this morning, extending the slide from record highs. And this is a continuation of the story that we saw on Friday, with yet more deadlock in the Middle East. So down nearly 1% when it comes to Euro Stoxx 50 futures. And if you flip over to the cross-asset picture, you can see why. Brent is higher again today, up 1.8% at $111 a barrel, so higher for a third day here. That fueling inflation concerns and worries about higher rates, and therefore yields higher. The 30-year at 5.15 there on Treasuries. But this is across the curve and around the world. But that 30-year yield I pick out because it's the highest since 2023. The dollar, though, meanwhile, the haven of choice throughout this conflict, higher for a sixth day too, up just a touch on the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index. Now, let's turn over to our front pages this morning. We start off with the Financial Times. They're reporting on potential Labour leadership candidate Andy Burnham playing down the prospect of the UK rejoining the European Union. That's, of course, after the former Health Secretary and fellow leadership hopeful Wes Streeting called for Brexit to be reversed, so potentially throwing a spanner in the works for Burnham's by-election. Turning over, though, to the Wall Street Journal, they say that Apple, which has long been revered for its premium-priced products, has been making high profits by using chips with slight defects that might otherwise have been thrown out. And Les Echos out of France leads on the mega acquisition by Publicis of the ad tech company LiveRamp, the paper describing it as a new turning point in the history of Publicis. Well, you can get a roundup of all the stories that you need to know to get your day going in today's edition of Daybreak, which terminal subscribers can go to find at DAYB Go. Well, we have global finance ministers, meanwhile, gathering in Paris this week, looking to address the structural imbalances undermining world growth following Trump and Xi's summit in Beijing. Our chief Europe correspondent, Oliver Crook, I'm pleased to say, joins us now from Paris. And Ollie, you've got a special guest with you.
Yeah, that's right, Lizzie. Thank you so much. We're here at the G7 finance ministers meeting at Bercy at the French finance ministry. We're very pleased to be joined by the French finance minister himself, Roland Lescure, who joins us and is chairing this meeting today of the G7. So thank you so much for taking the time.
Thanks for being here.
Of course, the elephant in the room, the main economic story of the year is the war in Iran, the consequences that has had for, obviously, energy prices, of course, economic growth. What scope is there at the G7 level to work collectively to sort of dampen some of the pain there?
Well, one, it's happening. And as you know, the G7 has always been the place in hard times where we engage and we talk. And the fact that it's happening here, I think, is a pride for me and very important for all of us. We're going to talk about the impact on the economy, on the bond market, on inflation, on flows as well, and including for most vulnerable countries, fertilizers, raw materials. This is a major deal for all of us, but in Africa, the cropping season is taking place. We want to make sure that the G7 sends a message. One, we're in charge, we're following things, we're acting if necessary. We released strategic reserves of oil a couple of months ago, and if need be, we'll do it again in the future. We are in charge, we're following the situation, we're also thinking of the most vulnerable nations, which we need to be helping.
So breaking down the very many dimensions in which this war is having a sort of an impact across the world, in terms of the European economy, for example, the conversation we keep having with ministers is about this idea of stagflation within Europe. How sort of afraid are you, how worried are you about the stagflationary dynamic?
I mean, obviously I'm preoccupied, and who wouldn't be, but the message I want to give the auditors is so far so good. I think the economy is proving quite resilient. As you know, the European economy is not that exposed to the volume part of the shock. It's a price shock, for sure, on oil, on gas, and other commodities. But so far, there's a slowdown. But there's no recession, so no stagflation. And inflation is on the rise, but we haven't seen, thank God in a way, any second round effect either. So less growth, more inflation, but so far we're not in a recession and we're not in a high inflation. It has to be monitored. Central bankers are going to be here today and they're probably going to be telling us that, but so far so good.
And one place where things may not be so far so good, we're starting to see indications of is within the bond market. Global yields rising, across the world. We're seeing a lot of different sort of red indicators. You've obviously worked in the world of finance, so you're looking at the bond market. What is the bond market telling you right now?
Well, it's telling us that there's a high uncertainty on both fronts. Well, on three fronts actually: growth, inflation, and public finance. And this is the main reason why we in France decided to be very nimble with our budgetary response to the crisis. We've put money, not much money, very targeted on the sectors that are highly on the front line: farming, fishing, transportation. But for all of that, for all of the other sectors, we feel that we are better protected because of our energy mix, we're less exposed, and therefore we should make sure that we're nimble with our public finance. The public euro is rare, so it should be used scarcely. And I think this is probably, in a way, the signal that the bond market is telling us. Guys, make sure that you react without, going too far down the budgetary line, because we know it's a supply side shock. You cannot deal with a supply side shock by subsidizing demand. That doesn't work.
But looking at the sort of dashboard of all the sort of data, obviously we have two wars going on that have massive impacts on the global energy markets. We have yields and we have interest rates likely going to rise in Europe and across the world. In part as a consequence of that, you have at the same time, borrowing costs rising. You have at the same time fiscal space is just not where it used to be. Don't you see the potential here for all of the ingredients for something disorderly to happen, and at the same time equity markets vertical in the United States?
Thanks for lifting my spirits. But this is exactly why we're here. This is exactly why we need to engage and discuss all of that, to make sure that we exchange on the best practices and the things we shouldn't do, to engage with the central bankers so that they can tell us what they're going to be looking for in order to avoid second round effect. I mean, this is a time where, as you said, risks have risen. And when risks are rising, we need to make sure that we, as drivers of the global economy, we're not the only ones anymore, which was the case in the 70s when this was created. We have our eyes on the ball and making sure that we're doing the right things, because we can't do the right things. Coordination, engagement, nimble public finance, targeted help, and obviously, hoping that the resilient economy will still proven. At the end of the day, the main challenge is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We know this. Hopefully it's going to happen soon.
So what do you need to know from Scott Bessent, who I understand you spoke to yesterday? You'll be speaking to, obviously, over the next couple of days. What do you need to know from the U.S. administration?
How did the China trip go? Obviously, we're very interested in the way the conversation between China and the U.S. is. I think he's convinced, at least the conversations I've had with him have tended to show me that this is open, this is important. What's happening here, the fact that we can engage on global imbalances, on raw materials and critical minerals, on the help that we can provide with developing countries faced with that crisis, and on the crisis itself, we can engage, we trust each other, and I think we've built over the last 6 months a good enough relationship that we can say that. We're going to see, hopefully we'll have a communique that's going to send a signal to the world and to the market. And then, we need to keep on working. We need to keep on working because the job isn't done yet.
And what place in that communique would you like to see the issue of critical raw materials play? Because obviously there's a number of initiatives. You have the Pact Silica in the United States, which the EU is now, I understand, considering joining. Do you think that is a valid initiative? And is that just basically an anti-China?
There are three things. No, it's not just about being against China. I mean, obviously China, weaponized raw materials a year ago, and this shouldn't be the case. But the best way of addressing this is to have a diversified supply chain. So the way we are seeing critical raw materials discussions here is threefold. One, to make sure that we understand and follow the markets. This is what the IEA has been doing since the 70s, and we're in a bit of a similar situation. Two, have potential agreements in which we agree as nations to work together in making sure the market works. But three, even more importantly, we need to show that on the ground things are happening, that projects are rising from the ground up to extract, to refine, and to build magnets. There's great projects. There's one in the southwest of France where French, US, and Japanese capital is financing a French factory that's going to refine and reutilize rare earth to export to Japan. This is multilateralism on the ground that seems to be working. We need to show the world that we can work together to address those critical issues of electrification.
And I want to ask you also a question about the French economy, because we've had a number of data points over the last week or so. We saw unemployment unexpectedly rise to, I think, is 8.1%. Inflation is now at 2.5%, which is in European terms relatively subdued, but by French standards quite high. Yields rising. What is the French economy telling you? Is there a risk of recession, do you think, in France?
No, so far, obviously, the French economy had a break in the first quarter, and I think it's going to bounce back in the second for kind of statistical reasons. But at the end of the day, what I said about the European economy earlier is even truer of the French economy. So far, we have been resilient. We are heading face winds, obviously the shock, the oil price, the gas price and all. But because of the energy mix, that's better than anywhere else. We're better protected, less exposed. Because of automatic stabilizers of the French economy, the French social model, it's got its flaws. But minimum wage is going to increase automatically on June the 1st, 300% altogether from January, since last January. So we have our social automatic stabilizers that are proving the economy to be more resilient in terms of shocks. So we'll see, but my expectation is 0.9% growth this year. The consensus are at 0.8. This is not recession, far from it. So let's hope for the best.
And in sort of ordinary times, if we can call it, if we have access to those, we might be talking a little bit more about AI here, the kind of concern that it has on the global stage. There's, of course, this Mythos model that is a high concern for the finance industry. And we understand Mistral has come out with a sort of version of it. What can you tell us about that? How important is it for French finance to have access to that?
It's very important for us to understand this, and we're probably going to address that also during the next couple of days with my G7 finance colleagues. Cybersecurity of our finance industry is very important. We need to work on that. We also need to make sure that we embrace AI as an opportunity as Europeans. And Mistral AI, you've mentioned it, is a great way for France and Europe to show that we can be on that map. So embrace the opportunities, be aware of the risks, and manage them collectively, because at the end of the day, our financial markets are so integrated that we need to manage them together. Again, this is a great tribute to what's going to happen in the next couple of days here.
Well, Roland Lescure, thank you so much for your time. They're the French Minister of Finance who joined us here at the G7 Finance Minister meeting, the meeting that he'll be chairing. So we'll be hearing from a number of finance ministers from across the world, and of course, the central bankers as well.
OK, Bloomberg's Oliver Crook on the ground for us. Thank you very much for bringing us that interview. And, of course, Ollie will have full coverage of that meeting for us throughout the week. But coming up on Daybreak Europe, the limited edition pocket watch collaboration that led to this scene outside a Swatch store in New York. We'll get you the details next. This is Bloomberg.
Is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard.
Oh boy.
Can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead.
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
This global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that. And the speed of the business has never moved faster.
My career might stop, but I'll still be driving something.
Yeah. Probably very fast.
Yeah.
This is so exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern every weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, 6:45 a.m. here in London. Now to our top corporate news this morning. The Information is reporting that BlackRock is looking at investing $5 to $10 billion in SpaceX's initial public offering next month. Bloomberg has previously reported that SpaceX has confidentially filed for its IPO and seeks to raise as much as $75 billion at a valuation exceeding $2 trillion. That'd make it the largest IPO of all time. Elsewhere, Swatch has been forced to shut stores and cancel launches of its Audemars Piguet pocket watch collaboration after massive crowds raised safety concerns. The Swiss watchmaker shut nearly 20 stores throughout the US and on Saturday and cancelled events in the UK, France and other locations, urging customers not to rush to stores. New York police reported one person was arrested outside the Swatch location in Times Square. And Publicis has agreed a deal to buy US-based data collaboration platform LiveRamp as part of the French company's push to accelerate investment in AI tools. The deal values the US company at $2.2 billion, a 30% premium to Friday's closing price. So that's some of our top corporate news this morning. And coming up, we shall turn to earnings. The Ryanair CFO Neil Sorahan on the company's latest results and how the airline is dealing with soaring fuel and energy prices. That conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Earnings season is here.
Earnings season begins. Let's get right to it.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Netflix here crossing the terminal.
Let's go to a retailer, Urban Outfitters.
I'm looking at shares of Paramount Skydance.
Morgan Stanley, another monster quarter.
A lot still to come.
With the smartest insights.
What are some of the sponsors and some of the CEOs talking about here?
I think the biggest risk continues to be that inflation gets imported around the world again.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Just checking in on the futures picture, and the clouds are clearing somewhat when it comes to European Stocks 50 futures, but we are firmly in the red across the world for stocks and futures this morning. This as they extend their slide from record highs, and it comes as a result of the deadlock continuing in the Middle East. Just flipping over to the cross-asset picture, and you can see the root of all of this, really. Brent here actually pairing some gains at $110 a barrel now, but that elevated level really fueling concerns around inflation and higher rates. That is why we have yields higher, for example, on the US 30-year, now at its highest since 2023. 514 is where we trade at the moment, but that across the curve and around the world, including when we look at the long end of Japanese yields, we are higher, and waiting for the gilt market open in the UK as well. Of course, we factor in the political instability on top of that. Now, it's been a busy morning for earnings when it comes to Ryanair. We're also waiting for EasyJet earnings on Thursday, but Ryanair in particular warning of rising costs this year if unhedged jet fuel prices remain at current levels. This is the Irish budget carrier faces higher bills for fuel, crew and aircraft maintenance. The company's full-year profit after tax came in ahead of estimates, though, and I'm pleased to say the CFO, Neil Sorahan, joins me now. Good morning to you, Neil.
Lizzie, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you. I wonder how you're doing with this Middle East war on. It really has been impacting airlines across the space. What's your big message to shareholders this quarter?
Oh, well, I suppose the first thing you just referred to, we're coming off a record year profitability, record traffic, and we're particularly well hedged into the current financial year. We've got 80% of our jet fuel hedged at $668 a metric tonne, which is down from $760 a metric tonne last year. Those hedges run out to the back end of March 2027. So we're in a very, very strong position. We plan to grow by another 4% to 216 million passengers, having got the last of the game-changer aircrafts in February just gone, and we're getting very excited about the MAX 10 aircraft starting to come in the spring of next year. So Ryanair is very much operating as normal, despite the challenges from the Strait of Hormuz being closed to traffic at this point in time. I mean, sorry, Lizzie, go ahead.
You have said, though, Neil, that your fuel bill's risen by a few €100 million. Yeah. How are you mitigating the impact of that, then? Because other airlines have talked about hiring pauses, cuts to discretionary spend. Are you going to have to do anything like that?
Well, Ryanair already has the lowest cost by some significant distance. You know, if you were to look at the cost gap advantage that we had compared to our nearest competitors pre-COVID, there was about a €26 per passenger gap with Wizz pre-COVID. That's now over 70%. There was a 70% gap with EasyJet. That's now over 150%. So Ryanair has the lowest cost. That cost gap's going to continue to widen for some time to come. We're locking in very attractive jet fuel hedging into the current year. But yes, you're right. I mean, if jet fuel prices remain at the current levels, our 20% unhedged is going to be significantly more expensive than it was last year. But we're in a position now where we're paying down the last of our debt. So next week, Ryanair becomes debt-free. We're not taking on expensive new debt. We're not taking on expensive new leases, unlike our competitors. We're moving capacity around Europe, where governments are stimulating growth and removing municipal taxes. So we're doing great long-term airport deals, which is helping to offset some of the short-term costs. And then when you look into next year and beyond, we start taking the MAX 10 aircraft. These are 20% more fuel-efficient aircraft. These are 20% larger aircraft. They've got full warranties, so it helps bring the maintenance costs down and spread the costs over more passengers. So Ryanair is going to have a very strong year, regardless of what happens in FY27. It just might not be as strong as last year.
Yeah. Well, on the consumer booking side, I wonder how behaviour's changed in this environment, what the demand outlook looks like for the rest of the summer. What's the trajectory for fares as well? Yeah, well, demand remains very strong. I was just looking at my weekend bookings there before I walked onto set. We'd over 1.7 million people booking flights with Ryanair. So no shortage of people keen to get flights locked away. At this point in time on Q1, and much of this is down to the timing of Easter, we think fares will be down mid-single digit. This is the June quarter, and a lot of that's due to the fact that fares were up 8% in the quarter just ended, where the first key week of Easter fell in there. We had a full Easter in the prior year comp. On the peak summer months, visibility isn't as good as it typically would be at this time of year. So at this stage, having originally thought that fares would be up a couple of points when we were setting our budget, fares are trending broadly flat, but that doesn't mean the close-in fares won't go up. So my strong message to you and all of our viewers is that they should book their flights at Ryanair.com as quickly as possible to avoid high fares. All right. Well, let's just talk about consolidation as well, Neil, because we've seen moves in the US with the likes of United, American, Spirit. Yep. What consolidation do you see happening here in Europe? M&A are you in the market for?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of M&A ongoing at this point in time. We're seeing Lufthansa increasing their stake in ITA to 90%, subject to competition approval. We've got TAP, the Portuguese flag carrier, up for sale with strong interest from Air France KLM. And of course the Lufthansa group, who will be putting in binding offers in the not too distant future. And then there's a lot of weak carriers in the market who I think may manage to trade through the summer, unlike Spirit in the United States, but will get into serious difficulty in the ever difficult December quarter, where cash flow starts to increase and revenue starts to fall. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some airlines getting themselves into difficulty this winter, potentially one or two going to the wall.
Just finally, you've mentioned the Boeing MAX 10s. Are deliveries still on time for this year? Do you see any risks to that timeline?
Yeah, Boeing are continuing to expect certification within 2026, possibly towards the back end of the summer, the early fall. So that means, and they've confirmed in writing to us, that the first of the MAX 10s will start delivering to Ryanair in the spring of next year. So we would hope to have 15 of these aircraft available for summer of 2027. So all of our plans now are not around will we get them. All of our plans are around when we get them and entry into service exercises. So very excited. 20% more fuel efficient, 20% more seats, so we can spread the costs over even more passengers and widen that cost gap between Ryanair and everybody else with these aircraft.
Neil, as ever, always great putting the flesh on the bones of the earnings with you. Our Ryanair CFO, Neil Sorahan, thank you very much for making time for us. Let's just look at the risk events on the docket for the week. Wednesday, really the highlight. We've got UK CPI for April coming out, Fed minutes on the same day, and Nvidia earnings, potentially the big catalyst for the week. But coming up later today, Bloomberg's live from Dell World in Las Vegas, and our very own Ed Ludlow will be speaking exclusively to the CEOs of Dell and Nvidia. So that conversation from 7:30 p.m. London time, one you won't want to miss. Coming up next, though, the opening trade. Anna Guy and Tom will take you all the way to the market open. So stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
I think the productivity increase is not going to be marginal. I think it's going to be an order of magnitude. It's going to be significant. We're working on it internally, and we're really excited about it. I could see a world where an analyst who previously covered 20 stocks could cover 200 because they are maybe managing a fleet of agents that looks at all these stocks and tracks them. I could see a world where we're able to tackle a far greater number of top of funnel ideas and do a bit of work on them and more accurately pick what the best 15 to 20 best long ideas in a given year are. So I actually think it's going to reshape how we do things in the long term.
One of the things we struggle with is it's very easy to get siloed as an analyst, and these are the sectors I look at, these are the tools I rely on, these are the models I've built, and for us, we are spending more and more time as a research team collaborating around ideas with multiple people looking at sectors or trying to solve key questions or things in the market. And so the ability to have standard tools that we're all using to track lots of different things, to inform how the models are trained, will be super helpful helpful, I think, in people being able to pick up someone else's work and say, I totally get this because it's in the same vocabulary that I do it myself.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Watch, listen, stream.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. It's the 18th of May. There is no progress in the Gulf, which means oil prices are higher, which means the bond market's in a very bad mood, which means yields are higher pretty much everywhere. In China, the story a little different. Yields there are lower. This morning's data actually showing growth slowing sharply, Anna.
Yeah, certainly some clues about the growth ahead for China. Let's focus on the oil price then, guys, because as you say, that is the centre of everything once again. No deal in the Gulf, so oil prices are firmer by 1.5%. 110, 111-ish is the handle on the Brent price. What does that mean for global bond markets? Well, JGB 30-year yields at the highest level that we've seen since 1999, and the global bond sell-off continues. What does that mean for stocks? Well, it certainly means a weaker stocks picture in the short term. On Friday, we saw substantial weakness in stocks globally, and that seems to be continuing today. European and US futures pointing substantially lower. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now.
Monday morning. Good morning. How you doing? Hope you had a great weekend. Let's talk about what is happening out there this morning. There's a headline from Christine Lagarde which just catches my eye as I sit down. Christine Lagarde quotes, "It's always my job to think about the bond sell-off." That is certainly the narrative this morning. The bond sell-off absolutely front and centre. But let's start at the beginning on that narrative. And that comes down to what is happening in the Gulf or not happening in the Gulf. We do not have progress towards opening of the Strait of Hormuz, as a result of which we are seeing higher oil prices, which means we are seeing higher inflation, which means, and we'll get to this in a moment, we are seeing higher bond prices. But we start with oil.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting with oil, no progress in the Gulf. President Trump over the weekend expressing his frustration with what is happening there and saying that the clock is ticking. So we're still in that holding pattern, waiting for somebody to make a decision on where this goes next. In terms of that oil price and where we see it right now, 111 or so on Brent, just under that kind of level. But looking back at the month's averages that we've seen of late, the average for Brent in March was $99. Then in April, it was 102. The average for May so far is 107. And so we see that the short-term oil price is starting to catch up with the long, starting to move higher, essentially. And we're seeing the longer end actually catching up with the shorter end, with those oil prices also moving a little bit higher. All of this creating headaches for companies like Ryanair.
Yeah, Ryanair out a few minutes ago. We've just been hearing from Neil, CFO, talking about what is happening in terms of fuel prices. They are rising. They're 80% hedged, but the 20% is hurting. And that's going to be the story going through this summer and into September and into October as things get trickier the longer this goes on for. You can only produce so much jet fuel out of a refinery, and you can tweak things a little bit and we can get a little bit more at the expense of diesel, but you can only tweak it so much. And the Gulf produced a lot of jet fuel, so we are short. Where does it come from? Well, higher prices are going to be required if Europe wants to go on holiday this summer.
Right, absolutely, yes. Summer, autumn seems to be the period people are starting to worry about now. And we've got a guest later on in the programme, haven't we, to talk about jet fuel and where some of it's coming from in the short term, coming from West Africa, coming from the United States, but how long can that continue? So all of that means, as you said in your opening headlines, that the bond market is in a really bad mood. The bond market is very fearful of higher inflation, and that's what we see loud and clear. JGB 30-year yield then, the highest since 1999. The Treasury yields we're watching there, the 30-year also in focus, the highest since 2007. And does the Fed start to need to acknowledge what is happening in the bond markets? That seems to be a question that is increasingly being asked. Ed Yardeni urging the Fed to drop its easing bias as soon as June. Of course, this would be the first under the stewardship of Kevin Walsh, so that's an interesting dynamic to watch. But does the Fed need to catch up with what we're seeing in the bond markets? Gundlach over the weekend saying it's not possible to cut interest rates when the two-year Treasury is 50 basis points higher than Fed funds, just illustrating some of the calculations that the market is making and saying, is it really tenable to be talking about having a cutting bias over at the Fed?
It feels increasingly unlikely. So what does that mean for other asset classes? What does that mean for equities? Is the AI narrative good enough to overcome that? So the bond market is going to have an effect. And why has the bond market suddenly kind of just gone, you know what, actually, I think we've got a problem here? And you do wonder what happened at the back end of last week. You look at what happened with that China trip. There was maybe an expectation that China trip could resolve some of these issues in the Gulf, that the Chinese and the US would work together and we'd find some sort of a solution. That didn't happen.
Yes.
So maybe now we start to worry.
Yes, indeed. So it seems as if we're continuing. There's been no weekend. We're continuing to worry in the way that we were on Friday in stocks. So Friday stocks were weak, and there was that disappointment on some level, particularly around chips, maybe around Nvidia, about what the China trip had delivered.
Yep.
And so there was that worry. And then you pile on top of that increasing inflation concerns. And that seems to be where the market's thinking is at. And will we see, are the earnings stories going to continue to be strong enough to keep that bond market inflation concern at bay? Seems to be the story that we're still asking.
Chinese data doesn't look particularly good either, which is a story we should fold into all of this, which I think is interesting too, in as much as there are a few bond markets out there this morning with kind of yields moving in the opposite direction, and China's definitely one of them. The retail sales number was not good. The industrial data numbers were not good. This is an economy that continues to struggle. The housing market continues to be something of an issue. Now, you didn't see that in the China trip, kind of around Trump. It felt like the Chinese felt that they were in a stronger position. But the underlying economy remains very, very weak at this point in time. And if you were to see a rollover in demand from elsewhere caused by kind of an inflation shock causing economies to slow down, they are export driven.
Yes.
And that's going to show up really quickly in their numbers.
For a long time, we've been talking about the two dynamics in China, the weakness in the retail story and the strength overseas. Well, the weakness in the retail story is still evident, isn't it? And looking at what Bloomberg Economics was saying this morning, some of the language they're using, they talk about a sharp deceleration in retail sales. They say the retail sales picture and some of the other picture looks alarming. And all of these data coming out of China coming in lower than estimates. So the domestic story is not showing any signs of pickup. And then you, as you say, you layer on top of that more threats to the international picture, which is where the growth has been coming from. So even the Statistics Bureau in China recognizing that the external situation is complex and changing. I suppose the only positive is that nothing materially fell apart in the run-up to the weekend with the visit to China. We didn't see a deterioration in the relationship. So if we are just focused on trade, nothing got worse. But the thing is, we're not just focused on trade anymore.
No. Let's talk about all the great guests we've got lined up to talk about this. Michele Della Vigna, Goldman Sachs, EMEA Natural Resources Research Head, is going to be joining us. We are going to talk about jet fuel. Silvia Vivano, UniCredit Equity Capital Markets Global Head, joining us as well. And Rishi Bouchard, CBRE, UK CEO, CBRE. Obviously, we're talking about what is happening in the real estate market. What do higher yields mean for commercial property? We are going to find out.
We have a number of data points to watch out for and some key earnings this week, so let's focus in on those. These things are on our agenda. We are going to be covering a meeting of the G7 finance ministers in Paris. We've already been getting headlines coming through from our interviews and arrivals there. So tomorrow we get Q1 GDP, really important to keep track of the Japanese story, given the role that the JGB market is playing globally at this point. On Wednesday, that's the big earnings deep dive. We get Nvidia earnings. Has the bar risen there to be impressive? Is the short answer. We'll get the longer answer in a moment. We've got global flash PMIs coming through on Thursday and UK retail sales. Should we talk about Nvidia and the raising of that bar then? Because it does seem as if that we've seen such a strong rally in the Mag 7, in the Philadelphia, semis index, all of that setting the stage for, well, Nvidia, do you need to be much more impressive to deliver some kind of rally in stocks?
I'll come back to my original answer. Yes, you do. But the problem is, though, so recently Nvidia has not done well on earnings day. Expectations are so high. This time around, they are even higher, despite the fact that this is a stock that trades on a perfectly reasonable multiple, if you look at what is happening. But there are lots of ifs and buts around what is happening here. And you could argue that maybe there are hotter parts of the market now as well in terms of what is happening with some of the memory sort of makers. Do you want to be in those rather than Nvidia? And also, you just didn't get that progress on China. There was some expectation that actually Jensen Huang would deliver that. That didn't happen. How much of the earnings call will be dedicated to what is going on there?
Yeah, absolutely, because they don't factor in any sales in China, do they? But there would be a substantial upside if they were able to. But at the moment, the Chinese are pretty firm and not allowing the sales to take place. The competitors increasingly trying to eat Nvidia's lunch is also something that we will come back to midweek when we're focusing on here on the Nvidia story. But SanDisk, SK Hynix, Micron, all of these businesses, you know, looking at the return on sales that a company like Nvidia has made and the massive jump up we saw in return on sales around 2023, and saying, hang on a second, we want some of that. And they are making progress. They are managing to eat into the or replicate the kinds of profitability that we're seeing at Nvidia. So that changes the dynamic.
And they are coming from a much lower base, and as a result of which, is that where you want to be? So if you're looking as an investor in terms of where you want to be positioned, there are a few other options, as Anna says. What else do you need to know this Monday morning? Let me run you through the details. We're going to go back to the tech theme. Samsung shares jumping, actually, this morning after the company's management entered last-ditch wage negotiations with its largest labour union. The talks are aimed at averting a strike that could disrupt operations at the world's biggest memory chip maker. The dispute centres on pay and bonuses, with workers demanding a bigger share of profits. Samsung's share price has soared this year as it emerges as one of the key beneficiaries, as Anna was just saying, of the AI boom. Here's a key story you want to focus on. Bloomberg understands that SpaceX is seeking to file publicly for its long-awaited IPO as soon as Wednesday. Sources say the company has notified investors that it's executing a 5-for-1 stock split, a move that will reduce the price investors will pay for each share offered at IPO. Bloomberg has previously reported that Elon Musk's rocket, satellite and AI company, as it now is seeking to raise as much as $75 billion at a valuation of more than $2 trillion. How does that change the equity outlook? And the World Health Organization has declared an Ebola outbreak in Central Africa, an emergency of international concern. The WHO says the virus has likely spread across the border between the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC, and Uganda. The outbreak has been caused by a rare strain of the virus that may have spread for weeks undetected. There is no approved vaccine or treatment for this strain.
Coming up on the programme, G7 finance chiefs then are meeting in France against the backdrop of war, the backdrop of energy shocks, and now a global bond market sell-off. We'll be live, of course, in Paris. We are live in Paris ahead of that meeting. Plus, we'll look at the stocks to watch, including Swatch. This after a collaboration with the luxury watchmaker Audemars Piguet causes mayhem at stores around the world. Some of these stores not able to open as a result of the level of demand. Good PR, perhaps. Up next, we will be joined by Benjamin Jones, Global Head of Research at Invesco. If you have questions, if you want to get involved in any of these conversations, IB plus BBTV Go, that is the function to use on the Bloomberg terminal. This is Bloomberg.
When it matters, investors turn to Bloomberg surveillance.
I said it maybe even on your show here.
I hear you guys talking about this a lot.
Our investors are really thoughtful. They're engaged. They listen to your show.
As a number of people you've had on your show have mentioned.
The three of us have talked about it on this show many times.
I think you find, and you've heard this on your show.
We've already talked this morning on your show. As you know, and you cover every day on Bloomberg.
You've heard a lot of guests talk about that.
I think your show is incredible.
Bloomberg surveillance, we're talking about it.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute space news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. The stories informing finance with Bloomberg Markets. And rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. A different topic every weekday, now for a full hour.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Good morning. Monday morning, the vigilantes are out and they are starting to impact other asset prices. I'm talking about the bond vigilantes here, of course. Let's take a look at what European futures look like this morning. Quite negative. It's interesting that actually it is the FTSE that is maybe putting its head above water this morning. Still down, but close to being head above water. I wonder whether that's on the oil story. In terms of the yield picture, it is quite bleak out there. Yields are starting to rise. You've now got that story pretty much well represented around the world. Japanese yields crashing higher this morning. We are watching what is happening in the United States, and let's not talk about what has been happening here in the UK. Joining us now is Ben Smith, Global Head of Research at Invesco. Good morning.
Good morning.
When does the bond market become a problem for equities?
Yeah, I think, look, it's a very, very good question at the moment. There is certainly a tipping point. I don't think we're there at the moment.
Where is there, do you think?
That is the million-dollar question, and I wouldn't want to put a number on it because I think it's a combination of a number and it's a combination of other factors.
Right.
You need to see a number of these straws sort of put on the camel's back, as if you will, for it to break. So I don't think there's necessarily a specific number, but I think if you get bond yields rising, you get more hawkish comments coming through from central banks, and simultaneously you get the earnings and the growth picture deteriorating, that's when you've got a problem. At the moment, you've got the earnings and the growth picture actually coming through pretty resilient, and that's something that I think is going to persist for a period of time.
Okay, so let's talk about that persisting for a period of time. We had a great earnings season Q1.
Yeah.
But we're through that now.
Yeah.
So that's in the rearview mirror. That's
Absolutely.
price, isn't it?
That is.
So what comes from here, presumably, is a different story. So how much can I hang my hat on that great earnings picture at the moment?
Well, also Q1, 2 months of those, you didn't have a conflict. Only 1 month you did. Now you have the conflict. Now you have those sort of knock-on effects. So it's, again, major question. The thing that gives me some confidence that this can persist for a period of time is that if you look at the private sector around the world, it is in a much more resilient state than we have seen in previous decades, certainly than we saw in 2007 when we went into that crisis. Very over-levered. We had relatively shorter-term loans, which meant when rates went up, that was then a negativity. That sort of then fed through as a spiral through the system. This time round, corporates and households have generally termed out their debt. They have lower levels of net debt relative to income. Their debt servicing ratios are much, much lower. They're just far less sensitive to rates. Now, what that means is when you get these shocks, the economy can deal with them. You and I, it's painful to put more money in the car every week, but it's not the worst thing in the world. When you do that around the world, there's generally this sort of cash that is sitting there at the moment.
And we get ready, good morning to you, Ben. We get ready then for a world that just has fundamentally higher inflation levels, do we, into the future? Because you say, you know, the energy price, even if we see the Strait of Hormuz, you say this is not just a price move, it's a security premium.
Absolutely.
And does that persist?
I think it absolutely does. And this is something that I've been talking about for a number of years. And I think this is just another one of the series of supply shocks that we've seen over a number of years. We saw it with COVID. We saw it with the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We're now seeing it today as well. That, for me, is sending a message around the world that we need to shift away from these supply chains of just-in-time production that really I've lived through my entire career, really my entire lifetime, where it was all about hyper-efficiency. Now it's about building a little bit more redundancy into the system. It's a bit more resiliency, to use that word again, into the system. Because what I don't want to see is my utility bill flying around like this. Companies don't want to see their utility bills flying around, because that adds a degree of uncertainty. Now, if you build out more resiliency supply chains, if we don't get as much fuel from the Middle East going forward, and I think that is going to happen, we build out nuclear and solar and wind, for example, at some point down the line, maybe that is deflationary. In the short term, though, I think that is inflationary.
Okay, so just in time is out, and it's just in case, as we learned through COVID.
Yeah.
So where does this leave, if we're in this higher inflation environment, where does this leave central banks? I mean, we were talking there about the signals that the bond markets are trying to send to central banks, perhaps. Yeah. And if this is the sum of the market's fears about inflation, should central banks be listening more than they are? And I guess I mean in North America and rather than Europe, where we've had perhaps we've had a lot of hawkish references here in Europe. Yeah. What should the Fed be doing? Can there be a path to a cut, really?
So I think there will be a cut, but that's partly, I think, because of the new Fed chair that's going in. Personally, actually, I don't think it makes an awful lot of difference whether they hike or cut by 25 basis points here or there. But central banks are in a really, really difficult position, because if they cut rates or they hike rates, that doesn't get more oil onto the system. That doesn't change the supply side at all. In fact, I would argue potentially hiking interest rates would hurt the lowest income households, the people where putting more money in your car on a weekly basis is more painful. It is a bigger proportion of your spending. So they are in a very, very difficult position at the moment. But I think there is still also going to be this underlying pressure from governments around the world, and that's not just the Fed. I think we're seeing it in Japan as well. Keep interest rates lower, because we've got these fiscal concerns as well. So I think we're in this period, and a number of guests on your show have talked about it before, fiscal dominance, more pressure from governments on central banks. That sort of caps the front end of the curve, but it's that mid and long end of the curve that you were talking about, Guy, that I think is more the risk that is going to display a greater degree of volatility.
How do I invest in that world?
You avoid duration for a start, right. I think, and it is more of a move to partly hard assets, because I think of that supply chain reconfiguration, you need to build out stuff, for want of a better word. It is more value rather than growth, although I'd be
that doesn't feel like how the market's set up right now.
Well, it doesn't, no, because again, you've got the AI trade as well, which is obviously going absolute gangbusters, but arguably to some
extent, sustainable?
I think for the time being it is sustainable again, and I don't know about you, but when I'm using this stuff on a daily basis, I'm hitting token limits. I see the scarcity coming through quite clearly. The thing that I'm watching very closely is on the memory side, and again, you were talking about this earlier, that memory can be commoditized. Memory can be ramped up more quickly, and I watch China there very closely, because if they ramp up memory, that's where I start to worry. Is that going to happen in the next 3-6 months? I think it's not. And I think those names can continue to carry on, the Koreas, the Taiwans, for example. So, but it is a key risk.
And so it's a risk. We're watching AI. Of course, the profit there has been strong, and that's partly why people say this is not expensive. This sector is not expensive. You say that the non-US opportunities in AI are underappreciated. It's easy to see those in Asia. And maybe they're not. Maybe they are no longer underappreciated. But it's easy to identify them. And of course, there are chip stocks in Europe. But how does that play into Europe then?
Well, I mean, the obvious one is sort of the ASMLs, but that's kind of the only one you've got really there. Some of the other some of the software names, I think, certainly a lot of risk there at the moment, but I think there's sort of opportunities to play there where we can benefit from some of the productivity gains.
So we're going to pass that sector to work out who are the ones who've got the data and the moats, and they'll be the winners, and the others that are going to be vulnerable. Exactly,
but I think you've got to take a medium to long-term view. There's going to be a lot of volatility in the short term. The other element I'd be playing through with Europe in particular is through the energy and the materials side. We need a lot of energy, we need a lot of materials to build out the grid, etc. So again, it's investing in those harder assets. So that plays into the national security theme, it plays into the supply chain theme, but I think it also plays into the AI theme as well.
Ben, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Ben Jones, Invesco's Global Head of Research. Let's get more on the energy picture then. Brent crude on the rise for a third day after President Trump warned the clock is ticking for Iran, with the two sides still far apart on any deal to end the war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Let's bring in Jumana Basechi, Bloomberg's Horizons Middle East and Africa anchor, who is here in London this Monday.
I am.
And for a little while. So thank you very much, Jumana, for coming to talk to us. So where do the US and Iran stand now after, President Trump says the clock is ticking?
Yeah.
Has anything moved? Anything changed?
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a difference in sentiment from where we were a week ago, when we thought maybe there'd be a diplomatic breakthrough after the Trump-Xi summits, that China would somehow, push diplomatically to get through to the Iranian side and get them to make some concessions. That has been the case. And what we've woken up to this morning is more true social threats from President Trump, saying that the clock is ticking. He wants the Iranian side to sign up to the peace deal. Iranian media, on their part, saying that what the U.S. are asking for is too maximalist, that the U.S. have not made enough concessions, and what they're demanding are things that Iran simply cannot concede to. So we're back to where we were essentially a couple of weeks ago. It's still a lot of discussion around the nuclear file and, of course, around the Strait of Hormuz. And President Trump needs to make a decision here to break the impasse, either go down the route of once again resuming military activities or continuing with what they are describing as continued economic pressure around the Strait with this blockade, with the hope that at some point the Iranian economy will be struggling so much that they have no choice but to make concessions.
Okay, talk to me about what happened this weekend, particularly this attack on the UAE's nuclear capability, which is quite alarming.
It is alarming. I should just say that IAEA did say that there has been no radiological leaks, there are no injuries, but there was a fire at the nuclear plant, around one of the electricity generators. It is alarming because we are technically in a state of ceasefire, so something like this should not be happening. There were warnings that were sent out. Once again, missile alerts. The UAE Ministry of Defense said they had dealt with it. But at the same time, it is interesting to note that they did not identify the cause of the attack as being Iran specifically. They said that it came from the West, which also is an interesting development because it suggests that perhaps other Iranian proxies in the region may be acting. So that's something to keep an eye out on. In addition, at the same time, we woke up to news this morning that Saudi Arabia have also intercepted 3 drones overnight. Those also coming from Iraq, not Iran. So there is really...
It's broadening.
It's broadening, and also there's a question about how much control Iran is actually exercising right now over its proxies in an environment where we're supposed to be in a ceasefire. So, again, just another remarkable escalation over the weekend.
Joanna, nice to see you in London. Thank you very much for joining us on set. Joanna Basechi joining us on what is the latest out of the Gulf. All of this obviously feeds into a narrative of higher energy prices, which feeds into a narrative of higher inflation, which the bond market's not particularly wild about. Michele Della Vigna is going to be joining us in a few minutes' time. So we've already spoken this morning to Neil Sorohan from Ryanair, talking about what he's seeing in terms of their operating procedures around this fuel shortage. Michele is going to join us very shortly. We'll get his take on what this all means. Where are we in this narrative around the summer? We're going to find out next. Is your holiday safe, I guess, is the real question that I'm pointing to this morning. We are going to be finding out very shortly. Javier Blas, on the opinion column this morning, thinks it is. We'll find out whether or not there are other views on that story next. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology. Start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
Oh, hello there. Just wanted to say, Primer is back. We've been scouring the frontiers of science and technology to help explain the difference between the next gold rush and whatever this thing is. And in Season 2, we're upping the stakes. More danger.
Now that is some high-grade uranium mineralization.
We used to have a stable climate on this Earth. Right now, we do not.
More science.
We're pushing the envelope of technology in multiple directions: software, hardware, chemistry, physics.
The cable is like very cold.
And more CEOs that can nail the photo shoot.
Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake.
While the problems are economic, the solutions are too.
And yes, we will be talking about AI.
There is a lot of humanoid hype out there.
But our future doesn't run on hype. It runs on innovation. Watch season 2 on all these lovely channels.
You know how the market day started.
Find out.
क्रूड ऑयल पे देखो रेजिस्टेंस पे प्राइस आने वाला है. रिमेंबर ओवरऑल प्राइस बुलिश ही है, तो ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना. फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, अननेसेसरी रिस्क हो जाएगा प्राइस में. ज़्यादा बड़ा टारगेट देख नहीं रहा है, तो कम क्वांटिटी से सेल करना है. एसएल देखो छोटा नहीं रख सकते, एसएल बड़ा ही बन रहा है इस एरिया पे. तो कोशिश करना अगर प्राइस थोड़ा अपर लेवल के आसपास मिले तो. लोअर एंड पे लोगे तो एसएल थोड़ा बड़ा हो सकता है, तो या तो मिनी में चला जाना, नहीं तो ट्राई की प्राइस किसी इसी लेवल के आसपास यहाँ कहीं मिल जाए. इवन दो ये होल एरिया रेजिस्टेंस का है, हो सकता है यहीं से आ जाए प्राइस, ऊपर जाए ना. बट ऑलरेडी टेस्ट हो चुका है एक दो बार, तो लिक्विडिटी कितनी बची है वहाँ पर कहा नहीं जा सकता. तो अगर लोअर एंड से फिर बाइंग करने के लिए चले गए और मान लो एसएल चला गया हमारा, तो फिर लॉस थोड़ा बड़ा हो सकता है. ठीक है, ऐसा भी नहीं कर सकते कि लाइक इसको यहाँ रख के ऐसा इतना रख दें, क्योंकि वहाँ तक जोन पूरा ही है विच एक्ट लाइक एज अ रेजिस्टेंस. सो सबसे बेटर यही है, नीचे से लोगे इस एरिया के आसपास तो क्वांटिटी कम रखना. अदरवाइज कोशिश करना कि थोड़ा सा हाई लेवल से एंट्री मिले, लाइक फ्रॉम दिस एरिया, सो दैट एसएल छोटा हो जाएगा. बाकी एज एक्सपेक्टेड नेचुरल गैस गैप अप हुआ था रेजिस्टेंस के ऊपर, नीचे आया नहीं. 288 के नीचे आता तो तभी सेल कर सकते थे. ये बुलिश ही है अभी वापस का मतलब. लेट्स सी कहाँ तक जाता है अब. इंडियन मार्केट मॉर्निंग पे जैसा मैंने बताया था आपको, मार्केट 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे लेवल के नीचे सस्टेन करेगा तो प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, रिकवरी नहीं करेगा. अगर वापस आ जाता है फ्यूचर में अबव 23,400 450 तो वापस से रिकवरी आ सकती है. फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल नीचे ब्रेकडाउन जरूर हुई, बट नेक्स्ट 2 to 3 कैंडल पे मार्केट वापस रिकवर कर गया. नीचे ब्रेकडाउन फेक किया एक तरह से आप कह सकते हैं. तो अब वापस जब तक प्राइस 23,400 के नीचे नहीं जाता, काइंड ऑफ अ सपोर्ट 23,400 to 430 फ्यूचर की बात कर रहा हूँ. कि आईवी अभी भी हाई ही है, इसमें कुछ ऐसा कहीं से भी नहीं लग रहा कि आईवी थोड़ा सा भी डाउन हुआ है मार्केट में. स्टिल आईवी इज वेरी हाई, स्पेशली एट द मनी. लग रहा है शायद इंडिया मार्केट थोड़ा बहुत साइडवे चला जा सकता है. अब 12:30 होने वाला है लंदन सेशन में ओपन, उसके बाद शायद थोड़ा फिर मोमेंटम वापस हो जाए. बट करंटली इट लुक्स लाइक गोइंग साइडवेज नाउ. Israel is preparing for a resumption of military operation in Iran, believing Trump will decide to restart strike over stalled negotiation, according to the Israeli media. बाकी कल एक्सपायरी है तो ध्यान रखना जो लोग ऑप्शन सेल करते हैं, मार्जिन रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ जाएगी कल निफ्टी में। मार्जिन रिक्वायर विल इंक्रीज टुमारो एंड निफ्टी 50। अगर कोई ओवरनाइट ले जाएगा, याद रखना पूरा मार्जिन यूटिलाइज मत कर देना आज, नहीं तो कल मार्जिन शॉर्टफॉल की कॉल आ जाएगी मॉर्निंग पे। अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 50% एडिशनल रख के चलना मार्जिन, जो लोग ऑप्शन सेल अगर ओवरनाइट करेंगे निफ्टी 50 में। इंट्राडे में करोगे तो ज़्यादा इशू नहीं आएगा, बट ओवरनाइट करोगे तो अभी तो दिखाएगा मार्जिन पूरा है, कल ब्रोकर कह सकता है कि ऐड मोर मनी इफ यू ऑलरेडी यूटिलाइज योर होल मनी। भी न्यूट्रल हो गया, ऑलमोस्ट न्यूट्रल हो गया। मॉर्निंग पे थोड़ा बहुत गिरा था, रिकवर कर गया, अगेन वापस 4500 के ऊपर है। गोल्ड का जैसा सिनेरियो लग रहा है ना, लुक्स लाइक ये लॉन्ग टर्म में नीचे जाने वाला है, ऊपर जाने के चांसेस लग ही नहीं रहे हैं इसके। नई वेव अब तभी स्टार्ट हो सकती है या तो प्राइस अपना ऑल टाइम हाई ब्रेक कर दे एक बार फिर से प्रॉपरली $5,600 के ऊपर डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे कहीं चला जाए प्रॉपरली ब्रेकआउट करता हुआ, और इट विल जस्ट ट्रैक डाउन टुवर्ड्स $3,000। एज एक्सपेक्टेड निफ्टी अभी भी कंटिन्यूसली सपोर्ट के ऊपर ही है 23,400 430 के ऊपर ही है। देखो कहाँ तक जा सकता है निफ्टी, मैं क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ फ्यूचर में। करंटली आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग फ्यूचर कैन गो, अब देखना पड़ेगा आज ही जाता है या फिर क्या करता है। फ्यूचर कैन गो टुवर्ड्स 23,660 टू 680, इस एरिया के आसपास वापस एक बार जाने की कोशिश फिर से प्राइस कर सकता है। कि अगर 23,680 के ऊपर सस्टेन कर गया, जिसके चांसेस कम है, बट कर जाता है इन केस, देन वी कैन गो टुवर्ड्स 23,750 टू 780। फ्यूचर की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, निफ्टी 50। डे हाई पर है निफ्टी फ्यूचर, ऑलमोस्ट डे हाई पहुंच गया वापस। लेट्स सी कितना और मूव करता है। नेचुरल गैस में भी देखते हैं कुछ ट्रेड बनता है तो
because the oil price is higher. We're around $111 a barrel on Brent. The other side of that trade, though, of course, is travel and leisure stocks are weaker. And Ryanair is the poster child for those this morning because we've had an update from the business. The stock is down by 4%. Others in the sector are also weaker, though, because of the higher oil price. So TUI, EasyJet, all of these down by more than 1.5%. But it is Ryanair that a lot of the pain is focused on, but down by 4%. And this is a day where the management said, Guy, it's too early to give any meaningful guidance, which is obviously something you have to sympathise with because this is just the visibility is incredibly low.
So you don't know, so you've got two issues with visibility, one of which is what's happening with fuel prices, the other one, what is happening with consumer demand. Now, consumer demand can be affected by a lot of things. Broadly, if inflation is going up elsewhere, can I afford to go on holiday? Will I spend the extra money for that extra weekend away? I don't know. So that's a factor. But you've also then got the kind of potential for higher prices coming through. And Ryanair is likely to kind of follow what others do in that space. If others push prices up, Ryanair will certainly follow. It'll kind of move. It'll sort of migrate with them. But they don't have the outlook at the moment. But this morning, in terms of the points doing the damage, where the points damage is coming through, ASML, Novo, Intesa, BNP Paribas. So the banks are in the mix. And then you've also got some of the luxury stocks under pressure as well.
Yeah. So that's the picture across European equity markets then. A negative day in train, down by 0.7% on the stock 600 as a whole. The CAC 40 gets the worst, perhaps, of the losses for the major markets. Let's get some more analysis with Silvia Viviano, who is Global Head of Equity Capital Markets over at UniCredit and joins us now. Silvia, good morning to you. What we've seen over the last week or so is the bond markets really putting inflation fears front and centre. And again, we see reason to do that today, perhaps, with oil prices up by 1.5%. Are you concerned that equity capital markets kind of lose their footing as a result of higher yields, Silvia? How damaging could higher yields be?
Clearly, the risk is there. I mean, we today, after Friday, and also considering today, there might be a shift in the performance of the equity capital markets. Stocks have been performing pretty well. The equity capital markets managed to decouple a bit themselves from what was happening from the geopolitics and from suffering a lot of pressure from volatility. However, we will need to see, right, what's going to happen after today, and what we see on the bond market hopefully is not going to have a strong repercussion into the equity markets, but the risk is there, and this week I think is going to be quite critical.
Right, and your focus is on capital markets, and it's on those companies that decide to come to market to raise money. I mean, how is this, in terms of weighted average cost of capital and all of the other things that might go into the decision-making around how you do that and when? Silvia, what is the higher yield environment doing to corporates' willingness to come forward and look for money?
I think, listen, we have just come out now at 8 a.m. with the announcement of PPC in Greece raising 4 billion equity, right? It's a very fresh news. It's in the energy sector. The company has been performing very well, and it's a company that needs capital to grow. So I think this is quite emblematic of what we are seeing in the markets compared to 2021, where companies were coming to the market because they actually needed money. I don't want to say to survive, but almost to survive. Now what we are seeing is that there is actually a strong access to the market to raise fresh equity and to raise capital, to sustain the future growth, to sustain the new strategic plan, and to sustain some specific sectors like energy, defense, infrastructure that are needed within Europe to foster the growth and try to rebalance a bit what's happening from a geopolitical perspective.
Just picking up on, good morning, Silvia, just picking up on that defence point that you made. The head of NATO over the weekend was calling for European defence companies to do more. How much capacity do European defence companies have to raise additional equity at the moment?
To raise additional equity, there is plenty of capacity in the sense that investors are still, there is still space and room in Europe to raise equity, and investors are still very much looking to get exposure to the European defence sector. The defense company will need to increase capacity from a business perspective, in the sense that in order to sustain and be able to increase the production, etc., they will need to further do more investment to give a push and a booster to their business and to their facilities. So from that perspective, I think defense, like the energy one, is coming from a position of strength, and I think there is plenty of capacity in the market and appetite from investors to deploy additional capital and to sustain these type of sectors, which are going to be critical for the next, I don't want to say a couple of years, it's going to be 10 years plus. So it's a long-term play. and everyone is recognizing it.
Do you think just turning to a sort of another side, do you think the AI trade is an equity trade now, or is it a debt trade? Do you think AI companies are going to issue more debt? We're about to see potentially SpaceX announcing its IPO this week. We've got some very big IPOs coming up. Just in terms of how do you see the AI trade working from a capital markets point of view?
I think there is still space for equity to have an important role in the AI camp. Investments that needs to be deployed into the space is still massive. So that will come and is going to come next to equity. But I don't think the equity trade is close also from an AI perspective. Europe is a bit different, as you know. I mean, we are quite behind from an AI standpoint in terms of sectors, in terms of exposure. So for sure in Europe, I think we're well behind what's happening in the US. The US is much more advanced, but I do believe there is still space and room for equity deployment also in the AI sector, not only in defense or infrastructure or energy.
As we wait then, in following up on Guy's question there, Sylvia, as we wait for SpaceX, for Anthropic, for OpenAI, for Discord, for many others, I mean, what is that doing for appetite for stocks in Europe and for secondary issuance in Europe or initial offerings in Europe? Are we seeing anybody holding back, waiting for this stuff to come to market?
No, we're not. We're not in Europe, and actually to the contrary, clearly there's going to be a lot of paper coming into the US market. And so if anyone is willing and ready to raise capital and is in the right sector now, I think what we're seeing in Europe is actually a willingness to move faster rather than be there and waiting, right? You can raise capital in Europe only, as I mentioned, on some specific sectors, and you need to have a very clear use of the proceeds to sustain your growth. So if you're ready, you come to the market now. Now, if you wait a bit longer across summer, I think SpaceX and all these big IPOs, which are going to be really relevant in terms of size and also very relevant in terms of potential demand capture, right? Because liquidity will be partially drained from this type of offerings. Then I think the European market will benefit if all these offerings are going to be very successful and there's going to be plenty of demand. And then more will come, I think, after summer in Europe, hopefully trying to benefit from the positive momentum that the US has created with this massive jumbo IPO.
So can you just walk me through the mechanics? So, Elon Musk is on the tape right now talking about the fact that he wants to get the SpaceX IPO, quote, going pretty soon. Can you just give me a kind of an idea of the impact that scale of an IPO is going to have around the world? Like, what impact will that have in Europe? Will it pull funds out of Europe? Will it pull funds out of equity funds in Europe to invest in that? What kind of effect are we going to see?
So listen, I think clearly we will need to see what's going to happen, right? Because I think you should not be expecting to launch primary IPO at the same time as the one on SpaceX. I mean, the focus from all the global investors will be 100% dedicated into that. So I guess you will need to play a bit smart in order not to go and compete with such type of offerings. However, I think that, if you need to raise, if it's already a listed company, you need to raise capital, either primary or even secondary, and it's the right sector in Europe, I don't think, if there is a positive market window, I don't think issuers should just be waiting for SpaceX to finish or for after summer. This is a market where trades can get done. You need to find the right window from a volatility perspective and from a market performance perspective. So I wouldn't launch a big IPO in Europe at the same time as the one on SpaceX, but also I wouldn't hold back just because of SpaceX. There will be a lot of liquidity drain, that's for sure. But, there are also several different pockets of demand of Europe, European funds that will need actually to get exposure to the European top players. So we need to play smart and we need to see what's going to happen and a bit also of the appetite of investors of competing offering, right? We will need to see how open they are to further education and discussing with European companies at the same time.
Sylvia, great to catch up. Really useful insight as to what is happening here and the effect that this could have. Sylvia Vivano, UniCredit's Global Head of Equity Capital Markets. Quick look at the call 6. You are seeing it's an interesting morning out there, to say the least. Defence companies are on the front foot, but elsewhere there is significant weakness to be found, pretty much from left to right. As you can see, farmers down, luxury's under pressure, a lot of pressure. Seeing that in the French market this morning. Tech is definitely under pressure. And even names like Nestle, which you would have thought would be a safe haven area of this market, down by 0.9%. We do also have some individual corporate stories to fold in, which are certainly part of the mix this morning. And Charlie's got the details of those.
That's right, Guy. I mean, the big story really was these earnings coming out of Ryanair, and they had a profit beat. But look at how the market is digesting this, down over 3%. So really, traders not liking what they're seeing. The company said they were unable to give meaningful forward guidance for the year ahead. And of course, we know that the oil story really has been negatively impacting not just Ryanair, but a number of other companies in the sector. Speaking of oil, let's take a look, though, at how that is translating to these big European oil companies. We're seeing this big, increase in the oil price, boosting them as well across the board. You've got BP, really the leader here this morning. So again, negative story for travel and leisure, but that oil price, giving a boost to these oil companies. Let's flip and stay in that commodity space and talk about Anglo. Now, we have talked earlier this morning about how they agreed to sell their Australian steel-making coal mines, but, shares down. So the market potentially not liking some of the terms of that deal. That could be putting, something of a dampener on the news coming out of Anglo American this morning on that sale. Let's flip and talk about Publicis, because they have agreed to buy LiveRamp, that is an American AI data company. Now, we know that Publicis has been under threat from a lot of AI technologies coming in, potentially eating into some of their business. So this helps give them a boost, right? That data coming from AI, helping to make the case that companies need Publicis' advertising, their marketing capabilities. And look, the market liking this up over 5%. So giving that AI boost to a company that had been viewed by some as coming under threat from AI. They're in Italy. But again, also here, filtering through into the UK, you're seeing some negativity. Now, we've been expecting some positivity from Standard Chartered, right? They just named a new CFO. That gives a little bit more clarity on management. But this could be part of a larger risk-off sentiment, concerns about banking, concerns about the broader economy.
I think we've got some ex-divs in that sector as well, particularly in Italy. So we'll keep that in mind. But Charlie, thank you very much for that. Charlie Wells with the rundown of some of the stocks that we are focused on. Coming up on the programme, Ryanair firmly in focus, warning of rising costs this year if unhedged jet fuel prices remain at current levels. We'll have more on that next. This is Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
What happened was you were up. Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Earnings season is here.
Certainly valuations have shifted quite significantly.
Maybe a bit of optimism.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We're talking about a move away from U.S. assets. So much corporate issuance.
Let's get the reaction and context.
With the smartest insights.
We're observing what's happening in the Middle East.
The situation is volatile.
We're closely monitoring the impacts on supply chain and logistics.
Cross-border M&A, still such a difficult thing to get done in Europe.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg.
At this point in time on Q1, and much of this is down to the timing of Easter, we think fares will be down mid-single digit. This is the June quarter, and a lot of that's due to the fact that fares were up 8% in the quarter just ended, where the first key week of Easter fell in there. We had a full Easter in the prior year comp. On the peak summer months, visibility isn't as good as it typically would be at this time of year. So at this stage, having originally thought that fares would be up a couple of points when we were setting our budget, fares are trending broadly flat, but that doesn't mean the close-in fares won't go up.
Ryanair's CFO Neil Sorahan joining Bloomberg a little bit earlier on this morning, talking us through the numbers that we've just been seeing from Ryanair. The shares are under a little bit of pressure this morning. We're down by 3 points, let's call it 3.4. We came into the beginning of this year at around 30, which is an all-time high for the stock. It has since retreated, obviously, quite dramatically since then as a result of rising jet fuel prices. The average for the year is 25, but now trading at 21. So we're down quite a lot off the highs. The company warning of rising costs this year. Remember, it's 80% hedged, but that extra 20 is going to cost them. Kate Duffy, our aerospace reporter, joins us on set. Good morning.
Morning.
Cautious?
Fairly, yeah. I mean, what's coming through loud and clear in these particular results are that costs are rising and there's no point in the foreseeable where they're going to be reducing. So what we're seeing is Ryanair is in a good position. It's well hedged, 80% at $67 per barrel. But the fuel bill is increasing. Crew costs are increasing as well under these new formed contracts with pilots. And also aircraft maintenances are going up as well, so with the older jets and some of the engines on the Boeings that they have in the fleet. But in the grand scheme of things, Ryanair is in a pretty good position if you compare it to other carriers. The CFO, Sorahan, was telling me this morning that their fuel bill is up, a few $100 million. If you compare that to the likes of Lufthansa, Air France, IAG, they've reported that their fuel bill is up, $2 billion around about that point. So you can see there is definitely a cost disadvantage with the current situation, but in comparison to other airlines, they are in a pretty good position.
I remember a day when they didn't hedge at all. I'm going back quite a long time now. Let me ask you about the profit guidance, or lack of it. I mean, do you think anyone was really expecting any firm guidance from any player in this sector? Because they haven't given any, but you might say that's reasonable, given the huge amount of uncertainty about when the when the strait opens?
Yeah, I think you've said it there. It's the lack of uncertainty at the moment. This is what a lot of airlines are stating. They don't know when, it's going to get back to a less volatile situation. Economic uncertainty with consumers as well. They're holding back. This is what Ryanair was saying this morning. Fuel is up, which means that ticket prices are higher. They're sort of really concerned and holding back on spending. So this is something that all airlines are reporting, not just Ryanair.
Do I have to start to conjure with a world that is Ryanair without O'Leary? Is that they're talking about his contract?
They are,
which is quite a big deal.
It is a big deal. O'Leary is the face of Ryanair. He is this outspoken, well-known CEO of the airline industry. They updated us in the results this morning saying that the discussions were underway for his tenure, essentially, potentially extending his contract from 2028 until 2032. Everybody, the shareholders, are very fond of O'Leary, of course. They want him to stay on. The board is keen for him to stay on. Sorahan was saying he's got, quote, oodles of energy left. He's very keen on the job. Yeah, no holding back. But we're yet to see. He's obviously got to stay on until 2028 in order to unlock this €100 million bonus that is coming his way. So we will see. But
oodles. It's definitely the metric for energy. Cancellations in the sector, Kate, where are we on that story? We spoke to Goldman Sachs earlier. They were talking about jet fuel, saying we've seen something like 5% cancellations. They say if things stay closed until the summer, we'll see more like 15. What are we seeing in terms of the cancellation story for Ryanair or for others?
It's still very uncertain. We saw a load of cancellations last week out of Heathrow. They were citing weather and ATC. But in terms of jet fuel, we saw a couple of weeks ago Lufthansa cancel about 20,000 flights. So it's big in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, summer is the most profitable time for airlines. So for them to be cancelling flights is a big deal. This is when they're earning the most of their money, when cash is coming in. So we're yet to see. It's really volatile.
Are we starting to see prices going up? Is that already in the mix?
Yes.
To what extent are we going to see, and how much more tolerance do you think there is? What are analysts saying about how much tolerance there is for rising ticket prices?
Well, in the US, we know that the airlines don't hedge their oil, so therefore their ticket prices are immediately going up. We're seeing that. But we are kind of seeing it in Europe as well. As the situation progresses, the oil that the airlines hedge is going to be more expensive. So we are gradually seeing ticket prices go up. If you just have a quick scan of even European flights, I've done it myself this weekend, you can see the price increase going on, and it does make you think, do I want to spend more money on even just low-cost flights travelling across Europe? So I think consumers will be making that decision. Do I want to go in the premium economy, or shall I cut back and stay in economy?
Kate, thank you very much. Kate Duffy with the latest on the Ryanair numbers. Let's stick with corporate news flow this morning. Standard Chartered has named Manus Costello as its new chief financial officer, promoting a former research analyst and critic of the bank to replace Diego De Giorgi following his abrupt departure in February. For more, our EMEA finance editor Tom Metcalf joins us now. Good morning, Tom. So we were wondering, the CFO, the previous CFO, left. It was quite a surprise, wasn't it? So it's taken a while to replace him. Now, this is not somebody coming straight from being an analyst to becoming Standard Chartered CFO. He's been there a little while, but not very long. So what's the backstory to Manus?
Yeah, no, he joined Standard Chartered in 2024, so our listeners may be more familiar with him as his co-founder of Autonomous, which is a sort of very well-regarded equity research outfit. And I think my sense is he joined Standard Chartered precisely because he was having these very kind of forthright, direct conversations with Bill Winters, who thought, wait a minute, I'm learning a lot every time I speak to this person, let's bring him into the fold. But absolutely not a Standard Chartered lifer. And, I think what's really interesting about this is it certainly suggests he might well be, in years hence, a contender for the CEO role. Obviously, a CFO is always someone people will look at if they're looking for an internal replacement for Bill Winters whenever he does finally decide to step down.
Rachel Reeves has got a lot going on in her life at the moment.
Yes.
I think she's at a G7, isn't she?
I think she is.
She's in Paris, so even more going on.
Yes, probably quite a nice place to be, considering what is happening in London right now. There has been this deregulation push in the UK to try and think about ways in which we can get the finance sector to maybe deliver a little bit more. It's kind of a double-edged sword in many ways. Tell me about this idea that maybe we kind of slightly put a few gaps in the ring fence around UK banks.
So it's been like kind of in the ether for a while, and we know they're reviewing it. And then over the weekend there was a report that basically Reeves has decided to effectively, wasn't quite clear what the detail was, but basically enable more finance into the UK economy via bits that previously are sort of ring-fenced off. So the sense of kind of that regime is loosening a bit. You look at the bank shares today, they're not really moving too much, partly probably because this is broadly expected, and perhaps also because it seems like, it will be evolution, not revolution. So, but certainly banks like Lloyds, HSBC have all been calling for this. I think for me, the most interesting thing is probably the bank with the sort of biggest, sort of almost skin in the game, where it would want the ring fence and you think to be relaxed, is Barclays. But they're actually saying, no, we'd prefer it to stay, which I think shows, it's one of those things so far down the line now, all these systems are in place, and some people are, viewing it as a sunk cost, and guess what, we'd rather kind of keep that.
We've invested a lot of money in this.
Exactly.
Tom, thank you very much indeed. Tom Metcalf joining us on what is happening in the banking story. Up next, we're going to turn to the commercial real estate story. Investors there increasingly looking to diversify. We'll be joined by the CEO of CBRE UK and Ireland. That conversation is next. This is Bloomberg.
Is the Vivian Tom clientele?
Yeah, power women, like the dragon. Dragon women. They're lawyers, they're CEOs, they're all important decision makers, women in the world.
Why do you position your products for this group of women?
When I started, designing, I always want to do something that is empower women.
When you take a look at your store, there is something for everyone. Take a look at the T-shirt, for example.
My customer growing, like 30 years already, so they become more powerful. I also want to grow my Gen Z audience too, They are like in the 20s, so it's a more affordable price for them. And then, my powerful women's daughter wearing their mom's dresses, and they feel that the power, the energy. So now they come back to the store and they buy more.
Earnings season is here.
Earnings season begins. Let's get right to it.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Netflix here crossing the terminal.
Let's go to a retailer, Urban Outfitters.
I'm looking at shares of Paramount Skydance.
Morgan Stanley, another monster quarter.
A lot still to come.
With the smartest insights.
What are some of the sponsors and some of the CEOs talking about here?
I think the biggest risk continues to be that inflation gets imported around the world again.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg.
When it matters, investors turn to Bloomberg surveillance.
I said it maybe even on your show here.
I hear you guys talking about this a lot.
Our investors are really thoughtful. They're engaged. They listen to your show.
As a number of people you've had on your show have mentioned.
The three of us have talked about it on this show many times.
I think you find, and you've heard this on your show.
We've already talked this morning on your show. As you know, and you cover every day on Bloomberg.
You've heard a lot of guests talk about that.
I think your show is incredible.
Bloomberg surveillance. We're talking about it.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas.
Bloomberg This Weekend.
Hey guys, Nifty future देखोगे first resistance पे पहुंच गया. Nifty future hitting the first resistance 23,660 to 680. 680 के ऊपर नहीं जाना चाहिए. 680 के ऊपर अगर sustain कर गया तो फिर हम थोड़ा सा और ऊपर जा सकते हैं 23,760 to 23,780 के आसपास. This is the first resistance. एक बार हिट कर चुका है, यहाँ से सेलिंग आ चुकी है, दूसरी बार आ रहा है, आते ही रिजेक्शन ले लिया. कल एक्सपायरी भी है, ध्यान रखना, साइडवेज गया तो प्रीमियम नहीं बढ़ेंगे. रिजेक्शन ले रहा है क्रूड ऑयल भी। देखो एक फर्स्ट टारगेट की ओर आ रहा है, देखते हैं ये यहाँ पर रुकेगा नहीं रुकेगा। डे लो कल का लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन का लो इम्पोर्टेंट है। रिजेक्शन ले लिया है 23,600 नाउ। देखो गिरना है तो जल्दी गिरना चाहिए यहाँ से, ज़्यादा देर रुकना नहीं चाहिए। अगर रुका तो फिर 23,680 के ऊपर ब्रेकआउट के लिए चला जाएगा। उस केस में 23,660 680 तक भी जा सकता है, वो भी एक रेजिस्टेंस है। ये टेस्ट हो चुका है एक बार, दूसरी बार आया था आज। नीचे आता है तो डेलो के अराउंड आने के चांसेस बनते हैं फिर निफ्टी के 23,430। ठीक है, देखते हैं 130 के बाद शायद थोड़ा और मूव कंटिन्यूएशन में चले निफ्टी में. It taken the rejection from that future zone. काफी हेवीली थीटा डीके हो रहा है ऑलमोस्ट. थोड़ा सा भी मूव प्रीमियम बिल्कुल शार्पली करेक्ट हो रहे हैं. मार्केट अगर देखोगे डे लो से काफी ऊपर आया था, बट फिर भी एट द मनी में कॉल साइड के प्रीमियम उतने बढ़ नहीं रहे. थोड़ा सा भी डाउन आ रहा है तो मार्केट सडनली गिर जा रहा है. 23,600 ब्रेक हो गया है फ्यूचर. टेकन द रिजेक्शन अगेन एज आई सेड 23,660 टू 670 के बीच में. 670 तक गया था, रिजेक्शन लिया है. देखते हैं कितना गिरता है. नीचे स्पेस तो है, काफ़ी है. 23,430 तक 420 तक जा सकता है लॉजिकली. विल इट गो डायरेक्टली और कंसोलिडेट एंड गो टुवर्ड्स द नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस? ठीक है, दो पॉसिबिलिटी. या तो डायरेक्टली जा सकते हैं जो सपोर्ट लेने फ्यूचर चार्ट, या फिर हो सकता है यहाँ पर कंसोलिडेशन करे और 23,680 के ऊपर ब्रेक करके नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस तक जाए. फिर उस केस में ये भी देखना पड़ेगा जहाँ से भी सेलिंग आई है रेजिस्टेंस जोन, क्या ये रीटेस्ट हुआ है या फिर नहीं. 30 पॉइंट तो मिल गए उसमें. $23,650 call drop from 130 to 95 now. ठीक है, अगर ये यहाँ पर कंसोलिडेशन नहीं करता, ही गिरता और है तो 23,650 कॉल विल गो टुवर्ड्स 60 एज वेल. ऑलमोस्ट 60 पॉइंट्स का प्रीमियम ड्रॉप. क्रॉस पर रख के ट्रेल कर लो. ठीक है, एक्सपायरी बहुत पास में है तो ऑप्शन बाय तो नहीं करते हैं. किसी ने पुट लिया है तो वो ध्यान रखना निफ्टी 50 में, क्योंकि पुट के प्रीमियम जो मैं देख पा रहा हूँ. देखो आईवी जब भी हाई होती है ना, ऑप्शन बायर्स के लिए अच्छा नहीं होता है. ऑप्शन सेलर विल ऑलवेज टेक द एडवांटेज बिकॉज फ्री का मनी है वहाँ पर. जितना आईवी है मान के चलो उतना पॉइंट फ्री का मनी है वो. तो ऑप्शन सेलिंग इज मोस्ट प्रेफरेबल. ऑप्शन बाइंग तभी प्रेफर की जाती है जब एक तो इंडिया विक्स लिमिट के अंदर हो, 12 13 14 के आसपास हो, एंड आईवी भी आपके 12 13 के आसपास हो. 14 से ज़्यादा तो बिल्कुल नहीं होनी चाहिए, और 10 से कम है तो फिर तो 99% ऑप्शन बाइंग ही करो, क्योंकि वो बिल्कुल ऐसा है कि लाइक 10 रुपये का प्रीमियम 100 रुपये जाएगा, 100 का 400 जाएगा, इस तरह का सिनेरियो होता है. बट वेन एवर द आई वी इज़ हाई, लाइक जैसे मैंने मॉर्निंग पे बताया था आपको 24-25 का आई वी चल रहा है, स्टिल 24-25 का आई वी है एट दी मनी में. इंडिया विक्स भी देखोगे दैट इज स्टिल इंक्रीजेस. मॉर्निंग पे भी 19 पे था, 19.60. तो वॉलेटिलिटी वेरी हाई, फेयर काफ़ी ज़्यादा है. क्लियर साइन. ठीक है, इसलिए मार्जिन भी थोड़ा एक्सपायरी के दिन बढ़ जा रहा है. टेल रिस्क बहुत ज़्यादा हाई होता है नॉर्मली एक्सपायरी वाले डे. तो निफ्टी 50 की एक्सपायरी हो, सेंसेक्स की एक्सपायरी हो, ऑलमोस्ट 20% एक्स्ट्रा मार्जिन ले रहे हैं ऑप्शन सेलिंग में. साइड में चला जाए मैं तो कह रहा हूँ. रेजिस्टेंस को ट्रेल करना अगर यहाँ से किसी ने सेल किया है निफ्टी 50 में, नहीं किया है तो दोबारा मत करना। अगर अब वापस आया सेम रेजिस्टेंस के आसपास 23,660 680, तो हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे ब्रेकआउट हो और मार्केट नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस की ओर जाए फ्यूचर में 23,760 780 के आसपास। बाकी अगर यहाँ कंसोलिडेशन भी होता है तो भी ऑप्शन सेलर के लिए बढ़िया ही है। तो नेचुरल गैस में कुछ खास तो है नहीं करने के लिए 295 96 के आसपास मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली शायद एक रिजेक्शन लेने की कोशिश करे प्राइस तक तो क्रूड ऑयल मुझे लग रहा है आना चाहिए अब 10,050 10,060 तक वहाँ पर चेकआउट करेंगे, रुकेगा या नहीं रुकेगा। अगर वहाँ होल्ड नहीं करता है एनी हाउ इट विल ब्रेक द 10,030 या 10,000 के नीचे सस्टेन किया, देन वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट इट विल गो टुवर्ड्स 9,400 एज वेल। ठीक है, ये भी सपोर्ट है, बट इसके लिए प्राइस को इस सब लेवल को ब्रेक करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। एज एक्सपेक्टेड साइडवेज हो गया निफ्टी। थीटा डी के कितना हो रहा है मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले आप लोगों को बताया 23,650 का कॉल शॉर्ट का जो था प्राइस जब आया था 23,660 के ऊपर फ्यूचर में, वहाँ से मार्केट अभी देखोगे, अभी थोड़ी देर पहले वैसे गिरा तो लगभग 70 पॉइंट, अभी सिर्फ 46 पॉइंट गिरा है। वो 23,650 का कॉल 130 का के आसपास का हाई बनाया, 120 के आसपास शायद मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली एंट्री बनी होगी। वहाँ से 95 गया, 100 जा चुका है, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट प्राइस जितना गिरा था उसका आधा ही गिरा है, बट भी प्रीमियम सेम ही अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 25 to 30 पॉइंट डाउन दिखा रहा है अभी भी। तो थीटा डिके इज एग्रेसिवली हाई है, प्लस आईवी काफी हाई है, तो थीटा डिके को और हेल्प कर रहा है। फ्री का मनी कह सकते हो ऑलमोस्ट। थोड़ा सा भी डायरेक्शन पकड़ लिएगा डाउन ट्रेंड में, ये सीधा 60 जाएगा। लेट्स सी, देखो कंसोलिडेशन नहीं होना चाहिए यहाँ पर, एज आई सेड अर्लियर। अगर ये निफ्टी कंसोलिडेशन करता है 23,660 के नीचे, तो फिर चांस बन सकता है 23,680 फ्यूचर में ब्रेकआउट का। उस केस में 23,760 780 तक चले जाएंगे नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस तक। और अगर ये कंसोलिडेशन के बाद या फिर डायरेक्टली गिरता है नीचे, तो नीचे भी स्पेस है 23,400 430 तक। वी नीड टू सी पहले सपोर्ट पे आएगा या पहले रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक करके दूसरे रेजिस्टेंस तक भी जाता है और वहां से भी लिक्विडिटी ले लेता है। एक जगह से तो ले चुका है, दूसरी बार आया था आज अब इस रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे। बाकी नेचुरल गैस मुझे कुछ खास लग नहीं रहा करने लायक, ट्रेडेबल इवेंट तो कुछ भी नहीं है इसमें मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। तो ज़्यादा रिस्क तो लेना मत नेचुरल गैस में। एक मेजर रेजिस्टेंस था मार्केट में, ऐसा लग रहा था फ्लैट ओपन होता तो सेल करते, वहीं से ऑलरेडी ऊपर चला गया। अब गैप अप ओपन हुआ था रेजिस्टेंस के एंड कंटिन्यूएशन में चला गया, तो यहाँ पर जो सेलर है अगर आना होता तो प्राइस को पहले ही ले आते नीचे, नहीं कर पाए हैं। इसका मतलब कहीं ना कहीं सेलर हैंड वीक है आज के दिन। अब जो भी मैं सेलिंग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ दैट जस्ट फॉर अ प्रॉफिट बुकिंग, कि मार्केट परसों भी थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम में था, गैप अप हुआ है, उसके बाद एक और मोमेंटम है कि थोड़ा प्रॉफिट बुकिंग में आ जाए और फिर लोअर एंड से बाइंग आए। तो ज़्यादा रिस्क नहीं उठाएंगे इसमें भी। सेलिंग एग्रेसिव हो सकती थी अगर 288 के नीचे जाता या ओपनिंग में इसके नीचे ही रहता।
Lagging their seasonal patterns, but they're still rising. Vehicle traffic still pretty stable, and then consumer confidence has been hit. But if I look at the US, I think the picture is a bit more nuanced. It looks a bit like the tax refund story is supporting the consumer for now. And then the AI story as well, I think, is helping keeping financial conditions a bit looser than you'd otherwise expect. So you put all of that together, and it's still not a weak enough demand story to really bring inflation down yet.
Laura, I mean, it's difficult to see also how the Middle East ends, right? Because we're kind of in a limbo, and even when we had hope, then it goes back. I mean, are you expecting a kind of large market correction because they were just too optimistic?
I think what we're watching for is certainly around the timeline that we've seen economies they've really looked to alternative sources of supply to try to mitigate the shock. We've seen China, we've seen India, Southeast Asia countries actually pivot more towards coal. Instead of oil and gas, we've seen a sharp increase in coal imports there. But as well, countries like Europe have actually sourced alternative supply. But these are very kind of temporary stopgaps. It extends the runway, but I think once we reach the crucial point where those supply constraints will really start to materialize, that's when I think we could see markets reprice to some of the growth effects. And as well, we are still seeing this resilience in economic data. If we start to see that materialize in the hard economic data, I think that's, again, where we could see some of those growth expectations reprice, given the second order effects. Markets have been so focused on the inflation dynamics, but really we've seen, stocks remain quite resilient. I think that's abetted by the growth dynamics.
I mean, two specific stories we're also focusing on. So one is China, where the economy has significantly slowed down, and now there's talk about possible stimulus. And then, of course, we also have to mention the UK. But on China, your take, Laura?
I think China is actually proving to be, better than expected in terms of their resilience to this economy, to this shock. I mean, yes, we saw the data this morning, but it's really more of the domestic story that's been struggling. I think going forward, though, we still expect ample stimulus. I think this key kind of guidepost that we're watching for is how much fiscal stimulus will come through across developed markets. We're hearing anecdotally of it even coming through the UK. They just don't have the fiscal capacity to absorb any support for cost of living to households. Whereas Japan, we're seeing them bring forward that supplementary budget. There is more fiscal space there, so maybe the bond market can absorb it. I think the UK is really going to be a tricky dynamic going forward.
Yeah, what happens to gilts from here?
Yeah, I think the politics don't help the situation where you already have the UK with an inflation problem to begin with, or one of the sticky inflation problems. You layer politics on top of that. But I have to say gilts markets have actually traded pretty well in the last 2 weeks. If I look at the 10-year yield, it's only moved up by the same amount as the US. It's done about 10 basis points higher than Germany. So considering everything that has been thrown at it, I think it's trading pretty well. Having said that, I don't think we're out of the woods yet. So I do think in the coming weeks there's going to be a difficult conversation between bond investors and politicians. Our view is that, underlying view is that in the medium term, sensible heads will prevail. And the right policies will be chosen, but there may be potentially an attempt to see what they can get away with first. So, investors like us, we do fund the UK government. What we would like to see is respect for current fiscal rules, or at the very minimum, additional spending that actually increases the potential output of the UK economy. So things like R&D incentives, skills and workforce development, investment in energy security. Because I think, like Laura said, the fiscal room for the UK is so small. So every additional pound that's being spent really has to increase productive capacity rather than just support today's consumption.
Yeah, and the other story, which we were even talking about before, is actually the rate differential between, for example, an ECB and the Bank of England. I guess at the best of times was hard to justify. So what does the BOE do next?
I think the Bank of England faces a very tricky balancing act, but I struggle to see them being able to hike rates in this backdrop where we're already seeing a deterioration in the economic outlook. Looking at the labor market figures, they have kind of shown unemployment has been, elevated. We're seeing job market looseness come through. So I think the BOE will be forced to keep an extended policy pause. And if anything, the markets are already doing a lot of their heavy lifting for them, pricing in those 3 rate hikes. I suspect, though, that's a pretty consensus trade to not kind of go into the BOE hiking 3 times. The ECB perhaps is one where if they do hike rates in the near term, they probably have to kind of cut rates subsequently because of the growth shock that will materialize.
Thank you both for joining us. What a terrific way to get started on a Monday morning. Kim Crawford, Global Rates Portfolio Manager at JP Morgan Asset Management, and Laura Cooper, Global Investment Strategist and Head of Macro Credit at Nuveen. Coming up, as President Trump renews pressure on Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, we'll talk to Azadeh Zamirirad from the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. We'll look a way forward for diplomatic efforts. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Earnings season is here.
Earnings season begins. Let's get right to it.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Netflix here crossing the terminal.
Let's go to a retailer, Urban Outfitters.
I'm looking at shares of Paramount Skydance.
Morgan Stanley, another monster quarter.
A lot still to come.
With the smartest insights.
What are some of the sponsors and some of the CEOs talking about here?
I think the biggest risk continues to be that inflation gets imported around the world again.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
Breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
We've got 80% of our jet fuel hedged at $668 a metric ton, which is down from $760 a metric ton last year. Those hedges run out to the back end of March 2027. So we're in a very, very strong position. We plan to grow by another 4% to 216 million passengers, having got the last of the game-changer aircrafts in.
Well, that was Neil Zorahan, the Ryanair chief financial officer, who told Bloomberg it's too early for any meaningful profit guidance given the conflict in the Middle East. Now, President Trump has once again warned that the clock is ticking for Iran, with the two sides still far apart on any deal to end their war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Well, this comes as authorities in Abu Dhabi say a drone attack sparked a fire at a nuclear plant on Sunday. Well, joining us now in London is Giovanna Borsecci, Bloomberg's Horizons Middle East and Africa anchor. First of all, it's great to have you in London, so welcome.
Good to be here, Fran.
Where do the U.S. and Iran actually stand on a possible deal?
Yeah, well, you know, we're back to where we were a couple of weeks ago. And remember, before the Trump-Xi summit, everyone was hoping that maybe we'd get a diplomatic breakthrough, that somehow China could exercise their influence and bring Iran back to the negotiating table, get them to make some concessions. That has not been the case. And if anything, the rhetoric once again has worsened. We've seen this Truth Social post from President Trump overnight warning that there's literally a ticking clock right now. And threatening Iran to come back to sign the peace deal. Now, Iran, over the course of the weekend, various Iranian media outlets have put out notes saying, comments saying that what the U.S. are demanding is too maximalist. Many of the demands are demands that they simply will not subscribe to. And so there is talk once again of a potential resumption of hostilities, a potential return to kinetic action. And it seems as though President Trump, as we were discussing a couple of weeks ago, has to make a decision now. Do they go down the route of, once again, another military escalation, targeted strikes, targeted operations to extract that highly enriched uranium, or continue with this blockade that would put, in theory, a lot more economic pressure on Iran, hopefully with the view that then they would be more amenable to some of the demands that the U.S. is asking out of them.
And Joanne, talk to us about this drone attack on Sunday.
Yeah, that was a big deal, Francine, because there was a drone attack at a civilian nuclear plant in Abu Dhabi. It caused a fire. Now, thankfully, no radiological incident, no injuries, but still very marked escalation from where we were a couple of days ago. And of course, you know, we are in the middle of a ceasefire, and the fact that these attacks are still happening on the UAE is significant in itself. And by the way, it wasn't just the UAE. Saudi Arabia overnight also intercepted 3 drones. But they also say that they were fired from Iraq, not from Iran. And so one of the other questions that people are beginning to ask here is exactly how much influence does Iran have over its proxies in the region? And is there a real fear that other proxies are acting independently and causing so much trouble, in which case, you could see, again, once again, a broadening out of this conflict.
Jumana, thank you so much. Jumana Bersetchi there with the very latest, of course, on Iran and the U.S. Now, for more analysis on Iran, let's also bring in Azadeh Zamirirad, head of Africa and Middle East research at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. Azadeh, thank you so much for being with us. How far away do you think we are to a diplomatic solution?
We are pretty far away to any kind of diplomatic solution. We've seen an exchange of different suggestions with regard to negotiations. We've seen an exchange of different conditions, preconditions for even being willing to enter any kind of new round of negotiations. So we are worlds apart when it comes to that. And all the kind of conditions that we've heard so far from each side are basically mutually exclusive and just simply incompatible. So what we see now is a very difficult situation. That is that we are thrown back to a couple of weeks ago before a ceasefire was announced, where back then there was hope on both sides that they could use this time of the ceasefire to find some kind of negotiated solution. And now we have to fall back onto options that were previously discussed. And these are mostly military options. But still, I think both sides are trying to push forward with their brinkmanship, trying to put pressure on the other side so it doesn't come to this next round of escalation. But we might end up there anyways.
But what kind of proposal? I mean, at the moment, as you rightly say, the proposals between, Iran and the U.S. are miles apart. Is there enough common ground to think of a way forward? Or are we going to have this status quo unless we have military intervention?
I think unless there's some willingness on both sides to make more concessions, more major concessions, we will end up in a new phase of escalation. We have a number of issues here when it comes to these incompatible negotiation stances. Some are about sequencing, some are about substance. When we talk about the nuclear file, I think there is some space for common ground when it comes to highly enriched uranium. I think compromise could be reached there. Iran, for instance, has suggested to downblend part of its highly enriched uranium, and part of it is willing to ship abroad. The United States wants all of it to be shipped abroad. Iran says we're not going to do that. If we do that, we want some sort of guarantees that we could retrieve that uranium in case the United States would violate any kind of deal. So there's some room here, there's some base here where we could find ground for compromise, but there are other areas where it's far more difficult, and it has a lot to do with sequencing. So who starts first when it comes to lifting a blockade? So should Iran go first when it comes to allowing transit? Should the United States go first and stop its blockade of Iranian ports? Even here, I think confidence-building measures could move things forward by having, let's say, a 30-day period where both sides would be inclined and willing to step back. But again, we are still so far away from it because the list of demands on both sides is just too long.
Azadeh, talk to me about China. Where is China in all of this?
I mean, what we've seen here with the Trump trip was that we cannot really expect China to be a way out of this war at this point, at least not on U.S. terms. I think there were two things that Trump was hoping to get out of Beijing. One was China's willingness to stop purchasing Iranian oil, and the other one was Chinese support for reopening the strait. And Trump essentially got neither. So what we see is China being uncomfortable with the situation, not wanting to continue with this type of blockade and disruption of critical energy flows through the Strait of Hormuz, but at the same time unwilling to publicly at least put this kind of pressure that the Trump administration was expecting or hoping for on Tehran. And we haven't really seen any clear formal or public commitment to playing a mediating role, a more active role. So I think we might expect more efforts from China, more involvement down the road. But if it's going to come, then it's going to come on its own terms, and certainly not after a visit by Trump and not on U.S. terms.
Azadeh, how weak do we understand Iran, or how strong do we understand Iran to be, both economically and militarily?
I think on the economic front, Iran has been struggling a lot. We see fuel shortages. We see the domestic pressure rising. At the same time, Iran speculates that it has a higher tolerance for this type of economic pain than the average American voter. It sees that midterms are on the horizon. It can see how the domestic pressure is also rising in the United States due to increasing fuel prices. It also speculates that internationally pressure is rising economically fast and faster than pressure is rising in Iran. So that's on the economic front. When it comes to the military front, I think what we have seen in leaked reports of U.S. intelligence suggests that Iran has been able to retain around 2/3 of its missile capabilities, that it has apparently also been able to access around 90% of its underground missile arsenal, which is a huge problem for the United States because it essentially means that Iran has still the capability to reach neighboring countries and to destroy or at least target badly damaged critical infrastructure, including energy infrastructure. And it also means that Iran still retains the capacity to disrupt transit and passage through the Strait of Hormuz. And this makes the situation so much more difficult. It very much looks like Iran has the economic and military capacity to drag this along, to continue for months to come. And it, again, speculates that the other side doesn't have that much time.
And so how do you think this ends?
Well, I think unless there's some kind of understanding in both Washington and Tehran that some concessions have to be made, we will unfortunately enter a next round of major escalation. It's unclear yet what this escalation will look like because all the options that we can talk about these days are pretty unattractive from the U.S. point of view. They could go for ground operations to try to retrieve the highly enriched uranium or try to seize a strategically important island in the Persian Gulf. They could also just go for stronger military strikes against Iranian infrastructure, military sites, but also energy infrastructure. But then again, they would risk massive retaliation from the Iranian side on two fronts. One option for Iran would be to retaliate against Gulf energy infrastructure, which would be huge because it would mean essentially doubling energy prices potentially in the Gulf. Or Iran could even take the conflict to the next arena, which would be this Bab el-Mandab. So a lot of bad options on the table now.
Bad outcomes. Azadeh Zamirullah, thank you so much for joining us. This is Bloomberg.
Eternal life, a concept that has captivated the imagination of humans since the dawn of time. I'm David Rubenstein. The advances that have been made in science recently has made it possible for people to live much longer than they would have otherwise lived decades ago. With innovation exploding, it's harder than ever to know what's real and what's just hype. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life.
It is at front and center of what we're trying to resolve and understand.
Americans need to know they are at risk of dying from the next pandemic.
What we really need in our lives is to build community.
Knowledge is power. The generation before us, cancer was considered a sign of weakness, and many never talked about it.
Longevity without health is not valuable, but if you can maintain health, people are productive when they're older.
Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
When it matters, investors turn to Bloomberg surveillance.
I said it maybe even on your show here.
I hear you guys talking about this a lot.
Our investors are really thoughtful. They're engaged. They listen to your show.
As a number of people you've had on your show have mentioned.
The three of us have talked about it on this show many times.
I think you find, and you've heard this on your show, we've already talked this morning on your show, as you know, and you cover every day on Bloomberg.
You've heard a lot of guests talk about that.
I think your show is incredible.
Bloomberg surveillance, we're talking about it.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern every weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London, and these are your top stories. The U.S. and Iran remain far apart on a deal to end the war, triggering a rout in global bond markets and increasing the pressure on President Trump. G7 finance ministers gather in Paris following last week's summit between Presidents Trump and Xi in Beijing. Plus, UK investors on edge as Labour leadership candidate Wes Streeting calls for Britain to eventually rejoin the European Union. So let's get more on the political uncertainty in the UK with Joe Mays, Bloomberg's UK government reporter, who's also in Paris for the meeting of G7 finance ministers. Good morning, Joe. So could a return to the Brexit debate hurt Keir Starmer's leadership rivals?
Yes, so it could. Wes Streeting coming out and saying he supports the UK ultimately rejoining the EU does actually put some pressure on Andy Burnham, the other big leadership rival in this story, who we know has to win a by-election in Makerfield, and that's a seat in the north of England that voted to leave the EU, and that put pressure on Burnham to really reiterate his stance, which is that he also supports the UK in the long run rejoining the EU, and that could hurt his chances in that seat given the historic Brexit vote there was there. So we already have this game playing going on between two leadership rivals at a time where we nevertheless have a Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, still in post, but often it feels like he's in office but not in power at this point.
Joe, what does this political uncertainty mean for UK assets?
Well, we've seen this quite consistent trade where any time it looks like Keir Starmer is threatened or perhaps on his way out of office, then the pounds, gilts suffer because there's this perception that whoever comes next is likely to spend more, perhaps borrow more, because they have to win Labour leadership contest and win over the support of party activists who are seen as more to the left than your average voter. So we could see those spending promises, spending commitments in a direction that gilt investors, pound investors are pretty unsure of in terms of the potential inflationary effects, how interest rates might have to rise, and so on. So really there's a risk here around UK assets because of this political uncertainty.
Joe, just finally, I know Rachel Reeves is there at the G7. There's also Andrew Bailey from the Bank of England. But is there anything that could save Keir Starmer right now? I don't know whether it's a cabinet reshuffle or something more drastic. But what are you hearing?
Well, I think the big thing immediately would be if Andy Burnham does not win the Makerfield by-election, does not win a seat to return to Parliament, and then suddenly Keir Starmer would have one less big rival trying to take his position. That would help him a lot, but we have this 6-week period now, or even a month period, where we're waiting to see what the result of that by-election is. So, every day that passes, Starmer's still there, he could remain, but he needs his leadership rivals to suffer.
Joe, thank you so much. Joe Mays there in Paris for the G7. We'll have plenty more, of course, throughout the day from Paris. Now let's get more on the UK political outlook with House of Lords member Jim O'Neill, former UK government minister, former chairman of Goldman Sachs Asset Management. Jim, as always, thank you so much for joining us. Look, I don't know where you see the UK going next, but what are investors thinking? I guess if you're a big investor, maybe American investor, kind of thinking about what you do with your money in the UK, what are the 1, 2, 3 priorities that you need in the next couple of weeks?
I think a lot of investors are thinking pretty similar to a lot of sane human beings, that what on earth are we doing to ourselves in this country? It's just picking up on some of your previous chatter. It's like 10 years of this, and it seems to show no end. So what we need is, I guess it's tricky, a tricky combination of some bold and clear leadership to get us sustainable growth without any inflation. Secondly, linked to that, in my view, we need a leader that's going to stop being so obsessed with social media and sound bites and actually have a clear strategy of what matters and stick to it. And thirdly, it's got to be financially credible in what is a world full of seemingly never-ending shocks and challenges from various parts of the world, not least the United States, but also obviously linked to that, the Gulf and God knows what else.
But Jim, I mean, would you say that, it's unclear, Keir Starmer is not inspiring. I don't know whether he's done anything really wrong. But is it the right time to replace a Labour leader now, or is it just the party kind of making waves because the political landscape is changing with the Greens and Reform?
I mean, to some degree, like I sort of joked about, but more, it's almost like the country's in some kind of game show where the tolerance of voters for whoever they give a chance to is extremely short. And if there isn't some miraculous solution within a few months, out they go and in comes somebody else. And then sort of sucked into this game is the whole sort of Whitehall, Westminster mile, where there is, and in some ways, this sort of focus over the weekend about the EU rejoining topic epitomises it. In my view, we need people that are really going to be more honest and open with the country and have bold leadership ideas and stick to them. And I don't know when it's going to come, but at some point, and it could be out of this contest, and I'll come back to your specific question as set. That's what we need, and the country will respond to that instead of just being dragged around in this sort of strange, persistent, almost self-damaging game. On the leadership of Keir Starmer, I mean, he had a huge majority, although it was a weak mandate from the public. But the reality is he appears to have lost the support of his own party with this big mandate. And so within this game, people want change. And if Andy does win Makerfield, then the momentum behind Andy to replace him will become huge. But whether he wins that or not is obviously a huge issue.
Jim, you know Andy Burnham pretty well because of all your work around Manchester and, tried to revitalise also the North. I mean, investors today view potential Burnham premiership as a risk to fiscal discipline. Do you think that, it is a risk?
Well, I think it's pretty important. I noticed that wasn't mentioned by the others. Over the weekend, and I think in some of the media this morning, Andy's allies have, I think, gone out of the way to say that they would stick to the current fiscal rules. And so far, at least this morning, the gilt market is a bit calmer than it was on Wednesday through Friday. And I think that's important. And it goes to the three things I said. We need some clear ambition and focus and things that are really going to get us into sustained growth, but at the same time, financial stability. And I think what the market's worrying about the last 3 days of last week is that we'd get an end to these fiscal rules and all sorts of promises to further spend government money, but without any clear framework for how that would be keeping financial markets happy. And on top of the fact we've got oil prices still so strong and again rising this morning and bond markets elsewhere, the UK's got to get real. We have to have a proper framework. There are so many things that are chipping away at our finances, and luckily it seems as though Andy's colleagues have got that message over the weekend and are putting that out this morning.
Jim, talk to me about, who's the right person for the leadership? And is it the same person that can, unite the country, that can also unite the Labour Party?
Well, I have to emphasise, Fran, as you know, but I am a crossbench member of the House of Lords, so I have no political skin in the game with any political party. But that said, I'm also kind of free to speak my mind, as I tend to do anyhow. The country needs somebody that's got proper ideas and ones that can get the support of people. Nigel Farage appears to be doing that in his own sort of, in my opinion, slightly odd way. And indeed, if the financial markets really start to believe he might be the next Prime Minister, then they'd be pretty upset, to put it mildly, in terms of bond markets as well. But what we need is somebody that's got some proper plans. What Andy has inherited and taken to another level in Greater Manchester is very exciting. It's the best economic story in this country, and Andy's sitting on top of it. So he can bring that energy and enthusiasm, but he's got to have a proper framework for dealing with these other issues. And there are so many sacred cows, whether it be the triple lock on pensions or misplaced welfare payments or the never-ending rise of NHS spending, the inability to reform the housing market. All these things are, any politician, whether it's Farage or anybody else, they're petrified of dealing with them, and they seem to think the things that would cause harm. But in my very strong opinion, I'm in the process of trying to publish something about it, dealing with some of those things would transform the view of investors about the UK and make people think that we can have sustained positive growth again in the future, irrelevant of which political party they're coming from. But somebody is going to have the self-belief and confidence to do that, and hopefully the sooner the better.
Jim, you're still, of course, known as the man who coined BRICS, and I know you're working on a platform. There's the G7 finance ministers meeting in Paris today. For a G7 country like the UK, what do they need to work maybe closer with BRIC countries? I know you're putting out a platform, but is there something that's low-hanging fruit that would really help the UK?
Well, thanks very much for asking that. Indeed, hopefully today this new platform, at least its website, will go live. In this sort of divided world, the whole purpose and DNA of it is to, instead of it being us versus them, or let's call it the G7 versus the BRICS, its whole purpose is to try and promote in this still globalized world on so many issues, that we can't solve them unless it's talking with each other as opposed to at each other. And in that regard, there are many things that the G7 and countries, particularly with our history of the UK, can be a lot more outward looking at, whether it be global climate change, infectious diseases. We've got an Ebola outbreak in Africa again overnight, sadly, and issues to do with international financial stability. And at the core of this right now with the Iran war and oil price increases, there is no way that's going to get solved unless some of the BRIC countries get more skin in the game to try and help solve, which obviously Trump has probably tried late last week on his visit. But as with every other genuine global crisis since the Asian crisis in '98, the idea that G7 leaders or finance ministers can solve these things on their own is just basically bonkers. And so, yeah, we got to start thinking more on this topic, as we do here domestically in the UK, more seriously and with true awareness and boldness, rather than living in sort of weird, historic, narrow-minded caves.
Jim, don't hold back. It's always great to speak to you. You'll have to come back on Bloomberg when you properly launch the project. Jim O'Neill, House of Lords member and former UK government minister. Now, as we were talking with Jim, G7 finance ministers are meeting in Paris against a volatile global backdrop. The French finance minister, Roland Lescure, spoke about the stagflation dynamic in Europe with our Oliver Crook.
I think the economy is proving quite resilient. As you know, the European economy is not that exposed to the volume part of the shock. It's a price shock, for sure, on oil, on gas, and other commodities. But so far, there's a slowdown, but there's no recession, so no stagflation. And inflation is on the rise, but we haven't seen, thank God, in a way, any second-round effect either. So less growth, more inflation, but so far, we're not in a recession, and we're not in a high inflation. It has to be monitored. Central bankers are going to be here today and they're probably going to be telling us that, but so far so good.
And one place where things may not be so far so good, we're starting to see indications of, is within the bond market. Global yields rising, across the world. We're seeing a lot of different sort of red indicators. You've obviously worked in the world of finance, so you're looking at the bond market. What is the bond market telling you right now?
Well, it's telling us that there's a high uncertainty on both fronts. Well, on three fronts actually: growth, inflation, and public finance. And this is the main reason why we in France decided to be very nimble with our budgetary response to the crisis. We've put money, not much money, very targeted on the sectors that are highly on the front line: farming, fishing, transportation. But for all of that, for all of the other sectors, we feel that we are better protected because of our energy mix, we're less exposed, and therefore we should make sure that we're nimble with our public finance. The public euro is rare, so it should be used scarcely. And I think this is probably, in a way, the signal that the bond market is telling us. Guys, make sure that you react without, going too far down the budgetary line, because we know it's a supply side shock. You cannot deal with a supply side shock by subsidizing demand. That doesn't work.
But looking at the sort of dashboard of all the sort of data, obviously we have two wars going on that have massive impacts on the global energy markets. We have yields, and we have interest rates likely going to rise in Europe and across the world. In part as a consequence of that, you have at the same time, borrowing costs rising. You have at the same time fiscal space is just not where it used to be. Don't you see the potential here for all of the ingredients for something disorderly to happen, and at the same time, equity markets vertical in the United States?
Thanks for lifting my spirits. But this is exactly why we're here. This is exactly why we need to engage and discuss all of that, to make sure that we exchange on the best practices and the things we shouldn't do, to engage with the central bankers so that they can tell us what they're going to be looking for in order to avoid second-round effect. I mean, this is a time where, as you said, risks have risen. And when risks are rising, we need to make sure that we, as drivers of the global economy, we're not the only ones anymore, which was the case in the 70s when this was created. We have our eyes on the ball and making sure that we're doing the right things, because we can't do the right things. Coordination, engagement, nimble public finance, targeted help, and obviously, hoping that the resilient economy will still proven. At the end of the day, the main challenge is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We know this. Hopefully it's going to happen soon.
So what do you need to know from Scott Bessent, who I understand you spoke to yesterday, you'll be speaking to obviously over the next couple of days? What do you need to know from the U.S. administration?
How did the China trip go? Obviously, we're very interested in the way the conversation between China and the U.S. is. I think he's convinced, at least the conversations I've had with him have tended to show me that this is open, this is important. What's happening here? The fact that we can engage on global imbalances, on raw materials and critical minerals, on the help that we can provide with developing countries faced with that crisis, and on the crisis itself. We can engage, we trust each other, and I think we've built over the last 6 months a good enough relationship that we can say that. We're going to see, hopefully we'll have a communique that's going to send a signal to the world and to the markets. And then, we need to keep on working. We need to keep on working because the job isn't done yet.
Well, that was the French Finance Minister, Roland Lescure, speaking with us on the sidelines of the G7 meetings in Paris. Coming up, the World Health Organization declares a global health emergency after an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo spreads to Uganda. We'll have the latest next, and this is Bloomberg.
Weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. The stories informing finance with Bloomberg Markets. And rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. A different topic every weekday, now for a full hour only on Bloomberg Television.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
The World Health Organization has declared a public health emergency of international concern after the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. Well, Bloomberg's Jennifer Zabazaja joins us from Joburg. Jen, what's the situation like on the ground?
Yeah, Fran, this has been quite an escalating situation. What we do know, the WHO, as you were just mentioning there, declaring this a public health concern on Sunday, and that is because really this disease seems to have gone undetected for a number of weeks. What we know at this point in time is that there are just about 350 suspected cases, just over 91 deaths reported in northeastern Congo. What you just mentioned there, neighboring Uganda has just about 2 confirmed infections and 1 confirmed death as far as we know. But really the concern here is this disease has a very high infection rate, just about 90%. And for many governments, they consider this a threat to national security. Ebola is highly infectious, and because this has gone potentially undetected for quite some time, this could have been this could be more widespread than actually anticipated. And unlike previous Ebola strains, the last Ebola outbreak that we had reported on and we had seen in this part of the world, in West Africa, the Zaire strain. This is a new strain. It does not have a vaccine. And so this is really the cause for concern at this point in time, and why we're really hearing from a number of governments and also health officials about what we're seeing in this part of the world.
Jen, how might cuts to also U.S. foreign aid impact the response?
It's really, it's complicating it, Fran, at this point. And we're hearing from the WHO because what we've seen in the past is that the funding and the support that we have seen from USAID and also from the CDC has supported things in the past, like training epidemiologists. We've also seen expanded laboratory capacity, supporting vaccine deployment. Of course, we know that last year President Trump decided to decrease and cut USAID funding, and so that could severely impact the response to this particular strain of Ebola. We've also heard from U.S. officials that potentially this could impact disease surveillance and also emergency response capacity in fragile states. And we're talking about this happening in countries where they're already seeing increased pressure on infrastructure and on their own health programs. And so the fact that we have seen decreased health funding over the past few years just complicates potentially what the response is going to look like, what detection is going to look like, and ultimately potentially what vaccine deployment is going to look like. So it's really a complicated fact here. And Fran, just one point that we actually have been reporting on quite extensively, and that's a study that was published in Science Journal back in May, actually found that the U.S. aid funding withdrawal last year actually contributed to increased conflict in heavily aid-dependent parts of Africa. So potentially that adding another increased complication to what is increasingly becoming a concerning situation as far as the health situation in Africa right now.
Jen, thank you so much. Jennifer Zabazaja there with the very latest, of course, on that outbreak. Now, authorities in Moscow say the city and surrounding areas were hit with a record wave of drone attacks over the weekend. Around 80 strikes killed at least 3 people and injured more than a dozen. Russian authorities say an oil refinery was also hit, while the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky describes the operation as retaliation following last week's Russian drone attacks on Kyiv. And Spain's ruling Socialist Party has suffered its worst result ever in Andalusia, the country's biggest region. Now, the opposition People's Party held on to power despite losing support as well. And The Information is reporting that BlackRock is looking to invest $5 to $10 billion in SpaceX's initial public offering next month. Well, Bloomberg has previously reported that SpaceX has confidentially filed for its IPO and seeks to raise as much as $75 billion at a valuation exceeding $2 trillion. Now, for more on SpaceX's IPO plans, let's bring in Bloomberg's Charlie Wells. Charlie, always great to speak to you, so thank you so much for joining us. Now, public filing actually has come as soon as this week. So what do we know about this potential IPO?
Francine, they're getting ready for takeoff, and everyone's been waiting for this, right? This is the most hotly anticipated IPO. It will be the largest IPO of all time if all goes according to plan. And what we're starting to get is this timeline coming into focus. Everyone's been waiting for this. So what we're seeing is this potential filing as soon as Wednesday, and then official marketing would take place starting from June 4th, according to people familiar with the matter, a pricing on June 11th, and then the next day, that listing. So this timeline really starting to come into focus.
I mean, it's they need so much money. And so there was this BlackRock, story reportedly wanting to relatively, up its relatively small exposure. Does that mean others could do the same?
It's fascinating, Francine, because this is the world's largest asset manager. And what we know, according to this report in the information, is that they hold actually a relatively small stake in SpaceX right now compared to the likes of, say, Franklin Templeton. So an indication of high demand.
Musk says he's not selling his shares. So what does that mean?
He's got diamond hands, right? We've heard this when he talks about Tesla. We know that he really kind of is the chief marketer for this and really, I think, really wants to make sure that this is a success, that this is an IPO pop as opposed to an IPO flop.
I mean, this is a huge deal. Are people excited? What are you hearing from, investment managers? I'm excited.
Huge moment. I mean, look, we see on the institutional side the likes of BlackRock saying that they want to get more involved. And we know from the retail side, there is so much excitement. There have been a lot of retail investors trying to get in through, funds, through sort of private investing in ways that they've never before. And that just speaks to the demand, to the interest here. But this is not risk-free, right? We're coming at a time of volatility.
Yeah, and also, I guess, the personality of Elon Musk is hit and miss.
He is a key actor, and we know that in a lot of ways that is a benefit, but we also know from the past that that is definitely a risk. There's that key man issue here, but as he has made clear, according to his recent statement, he's going to hold on to these shares. And I think that's one of the key concerns. Is there too much excitement about SpaceX? We have this huge potential for valuation. I think they want to make sure to indicate that there's a lot of demand going into this.
Charlie, as ever, thank you so much for joining us. Charlie Wells there with the very latest on this SpaceX IPO. Now, stocks falling again because of the stalemate between the U.S. and Iran that is driving oil prices higher. That is fueling wagers that central banks will probably have to hike interest rates to curb inflation. Some looking at bond yields climbing to multi-decade highs on this oil-driven inflation risk, but also fears that, governments will ramp up borrowing to cushion rising living costs. Up next, it's Bloomberg Brief, and this is Bloomberg.
What happened was you were out.
Tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the U.S. or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Durrett.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Raffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Watch, listen, stream.
It's 5 a.m. in New York City, 10 a.m. in London. Good morning. I'm Bonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for the day. Bond yields from Japan to the United States extending their rally, with markets pricing in a move towards a Fed rate hike here in the United States. This all as oil prices rise, with Washington and Tehran stuck in gridlock over any deal. And the White House announcing a farm goods agreement with China following the Trump-Xi summit. Let's get a check on markets around the world now. First, let's go to Winnie Su in Hong Kong for the latest from Asia. Winnie.
Good morning, Bonnie. We're seeing Asian stocks under a bit of pressure today, with oil rising for a third day on these inflationary concerns. Now, we did have a set of numbers from China coming through, which all turned out to be quite disappointing, from fixed asset investment to retail sales numbers, all missing estimates and pointing to a slowdown in the economy. Now, bucking the trend, you're looking at South Korea's Kospi index actually rising after Samsung Electronics said that they are in negotiation with its biggest labor union. Now you flip the board and take a look at Asia bonds, as you mentioned, tracking those declines globally, especially with Japan's 30-year bond yield here hitting its highest level since 1999. Also goes to show how you still have these concerns around fiscal policy, with Prime Minister Takaichi now announcing an extra budget due to these concerns around the impact from the Iran war.
Winnie, thank you so much. Winnie Su there in Hong Kong. Now let's get over to London for a look at Europe. Here's Charlie Wells. Charlie.
Good morning, Vonnie. Well, it's those bond yields across the continent that really are in focus this morning. So we're seeing a little bit of easing in the UK, and that's after a lot of concerns here, a lot of elevation over the past few days. But you had some comments coming from Andy Burnham, the front runner in that potential leadership contest here in the UK, talking over the weekend how he supports fiscal rule. So that could actually be giving just a little bit of easing here, despite a lot of the uptick that we've seen, especially relative to the other yields across the continent. Let's flip and talk about sterling, because we're seeing a little bit of a similar story here. We know that sterling had been flirting with some of its lowest levels so far in 2026, but we're seeing a little bit of easing this morning, potentially on the back of some of those comments over the weekend.
Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Wells there in London. Well, here in the U.S., let's keep the Strait of Hormuz in focus. It is still closed. Brent crude trading above 110. And in fact, the December contract for both Brent and WTI hit records today, having an impact on futures, although we have now turned positive barely on NASDAQ 100 futures. And if we flip up the board and look at bond yields, that's where we'll get most of our market signaling today, right? Again, we're easing off the extremes. We actually topped 410 on the 2-year earlier on. We're now at 4776. The 10-year 459.34, and the 30-year yield also coming back a basis point, but we had topped 513. Ed Yardeni talking about perhaps the market sending a little message to Kevin Warsh, the now new Fed chair, and saying that it will have to pivot the FOMC to lacking an easing bias, that by April, and that perhaps by July we'll actually get a rate hike. But the market is very concerned that Kevin Warsh will tolerate inflation for longer. All right, let's get to some individual stock movers now. Here's Chloe Melly in London.
Good morning, Bonnie. Let's start with some M&A this morning. The French advertising company Publicis is buying LiveRamp in a $2.2 billion deal, and that is leading to a massive rally in those LiveRamp shares this morning, more than 26%. And we are also seeing shares in Publicis rise in Paris this morning, because it's a transaction that will really boost its AI capabilities as well. So we're seeing this deal be reacted to very positively on both sides this morning. Moving on to another M&A story, and Dominion Energy is also rallying this morning. It is up more than 10% as NextEra Energy is said to be discussing a deal that would value Dominion at $66 billion. So that would be the largest power deal on record, and we're seeing that reflected in those shares this morning. And finally, United Health is down. It's a little bit weak this morning after Berkshire Hathaway exited its stake in the company. The portfolio changes also included shedding companies like Amazon, Visa and MasterCard, but we're seeing United Health in particular see that weakness this morning, down about 5% on the back of that.
All right, Chloe Melly, thank you so much. She'll be back later in the hour. Also coming up this hour, more on this market with Sharon Bell of Goldman Sachs and a closer look at the US-China trade deal with Jude Blanchett of RAND China Research Center. Oil then rising for a third day as President Trump keeps the pressure on and grows impatient with Iran, posting on Truth Social, quote, "The clock is ticking and they better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence." Bloomberg's Jumana Brzezinski joins now for more. So once again, this pressure on Iran, rhetorical pressure. Jumana, are we seeing anything physical or kinetic?
You can see it in global markets today, reacting to the real possibility of a resumption of hostilities. And also, Vonnie, I think it's important to note that we are in a very different environment in terms of sentiment, expectations than we were a couple of days ago before that Trump-Xi summit. A lot of people were placing hopes on some form of a diplomatic breakthrough after the two leaders met. And instead, we got a lot of platitudes out of the Chinese president and Chinese foreign ministry, but nothing really that would suggest that they're going to actually exert any influence in terms of bringing Iran to the negotiating table. And if anything, the sentiment has taken a way turn for the worse overnight. That Truth Social post, as you were saying, another threat coming through from President Trump, suggesting that the clock is ticking and Iran don't have a lot of time anymore to come to the table and agree to that peace deal. Now, over the course of the weekend, we've also heard back from the Iranian side, Iranian state media suggesting that what the U.S. are asking for is still too maximalist. They say that these are not demands that they can consider yielding to or making concessions to, and so still very, very far apart. At the same time, we speak of even more activity in the region. Yesterday, on Sunday, a drone struck a nuclear facility in Abu Dhabi. This is a civilian nuclear facility. It accounts for about 25% of the electricity generation in Abu Dhabi. It caused a fire. Thankfully, no radiological leaks. But again, another reminder that Iran can continue to cause damage on energy infrastructure. Equally, overnight, Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Defense saying that they too had intercepted 3 drones coming through from Iraq. So once again, we're in a situation where ultimately President Trump has to make a decision. Do you go down the path of another round of kinetic military action, or do you continue with the economic blockade? Because as it stands right now, we are still in a state of impasse.
All right, Jumana, thank you so much. Jumana Brzezinski there for us in London today. Over in Washington, the White House announcing China has agreed to buy at least $17 billion worth of agricultural products from the U.S. through 2028, as well as to establish boards of trade and investment following last week's summit between Presidents Trump and Xi. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Brendan Murray. Put this figure into context for us, Brendan. What is it annually, and how does that compare to what China used to usually buy from the U.S.?
Yeah, so $17 billion in agricultural products, and those are U.S. exports to China, would really just put put China back to where it was a couple of years ago. It would import about 20 to 25 billion, and so and they stopped those essentially over the past year during the trade war as Trump rolled out all of his tariffs. So really, this is just resetting the relationship on the ag front back to where it was, and you can see that in the price of corn and soybeans and wheat today. They rose a little bit, but they didn't retrace all of the losses that were posted last week when the summit yielded somewhat disappointing results for American farmers.
Brendan, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Brendan Murray, our trade czar. G7 finance officials meeting in Paris, meanwhile, amid that global bond sell-off and, of course, the stalemate with Iran. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent asking the G7 nations and others to, quote, follow the sanctions regimes so that we can crack down on the illicit finance that is fueling the Iranian war machine and get this money back to the Iranian people. Bloomberg's Oliver Cook is live from Paris, where the officials look to be taking a family photo right behind him right now. So, Ollie, will anybody listen to the Treasury Secretary and do his bidding?
Well, that's a big question, Vonnie. I think that for some of the Europeans in G7, potentially it's an opportunity to get on Team Trump on some of these issues on Iran, where they've been really reluctant to do so in any sort of kinetic or military fashion. And we've heard a lot of dissatisfaction from the President of the United States being very critical of G7 nations for not participating in the war in any sort of active way. So potentially, potentially additional sanctions on Iran is something that the Treasury Secretary has sort of floated and put out there. Is there some way that maybe rhetorically, in some way, the G7 can get on board with that to try to get onto a sort of more of the same page with the Trump administration? But again, if we're talking about additional sanctions on Iran or enforcing the sanctions on Iran, sanctions are a very sort of slow-burning impact that you have on the Iranian economy. That does not sound like a war that is about to end, and that is the main concern for finance ministers and central bankers governed over here, is to see what the impact is going to be economically, not just on inflation, but again, on this economic side. The French economy is a very good example, who's hosting this meeting today. They stagnated in the first quarter, and this conversation about stagflation is getting louder and louder and louder, and it is now spilling into the place where it really matters, Vonnie, and that is the bond market.
Absolutely. I mean, these are finance ministers for the most part, Ollie, but how much is the conversation around central banks coming up given this move to higher bond yields globally?
It's a very active conversation. I think for the finance ministers, there's going to be a lot of conversations between them and the finance ministers. You'll see behind me there, Christine Lagarde is there. So are the heads of the other G7 central banks, with the exception of the Fed, obviously, because there's a transition happening there. But we're going to have this conversation about the read-through, right? What kind of fiscal policy can you have, can you implement to dampen the energy shock while not stoking inflation? I think it's going to be a very active conversation for everybody in the room behind us. And also the nature of this inflation, Vonnie. As we've learned over the last few years, all inflation is created differently. Is this inflation that is going to stay segregated into the energy sort of side of things, or are we going to talk about an extending to other parts of the inflation complex? And that is the big concern for finance ministers who are gathering here. And we'll have a very interesting conversation with the head of the Bundesbank and the French Central Bank tomorrow, and we'll ask them exactly that question.
We cannot wait for that. Ollie, thank you so much. That's Oliver Cook in Paris, where, again, there's a family photo happening behind him with the G7 ministers. So don't miss Oliver's exclusive interviews. He's got the Bank of France Governor François Villeroy de Gallo and the Bundesbank President Joachim Nagel. They're both coming tomorrow. Now to other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. Elon Musk says he's back in Texas working on plans for a SpaceX IPO. Musk spoke virtually at the Smart Mobility Summit in Tel Aviv. Sources say the IPO could happen as soon as this week. The company is looking to raise as much as $75 billion on a valuation of more than $2 trillion, making it the largest IPO of all time. China's growth slowed across the board in April. Investment resumed declines, consumption deteriorated, and industrial production grew at its weakest pace in nearly 3 years. The slowdown is renewing calls for more aggressive stimulus. Hedge funds and asset managers piled into bearish sterling option bets last week after Andy Burnham secured a pathway to challenge Keir Starmer for UK Prime Minister. The bets signal fears a potential Burnham premiership could mean looser fiscal policy. Coming up, stocks falling as oil climbs. More with Sharon Bell of Goldman Sachs. This is Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. The stories informing finance with Bloomberg Markets. And rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
You've seen the bond market very concerned about the conflict, what the impact to inflation is going to be, how central banks are going to have to respond, and yet the equity market has been able to look through it and really focus a bit more on the tech side and continued underlying macro strength in key parts of the world. There is a risk that if the conflict extends and you see this continued rise in oil prices, then the bond yield side then becomes something that the equity market can no longer ignore. So it's almost a key transmission for the equity market to really sit up and take notice of the risks around the geopolitical crisis.
All right, that was Seema Shah there. Stock futures lower here in the United States after the S&P 500 snapped its record rally. Oil climbing higher as well. We did hit that record, though, of 7,501, and it's just a little bit off that right now. Joining us is Sharon Bell, Senior Equity Strategist at Goldman Sachs. Sharon, you concentrate more on European equities, and that's not been quite the case with European equities. Does this global bond sell-off really impact things further in Europe, or can Europe look through some of that, global bond sell-off as well?
Well, I think a lot of the global bond sell-off centres in Europe. Europe has got inflation concerns. It's an energy importer. It's got weak economic growth, which doesn't help it at the moment because it's also got quite constrained fiscal positions in many countries, France, for example, but also the UK, where there's also political concerns too. So I think definitely it's a restraint on European markets.
So investors are getting less compensation for owning stocks over bonds in Europe at the moment. I mean, in that situation, what do you do? Do you just get out of stocks completely?
Look, I think that it is fair to say that the European market, it may have underperformed the US and Asia this year, but it's still done okay, and it would have still outperformed bonds. And I guess the advantage of equities over bonds at times like this is equities are, to some extent, and the corporates behind them are some of the reason for the higher inflation. They're passing on the higher prices and therefore making more money in nominal terms. Equities provide you some sort of hedge to higher energy prices because, of course, Europe also, although it isn't a big energy producer, there are a lot of energy companies within the context of the index. So I do think that somewhat European equities hedge some of these risks, but not completely. And you could see both bonds and equities sell off at the same time.
Which is what we have been seeing, from time to time, regularly, in fact, in the United States. The thing is, we just had a blowout earnings quarter in the United States. What's the outlook for earnings across Europe and margins in particular?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I wouldn't describe the earnings season in Europe in quite the same wonderful terms as you had in the US. I mean, in the US, the consensus now expects over 20% earnings growth this year in the S&P. I mean, for Europe, it's pretty good. Double-digit earnings growth expected by the consensus this year as well. And you might think, well, where is that coming from, given that European economic growth is quite weak? European companies are global in their exposure. And yes, we don't have the same proportion of tech companies in the index, but we do have a lot of commodity stocks in the index. We do have some tech companies in the index. We have industrials in the index. We have utilities in the index, all of which are growing pretty well. So actually, yes, there is a contingent of the European market, which is also gaining and seeing good earnings growth out of this, but not as good as the US. We saw an upside surprise to the earnings season, but more like low single digits rather than the surprises that we had in the US, which were much bigger.
We had a really outsized move in gilts, obviously, with all the political turmoil in the last couple of days. How many hikes from the Bank of England do you see this year, and will that calm the UK bond market?
Well, I don't think it would calm the UK bond market if they're being driven by higher inflation. And of course, the bond market is also worried about political risk as well. So it doesn't seem to me that hikes would particularly calm the market on either of those fronts. But we're not looking for hikes, actually, and we're very different from the market in that context. We think the Bank of England's more likely to pause rather than raise rates because, yes, we do see inflation being sticky and higher now, but we see weak economic growth and we see a weakening labour market as well. So there's a balance for the Bank of England to think about here.
That would be quite the eventuality if the Bank of England doesn't hike at all this year. In that scenario, then, what would you be looking to get into in terms of equities if there weren't to be any hikes? What would look attractive right now?
Well, I think... I would base my view on equities and where to go within the equity markets, less on the hiking chances, but more on where can you get growth in Europe. It's in Europe, a little bit cheaper than elsewhere, still have a lot of growth in them. Renewables companies in Europe, we need a lot of energy, maybe aerospace and defence as well, given that Europe needs to step up its spending there. So that's where I would be homing in.
Sharon, at what point does Brent crude become, much more of a problem for European companies? Are you surprised that they've been managing to hold up so far? I mean, we're at 111 a barrel now on the front month contract.
Yeah, I think we are surprised. The whole market's surprised in a way. We went into this, we would have expected probably higher oil prices than we actually have, given how long the Straits of Hormuz have been closed. But anyway, even with oil prices in the early hundreds, we're not seeing necessarily the damaging impact on growth that perhaps people may have expected inflation. So, yeah, I do think it will be a nasty mix for the second half of this year.
All right, Sharon, we're looking forward to having you back. Sharon Bell of Goldman Sachs there calling for no hikes from the Bank of England this year. Coming up, President Trump's latest construction venture, a helipad. A look at that and what else is making headlines in your front page news. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Players is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard.
Oh boy.
Can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead.
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
This global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that. And the speed of the business has never moved faster.
My career might stop, but I'll still be driving something.
Yeah, probably very fast.
Yeah.
This is so exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
The
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in one.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Bonnie Quinn in New York. Time now for your front page news. First up, the Financial Times reporting defense companies are pushing Washington to delay a ban on Chinese rare earth magnets. The FT says some defense groups want more time to comply with the prohibition on sourcing certain rare earths that go into fighter jets and weapon systems. That ban is due to go into effect January 1st. Next up, the Washington Post reporting President Trump plans to build a helipad at Brent crude topping $110 a barrel once again. Coming up, the new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh stepping into his first full week as inflation fears grow.
Everybody has a moment where they put into action all they've practiced, where they step up to a challenge and either succeed or fail. But what are those moments for some of the world's most influential leaders?
It was a rough and tumble world, and I thought, okay, I can rise up, I can play this game, and I did play the game.
It was great, and it was depressing, and it was disappointing.
My chair at the time sat down with me and said, "Succession starts now."
I'm Francine Lacroix, an award-winning journalist. For the last 25 years, I've interviewed world leaders, bank bosses, even fashion icons. I'm often asking about the news of the moment. But I've always been curious, who are these people as leaders? Join me for the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. I'll start your week with conversations that explore what drives the world's most influential people, how today's leaders got to where they are, where they're going next, and how they've transformed their organization in the process.
Make decisions. A poor decision is always better than no decision.
You have to have truth tellers around you, and you have to be willing to listen.
You don't want to be setting strategy in the middle of a transaction, that's for sure.
Do it for the right reasons. Don't do it because of FOMO.
We'll also learn lessons which we can apply to our work and daily lives. Tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
It's 5:30 a.m. in New York City, 10:30 a.m. in London. Good morning. I'm Bonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for the day. Bond yields from Japan to the United States extending their rally, with markets pricing moving towards a Fed rate hike. This as oil prices rise, with Washington and Tehran stuck in gridlock over any deal. And the White House announcing a farm goods agreement with China following the Trump-Xi summit. So let's take a look at those markets then. We have Brent crude trading above 110 a barrel. The December contracts on Brent and WTI are at records today. S&P futures, as you might imagine then, pointed lower. That's after Friday's decline as well. But nevertheless, we had 7 straight weeks of gains. Even with that decline on Friday, it wasn't enough to erase the weekly gain. Nasdaq 100 futures also pointed pretty fractionally lower. Mark Chandler of Brown Brothers Harriman saying this global bond rout is edging towards dangerous territory, and we're seeing that around the world today. But if we look at the United States, treasuries are sort of off their lows. We have the 2-year yield at 408.18 now. It had topped 410 earlier. The 10-year yield had topped 460. We're back below that level. Same with the 30-year yield. We were about 2 basis points higher earlier, but still we're basically in a new range at this point. It is fascinating to watch this global bond move. As Ed Giordani says, the bond market giving the new Fed chair a big Bronx cheer on Friday. We'll see if that continues. Let's get to some individual movers now. Here's Chloe Melly. Chloe.
Good morning, Vonnie. It's a massive rally for LiveRamp this morning, up more than 26% as it is getting bought by the French advertising company Publicis in a $2.2 billion deal. And we've actually also seen Publicis shares move higher this morning in Paris because it is a transaction that will really boost its AI capabilities. And so we are seeing this deal being seen very positively, very much across the board this morning. Moving on to Dominion Energy, another M&A story. Dominion is up this morning in pre-market trading about 11% as Next Era Energy is set to be considering a deal for that company that would value Dominion at about $66 billion. That would be the largest ever power deal. And so we are seeing that reflected in those shares this morning. And finally, Regeneron Pharmaceuticals is down. It's seen a bit of weakness this morning in pre-market trading, down more than 10% after some disappointing trial data on a skin cancer drug, with analysts saying this is yet another disappointment in terms of R&D for that company, and it's piling even more pressure on that stock.
Chloe, thank you so much. That's Chloe Melly there in London. Let's get back to the bond market now. The sell-off easing just maybe a tiny little bit, at least in the United States. Still, yields elevated around the world as oil prices rise, and this new scenario is emerging. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Ven Ram for more. Ven, is this just a repricing to reflect reality, inflationary reality, or are we getting into what Brown Brothers Harriman's Mark Chandler is calling a danger zone now?
Well, it's definitely in the danger zone if you're talking about the longer dated yields, Vonnie. I think that the 30-year yield at 512, it sounds like an opportunity of a few years, because you've got to understand what's going on with the rate setup. As you mentioned, inflation is becoming a big entrenched problem, and my suspicion is that the front end of the curve is underpricing the risk. The long end has woken up to the risk of inflation staying higher for longer. But if you look at the front end, the 2-year yield, it was below 4% until a few days ago. And I had been calling for a long time that was unsustainable. Now we have seen a move towards 410. I think that we are going to stay in a 410 to 420 range broadly here until we know which way Kevin Walsh is going to be inclined. Of course, we haven't heard very much from him since he was nominated to office, but we will see in the coming weeks. I think that they will have to revise up their summary of economic projections to acknowledge that inflation is on the upside, and their core PCE forecast of 2.7% for 2026 looks completely diminutive and out of date.
Yeah, and I mean, this bond market is basically saying, come on, you need to hike, at least with levels that we're seeing now. How long would the new Fed chair tolerate no hikes, assuming that's what the FOMC will allow him to do or come to a consensus on then?
Well, I think that, the markets may be reading Kevin Walsh wrong. I think, but if you look at all his previous pronouncements before he wrote that piece on Wall Street Journal about how rates can go lower, all his inkling was a more hawkish leaning than someone of a dove. And I think that he may well surprise the markets by saying that, look, you know what, this war doesn't lend itself to an environment where rates can go lower. So I think that he may at the most stay put on rates for a couple of months before having to raise rates.
Yeah, Ed Giordani saying July, if not June, we will need to see a rate hike. Ben, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Ben Ram joining us. Rising fuel prices hitting the airline industry, with the Ryanair CFO warning of higher costs due to jet fuel prices earlier on Bloomberg. Have a listen.
We've got 80% of our jet fuel hedged at $668 a metric tonne, which is down from $760 a metric tonne last year. Those hedges run out to the back end of March 2027. So we're in a very, very strong position. We plan to grow by another 4% to 216 million passengers, having got the last of the game-changer aircrafts in.
Joining us now with more is Bloomberg's Kate Duffy. So Ryanair hedges, Kate, hedges a lot, but some other airlines don't. We've already seen Spirit fail. What's next for the industry?
Well, it's yet to remain clear what's yet to happen. But in terms of Ryanair, I mean, what's loud and clear in these results are that there are increasing costs, and it's not likely that they're going to come down anytime soon. They're complaining about crew costs going up. Also, aircraft maintenance are on the rise with older jets and with older engines under the wings of those aircraft as well. And on top of that, there's the rising fuel bill. And when I was speaking to the CFO this morning, he said that the fuel bill will increase by a few hundred million. But in comparison to other airlines, they're in a pretty good position. IAG, Lufthansa and Air France are all reporting fuel bills higher than 2 billion euros, or around about that mark. So in the grand scheme of things, Ryanair is pretty well positioned in comparison to other European airlines.
And the board very happy with Michael O'Leary already discussing extending his contract to 2032. But he has said in this earnings post call that some airlines may go bankrupt, Kate, and I guess there could be a lot of consolidation in the industry as well. You know, what are we looking at here? Is Europe going to be worse hit than the United States?
Well, what we're seeing is a huge divide between how well the airlines are faring in this quite tricky environment. As we've discussed, costs are going up. So the airlines such as Ryanair, who have got quite thin margins but are making a lot of money, are doing well. There are other airlines that maybe are faring not so well. They're struggling with the increase in costs across the board. And so this leaves a lot of opportunities for airline groups such as IAG or Air France or Lufthansa to come in and acquire these airlines. At the moment, we're seeing Air France and Lufthansa in the race for TAP, the Portuguese state-owned airline. IAG has pulled out of that race, but has said recently that it's open to opportunities in the market. So it yet remains to be seen as to what exactly they would be interested in buying, but there is a huge separation between the various airlines at the moment financially.
Kate, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Kate Duffy. And do tune into our interview with Ryanair CEO Michael O'Leary. That's on Surveillance at 8 a.m. Eastern. Now to other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. Elon Musk says he's back in Texas working on plans for a SpaceX IPO. Musk spoke virtually at the Smart Mobility Summit in Tel Aviv. Sources say the IPO could happen as soon as this week. The company is looking to raise as much as $75 billion on a valuation of more than $2 trillion, making it the largest IPO of all time. China's growth slowed across the board in April. Investment resumed declines. Consumption deteriorated. And industrial production grew at its weakest in nearly 3 years. The slowdown is renewing calls for more aggressive stimulus. And it's the first workday since the Long Island Railroad stopped service Saturday. Workers walked off the job following a stalemate on labor deal negotiations. The MTA, which runs New York City's subways, buses and commuter rail lines, is advising people to work from home if possible. Coming up, Jude Blanchett of Rand China Research Center joins for a closer look at the US-China deals. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
About 80% of projects will find it difficult to secure financing. And this is really all because of the
term, so to speak. I think the Trump administration gets some breathing room from more intense China competition as it's dealing with a whole host of issues. You just talked about some of these with the previous guest. And for China, they get this new framework of a constructive U.S.-China relationship of strategic stability, which for them essentially tries to lock in the U.S. for the next few years and give them the space to say any new competitive action from the U.S. violates the terms of the truce.
Yeah, I mean, did Beijing gain any leverage with this summit, for example, on arms sales to Taiwan or in other areas?
Yeah, I mean, coming out of the summit immediately, I would have said no. But then, of course, we've had remarks from the president on Air Force One and in an interview with Sean Hannity, but especially the Air Force One arguments did seem to give us a whole new challenge to wrestle with, which is the president said openly that the arms sales was a key point of the discussions, that he hasn't made up his mind. He doesn't want a war right now, and that he'd have to think about it, essentially. That was pretty striking. And you saw Ambassador Greer, U.S. Chair Greer, tried to, I think, sharpen the remarks a little bit on the talk show circuit yesterday. But look, that's a pretty big statement from the president, and certainly has, folks in Taipei, probably folks up on the Hill, pretty worried right now about what the president is going to do ultimately on this arms sales package.
Right, because if he didn't dismiss it out of hand, and if he basically said there was a lot of discussion about it, then that puts it in play for China. As you say, if the U.S. breaches what China now considers to be maybe some kind of an agreement, even if it wasn't publicly spoken, then China has leverage, right? I mean, what would happen if the president delayed arms sales to Taiwan? Would that be a huge signal to the world?
Look, it's tricky now because I think to some extent the administration has created a bit of a box for itself, that even if it was already considering, the arms sales package is already, quote unquote, delayed. I think the question was it going to go forward in the full package? Was it going to be split up and sort of drip fed through as a way to get Taiwan the arms they need, but not create a political spat with China? Now, kind of whatever
cyclicality ratios pick back up. So things like consumer discretionary versus staples, banks versus utilities. I'd like to see some life out of those. Transportation come back before I would really deploy into the cyclical areas of this market.
Liz, good to see you. As always, Liz Thomas there of SoFi. That last note is really important. That's the debate right now. Do you catch up or do you catch down? Jonathan Krinsky of BTIG, semis are likely to catch down to the rest of the market as opposed to the other way around. Now, he's a technical strategist, and I have to say, my words, not his, he sounds super bearish right now, just going through his coverage of things over the last week.
Yeah, he's been incredibly bearish in terms of the equal and opposite reaction of what we've seen in terms of a hyperbolic move. He cited M&M. Oh, there goes gravity when he was talking about what he expects. But at a certain point, you start looking at this and saying, so someone is wrong, right? Either we are underestimating what AI is going to do, or we're overestimating it and this is overpriced. But if we're underestimating it, the scope of change elsewhere.
ओके गाइस, ये क्रूड ऑयल में चाहो तो प्रॉफिट बुक भी कर सकते हो। यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट है ये। जब तक इसके नीचे ब्रेक नहीं होगा प्राइस और नीचे जाएगा नहीं, तो इसको एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट मान के चलना। दिस इज़ अ पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट एट दिस एरिया, सो बुक द प्रॉफिट। मैं इतना ही कहूँगा इस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे। अगर होल्ड कर रहे हो तो फिर थोड़ा सा रिस्की हो सकता है, फिर रेंज बन जाएगी, कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है। नेचुरल गैस भी देखोगे थोड़ा बहुत नीचे आ गया है। लेट्स सी कितना और गिरता है। बहुत ही स्लो आ रहा है ये तो। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल मुझे थोड़ा सा लग रहा है यहाँ से रिवर्स कर सकता है, ध्यान रखना। थोड़ा सा सही नहीं लग रहा है इस एरिया पे, जब तक अभी ब्रेक नहीं करता स्पेसिफिकली। क्रूड ऑयल फ्यूचर की एक्सपायरी भी है आज, इसका भी ध्यान रखना। क्रूड ऑयल फ्यूचर एक्सपायरीज टुडे एज वेल। बाइंग भी क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ा सा रिस्की हो जाएगी। रीज़न इतना ही है कि ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस नहीं होता तो क्रूड ऑयल में यहीं से बाइंग भी कर सकते हैं वैसे, बट वही इशू आएगा यहाँ पर बाई करने में कि टारगेट बड़ा नहीं है फिर हमारे पास। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो गया, देखते हैं कितना और मूव करता है। बाकी सेलिंग में जो लोग हैं निकल जाना, ठीक है। अब ब्रेकडाउन चाहिए अपन को 10,000 के नीचे कहीं प्रॉपरली, तब थोड़ा सा ये दूसरे टारगेट तक आएगा। यहाँ तक आ जाए तो बेटर है, क्योंकि फिर थोड़ा सा रेंज बड़ी हो जाएगी, देन वी कैन इजीली गो फॉर दैट ट्रेड एज वेल। अब यहाँ पर क्या है, यहाँ से यहाँ तक जाएगा, फिर से रेजिस्टेंस मिलना शुरू हो जाएगा प्राइस को, तो लॉजिकली इतना स्पेस है नहीं। इवन दो हो सकता है चला जाए यहीं से ऊपर, दैट इज अ डिफरेंट कॉल। स्टिल देयर इज अ सब रेजिस्टेंस above। बाय नहीं कर रहे हैं, कोशिश करेंगे नीचे तक आए और प्राइस क्रूड ऑयल में आता है तो। न्यूज़ आई थी दैट यूएस ने टेम्पररी सैंक्शन जो लगे हैं ईरान पे ऑयल के वो हटा दिए हैं। बेरिश न्यूज़ फॉर क्रूड। लेट्स सी कितना इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है। Iran state-run Tasmin reports the latest US proposal would temporarily suspend sanctions on Iran oil export during negotiation. Tehran say any final deal must include the full removal of all sanctions.
I fly 43 Victor, Dhaka ground. Can you say again?
Sir, there's a jackal on the right of the aircraft and about 30 feet into the grass, and he's standing there only, so we are holding position. Clear of it, we'll taxi. I fly 43 Victor.
I fly 43 Victor, copy it. In that case, hold position. We are sending someone to check.
Holding position, I fly 43 Victor. Victor, other.
I fly 43 Victor.
ऑयल पॉसिबल है और डाउन जा सकता है न्यूज़ की वजह से। नेचुरल गैस भी कुछ खास नीचे आया नहीं है। ऑयल ब्रेक करता है इस 10,000 लेवल को, वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट 9,400 टुवर्ड्स दैट प्राइस कैन गो। In open equal to high in crude oil candle, 5-minute time frame. नेचुरल गैस ऑल्सो स्ट्रक आई थिंक सार प्रोजेक्शन मिला है लोअर एंड से यहाँ जिस तरह का लो के आसपास बाइंग का प्रेशर बना है दैट इज द सेम लेवल मॉर्निंग पे याद होगा लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन में एक रेजिस्टेंस था यहाँ पर मार्केट आज सीधा गैप अप हुआ था रेजिस्टेंस के ऊपर दैट एक्ट लाइक एज अ सपोर्ट जब तक उसके ऊपर है ओवरऑल बुलिश ही है जितनी भी सेलिंग आ रही है या फिर एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे दैट इज जस्ट अ प्रॉफिट बुकिंग डोंट सेल इन अ हैवी क्वांटिटी इन नेचुरल गैस इट इज बुलिश ओवरऑल ठीक है परसों रेजिस्टेंस पे था बट गैप अप जो हुआ है नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग अनटिल अनलेस प्राइस 288 के नीचे सस्टेन जब तक नहीं होता कि वो बहुत बड़ी सेलिंग आएगी अब जब भी सेलिंग आएगी प्रॉफिट बुकिंग ही होगी वो क्रूड ऑयल देखो ब्रेकडाउन के काफ़ी करीब है, देखते हैं ब्रेकडाउन करता है या फिर नहीं। इम्पॉर्टेंट रहेगा। 15 मिनट की कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई जरूर है, 5 मिनट में एक ही कैंडल बनी थी। अगर ये ब्रेक करता है तो अच्छा है, प्रॉपरली 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे नीचे तक गिर जाए। गैस में रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, अपनी क्वांटिटी का ध्यान रखना, ठीक है। मार्केट बुलिश है बहुत ज़्यादा, जब तक 288 के नीचे वापस सस्टेन नहीं होता ओवरऑल बुलिश ही रहेगा मार्केट नेचुरल गैस का। 288 के नीचे आके ही कहीं एग्रेसिव सेलिंग हो सकती है, उसके ऊपर जितनी भी सेलिंग जो भी सेलिंग हम प्लान कर रहे हैं दैट इज जस्ट अ प्रॉफिट बुकिंग। आ जाए तो बढ़िया, नहीं आए तो एसएल भी हिट होने के चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा है। कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, मॉर्निंग पे ऑलरेडी रेजिस्टेंस को ब्रेक करके ओपन हुआ है और कंटिन्यूसली बाइंग ही चल रही है। थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आ रही है बट थोड़ी बड़ी प्रॉफिट बुकिंग नहीं आ रही है, तो कहीं से भी सेलिंग आएगी, यूज़ फॉर दैट प्रॉफिट बुकिंग, डोंट टेक हैवी क्वांटिटी, अदरवाइज देयर इज अ चांसेस ऑफ हैवी लॉस। बाकी ये कैंडल कहाँ क्लोज होगी, इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट नेचुरल गैस। अगर एक कैंडल प्रीवियस कैंडल के ऊपर क्लोज हो जाती है तो थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी सेलर्स के लिए, क्योंकि फिर एक चांस ब्रेकआउट का ज़्यादा बन सकता है। अगर एक कैंडल क्लोज हुई तो, नहीं हुई तो इसका हाई ही फिर आप मान के चलो सेलर का लास्ट सेलिंग पॉइंट रहेगा, जहाँ पर सेलर अभी भी हैं प्राइस में। वापस प्राइस 294 के नीचे आ जाए तो बेस्ट है। बाकी सबसे अच्छा मजा सेलिंग में तभी आएगा जब 288 के नीचे सस्टेन करेगा नेचुरल गैस। कैंडल जो बनी थी 15 मिनट की नेचुरल गैस में, इट कम्प्लीटली रिवर्स द प्राइस। ऑलमोस्ट ब्रेकडाउन पे 2 मिनट है, अभी भी थोड़ा बहुत होल्ड किया, 10,000 के नीचे नहीं जा रहा है प्राइस, गया था 9,990 रिटर्न किया है। ठीक है, 10,000 के नीचे सस्टेन करता है तो एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे दिस विल बी द सेकंड टारगेट। लेट्स होप यहाँ तक चला जाए। बाकी नेचुरल गैस स्टिल स्ट्रगलिंग एट रेजिस्टेंस 288 के नीचे आएगा तभी थोड़ा मोमेंटम मिल सकता है। तो 288 के नीचे जाएगा नेचुरल गैस। देखो सेलिंग आनी है तो जल्दी आनी चाहिए, कंसोलिडेशन किया तो अगेन वही ब्रेकआउट के चांसेस बढ़ते चले जाएंगे, विच इज नॉट गुड। यहाँ पर देखते हैं अभी क्रूड ऑयल में एक मुझे लग रहा है पॉसिबिलिटी हो सकती है कि एक और सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनाए, डायरेक्टली मत चले जाना अभी इसमें, बहुत रिस्क हो जाएगा। एसएल नहीं है एग्जैक्टली कुछ भी, चला गया 10,000 के नीचे। 1 मिनट और है। ठीक है, दो पॉसिबिलिटी हो सकता है डायरेक्टली आए, एक कुछ ऐसा प्राइस एक्शन बनेगा ना अगर वापस 15 मिनट में, तो यहाँ कहीं एक सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे वापस से सेम सेटअप के अकॉर्डिंग। ब्रेकडाउन हो तो गया है ऑलमोस्ट, कैंडल क्लोज ही हो गई, कैश चाहिए बस, कैंडल हो गई है क्लोज। नीड अ रीटेस्ट फॉर फ्रेश सेलिंग इन क्रूड ऑयल। 129 ये वापस नेचुरल गैस रुक गया। आई थिंक आज का लो कुछ ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट है नेचुरल गैस में भी। ने कैंडल क्लोज जरूर करी है, एक रीटेस्ट चाहिए, अगर आएगा तो वी विल सी, विल गो फॉर द सेलिंग अगेन। दूसरी पॉसिबिलिटी कि डायरेक्टली आ जाए नीचे, ऐसा हुआ तो फिर पॉसिबिलिटी है बाइंग की वापस 9400 से। सो डिपेंड करेगा प्राइस एक्शन किस तरह से बन रहा है, डायरेक्टली फॉल है या फिर पहले रीटेस्ट के लिए जा रहा है। डायरेक्टली फॉल हुआ तो फिर रीटेस्ट और नीचे सपोर्ट का रेंज बन जाएगा, जो ये ब्लू कलर का बॉक्स है इन क्रूड ऑयल, विच इज अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 10,000 to 10,200। अगर रीटेस्ट करके गया तो फिर रीटेस्ट तो ऑलरेडी हो चुका होगा, सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस इज अ फार वे रेंज। 6:30 हो चुका है, यूएस मार्केट ओपन ही होने वाला है जस्ट। मुझे लग रहा है क्रूड शायद पहले रिटेस्ट के लिए जाएगा मोस्ट प्रोबेबली। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस भी ब्रेक नहीं कर रहा है, वहीं का वहीं स्टक है। थोड़ा सा ट्रेल कर लेना नेचुरल गैस में अब कॉस्ट के आसपास, ऐसा ना हो कि साइडवे चला जाए और फिर थोड़ी देर में ब्रेकआउट के लिए चला जाए। 288 इंपॉर्टेंट है, उसके नीचे जाता है तो पॉसिबिलिटी है 280 तक भी चला जाएगा इजीली। भी करते रहो guys, don't forget to like the stream. ये भी साइड में चला गया नेचुरल गैस, मुझे लग रहा है इसमें भी वही 288 290 के आसपास ना डे लो का सपोर्ट बन रहा है इसमें आई थिंक। यहाँ साइड वे चला गया तो बड़ी प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी सेलर्स के लिए फिर से वापस। एक बड़ी कैंडल बना के नीचे आ जाए 290 के नीचे 288 के नीचे अच्छा फॉल हो जाएगा। बाकी याद रखना अब की बार फिर से अगर 296 के ऊपर वापस जाने की कोशिश करेगा, सस्टेन होने की कोशिश करता है 15 मिनट में, तो ब्रेकआउट के चांसेस फिर से हैं। 15 मिनट लेफ्ट यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है, ध्यान रखना क्रूड ऑयल हो सकता है थोड़ा सा और वॉलेटाइल हो जाए एट 7 PM। कोई डेटा तो नहीं है आज मेजर, G7 की मीटिंग ही है मोस्टली, वहां से कुछ स्टेटमेंट आता है, वी विल सी दैट एज वेल। टू 88 के नीचे आता हुआ ऐसा लग रहा है, शायद आ जाएगा इजीली 288 के नीचे। इंपॉर्टेंट लेवल रहेगा 288, इसके नीचे जाता है तो चांसेस हैं इजीली इस एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट तक तो आ ही जाएगा। फिर देखते हैं इसके नीचे कहाँ तक और गिरता है, बट मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली 280 तक तो गिरना चाहिए अगर ये 288 के नीचे सस्टेन करता है। 3 minute left. US market just going to open in 3 minutes. Let's see कैसा price action रहता है आज. ये नेचुरल गैस भी 288 के नीचे ही नहीं आ रहा है, बिल्कुल स्टक हो गया वहीं पे.
You up to the minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Hazlida Amin in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Moments away from the start of trading on this Monday morning. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We had a situation where futures were down on concern about rates and inflation, and then maybe some positive impetus from the clock is ticking Iran deal. S&P futures now up, although marginally, just 0.1%. NASDAQ futures gaining a little bit more, about 0.4% this morning. We had some big deal news, but that's in the energy sector, and we're awaiting, of course, NVIDIA earnings, SpaceX IPO, a rocket launch, Pelagos, I'm going to say Pelagos Insurance Capital ringing the opening bell. Their stock is up 65% over the past 5 years. That's just the price appreciation. Doesn't count reinvested dividends, which is probably very important for an insurance-related stock. Another insurance-related stock at the NASDAQ, Enact. Their stock, for example, is up 125% over the last 5 years, but if you reinvested dividends, it's up more than 180%. So much better than a stick in the eye. In terms of the movers that we're watching, Next Era Energy is buying Dominion in an all-stock deal, $67 billion, the size of that right now, to create one giant utility company with plenty of exposure to data centers, the biggest, I think, in the world. So Next Era shares are down 2.5% in the early trade. Dominion Resources up 10. NVIDIA up 2%. Remember, NVIDIA is coming out with earnings this week as the company closes in. It's like $5.5 trillion now, even after a 4% drop on Friday, and we'll see what happens when the shares react to earnings this week, because we're expecting it could be a big 7 or 8% move. Let's bring in JP Morgan, bring back JP Morgan Private Bank Head of Alternative Investment Strategy, Satara Sundar. And Sundar, the NVIDIA earnings are so important. I keep sort of looking at the stock and thinking it was a dog, but it's steadily increased over the past, I'm talking about the last quarter, right? From $4.5 to $5.5 trillion in value. I mean, what do you expect from NVIDIA? How important is it?
Look, I think usually when we think about tech cycles, and like bear with me because I'm going to talk a little bit about history, usually when we think about tech cycles, the infrastructure is built first and then the applications built off of that infrastructure come second. And what we've seen is so far over the past 3 years, the infrastructure side, and I mean the utility players on both the public and private markets, as well as the chip manufacturers, both advanced and normal from CPU to GPUs and some of the advancements that we're going to see there, that's what has been dominating growth over the past 3 years. Now, the ultimate question for us as we think about this week and some of the category leaders on the public markets and some of the growing innovation that we're seeing on the private market side as it relates to chips is what is going to be the ultimate driver of growth moving forward. And from our perspective, is demand still outstripping supply? And the fundamental answer to that is yes. So from an earnings growth perspective, we still expect to see a step function higher in earnings growth for some of the bigger players within the public market landscape. But then even on the flip side, we're starting to see a lot more innovation as it relates to memory, as it relates to chips on inference versus training. And a lot of that is starting to come on the private market side and even some of the bigger IPOs that we saw last week.
I actually wanted to ask about that because do alternatives really matter? I mean, if you can get this much juice from public markets, I mean, 24 times earnings is really low for such an important company in such a key nascent industry that could change like the growth rate of, economies. What's the point of alternatives, private markets?
The answer to that question lies in having to fundamentally believe two things. One, that the value creation that's going to happen in the entire AI value chain starts to migrate towards the application layer. So either the foundational models or the businesses that actually end up incorporating artificial intelligence to build and grow margins in different types of services industries. And what we've seen is that a lot of those companies within the applied AI side exist within private markets, one. Two, I would just be the amount of value that is being created on the private market side is not something that I would discount. And even, I think a lot of people will talk about companies are staying private for longer. And sometimes I say that myself and I roll my eyes at myself saying it. But the reality is that the median age of a tech IPO now is 12 years old. And during the dot-com era, it was 8. And the amount of sales that are being generated at IPO at this point in time is 5 times larger than it was in the dot-com era.
So they're much more mature companies.
Much more mature companies that by the time they either entered the public arena, they are either profitable or a lot of the value has already accrued to a handful of different players on the private market side that you're going to be missing that action if you wait until that company goes public. And then even on the flip side, the exit opportunities for a lot of these private companies has now moved beyond just the public market landscape. Because I think the public markets have also increased the threshold of what they're willing to accept from a growth perspective, from a profitability perspective, especially post-2022, given that we're in a very different rate environment. If you're not like a $100 billion valuation company that is growing your customer base and already generating profit, you're probably not going to want to participate in the public markets where the scrutiny is going to be so much more, the regulatory impact is going to be so much more. So there's a lot more activity that we're seeing on exits, either selling to other sponsors, selling to other strategics, M&A activity, where there's a lot more activity happening within the private market landscape. And I would even argue that private equity is more indicative now of the real economy than even the public markets are.
Of course, they all need an exit eventually, and
Correct.
We're starting to see big big animal spirits flow around these. Like Cerebras gets what, 1/4 of 1% of the revenue that NVIDIA does, and it was like the center of the universe at its IPO. And SpaceX, of course, is going to dwarf that. How important is the SpaceX IPO?
Look, I think that it's important for a couple of different reasons. One, whether it's SpaceX specifically or some of the larger IPOs that we're likely going to see over the next 12 to 18 months, the public markets have been starved for new blood to come into the ecosystem, fresh meat to come into the ecosystem, one. Two, a lot of the potential IPOs over the next 12 to 18 months tend to focus either on artificial intelligence and the foundational model layer, or the space economy and what that means in terms of not just satellites, but this new definition of security, not just being a terrestrial conversation, but also an orbital one. So I think that if we end up in a situation where it's oversubscribed, pricing performance tends to be good, and like the market actually ends up absorbing that type of liquidity that's going to come into the market, that we think is going to be market constructive from a sentiment perspective, not just within the public market landscape, but on the distribution side within the private market landscape, because one of the other things that we know to be true within private equity, venture capital, and growth is that it's been a distribution-starved ecosystem.
ओके गाइस, एक काम कर सकते हैं. क्रूड ऑयल में मुझे लग रहा है शायद एक छोटा सा रिटेस्ट के लिए तो जाना ही है इसको, मुझे लग रहा है रिटेस्ट के लिए जाने ही वाला है ये. तो एक छोटा सा अगर रिस्क ले सकते हैं तो कितने पॉइंट का है, लाइक 200 पॉइंट का, 100 पॉइंट के एसएल के साथ 1:2 बन रहा है एक ट्रेड फॉर रिटेस्ट. अगर कोई ट्राई करना चाह रहा है, रिटेस्ट के लिए जाने वाला लग रहा है मुझे, बट कुछ खास नहीं है, छोटा सा ही ट्रेड है वैसे. यहाँ तक जा सकता है रिटेस्ट करने. तो कोई अगर प्लान कर रहा है तो एक छोटा सा बाइंग का प्लान कर सकता है, बट अगेन इट इज़ फॉर अ पुल बैक. कुछ खास रिस्क रिवॉर्ड नहीं है, सिर्फ 1:2 दिखा रहा है, तो इसका ध्यान रखना if anybody interested in this trade. But remember, just for pullback. ब्रेकडाउन हो चुका है, रिटेस्ट करने वहां तक जाना चाहिए प्राइस को अब 10,160 180 के बीच में. ठीक है, इस एरिया के आसपास कहीं आएगा तो फिर तब वहां ही वापस सेल कर पाएंगे. ब्रेकडाउन हो चुका है तो इस लेवल को रिमूव कर सकते हैं, अब इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है. रिटेस्ट के लिए जाता नहीं, अभी भी नहीं गया रिटेस्ट के लिए. रिटेस्ट पे सेल करेंगे, वो ज़्यादा सेफ है. बाकी अगर डायरेक्टली नीचे आ गया तो थोड़ा सा रेंज बड़ी हो जाएगी, अदरवाइज रिटेस्ट में रेंज स्मॉल ही है. नेचुरल गैस स्टक एट 288. लेट्स होप 280 के आसपास आ जाए वापस. बाकी आई थिंक मुझे लग रहा है 280 के नीचे गया तो ये पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट के नीचे गया तो ये 275 पे भी नहीं रुकने वाला फिर बहुत ही रेयर चांसेस लग रहे हैं तो ये पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट ही है मेजर लेवल फॉर नाउ Yeah, crude oil most probably go towards 10,000, 160, 170 for the retest. नेचुरल गैस भी देखो 288 के नीचे जा रहा है, मुझे लग रहा है शायद आ जाएगा अब 280 तक। 280 पे देखते हैं, असेस करते हैं प्राइस को। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है, सडनली नेचुरल गैस में वापस 288 से रिटर्न कर गया। 288 के नीचे वैसे कैंडल क्लोज हो गई थी लास्ट वाली, हुई है नहीं हुई है, ठीक है। 288 के नीचे क्लोज नहीं हुई, 288.2 तक ही गई है। 288 के नीचे एक बार कैंडल क्लोज हो जाए तो मुझे लग रहा है नीचे आ जाएगा। ये कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है, सडनली बनी है ओपन इक्वल टू लो। प्रॉफिट बुकिंग मुझे लग रहा है शायद ऊपर से ठीक ठाक मोमेंटम आ गया, प्रॉफिट बुकिंग है। इस पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट के आसपास आ जाए तो बाइंग का इसी एरिया के आसपास कंसिडर करेंगे, ठीक है। इससे पहले कुछ खास कंसिडरेशन है नहीं। चार दिनों से कंटिन्यूसली बुलिश मोमेंटम में था नेचुरल गैस, थोड़ा बहुत साइडवेज, फिर अपसाइड, साइडवेज, अपसाइड, काफ़ी दिन के बाद अब प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आनी शुरू हुई है। 288 के नीचे जाएगा तो एग्रेसिव प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आ सकती है टुवर्ड्स 280 एंड 270। एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे ये पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट पे थोड़ा बहुत रुके, देन अगेन फॉल हो। डायरेक्टली इंट्राडे में तो नहीं आएगा खैर। एक्सपायरी भी काफ़ी करीब है नेचुरल गैस की। ट्वेंटी सिक्स ऑफ मई को आपका फ्यूचर एक्सपायर होगा, उससे पहले 22 ऑफ मई को ऑप्शन एक्सपायरी रहेगी। 18 आज हो गए हैं, इसी वीक एक्सपायरी है ऑप्शन की। यहाँ पर रुक रहा है प्राइस रीजन इज 5 मिनट सपोर्ट आई थिंक 15 मिनट में तो पीछे काफी लो लेवल पे है सपोर्ट 5 मिनट में यहाँ पर सपोर्ट है एक छोटा सा नेचुरल गैस में ये एमसीएक्स में है मार्केट मान लो इसी पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट के बीच में कहीं घूमता रहा आज इसके नीचे नहीं आता है तो कल एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे थोड़ा गैप डाउन हो देन 270 के अराउंड फिर से एक्यूमुलेट करने की कोशिश करेंगे प्राइस को से ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है कैंडल नेचुरल गैस में। वाओ क्रूड में भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल बनाई है करंटली, ज़्यादा रिवर्स हो गया है। इसके ऊपर नहीं जाना चाहिए, 10,190 के ऊपर चला गया तो फिर मुश्किल हो जाएगा वापस, रिजेक्शन मिलेगा तो देखेंगे। ठीक है, एक्सपेक्टेड था यहाँ तक आएगा, ब्रेकडाउन हुआ है, अब देखना है रीटेस्ट करेगा नहीं करेगा। 10,190 के ऊपर चला गया तो याद रखना रीटेस्ट फेल है, उस केस में रीटेस्ट भी नहीं कर पाएंगे, रिजेक्शन चाहिए हमें, तभी एक फ्रेश सेल बनेगा, अदरवाइज नहीं। Reuters reports that negotiation remains far apart, with Iranian officials saying the US has offered only limited sanction relief and modest movement on the nuclear issue. Washington is willing to release 25% of Tehran frozen asset in phases, while Iran is insisting on unrestricted across all of its fund and the full removal of US sanction.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Major stock averages right now have turned to being mixed to a little change, we'll call it. Brent crude has now moved higher again. Earlier was lower after that report from Iranian media as that Washington proposed a temporary waiver on sanctions as part of the peace talks. Right now, you have 8 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500. They are up. Technology is the biggest drag. And then Dominion Energy, the best performing stock in the S&P 500. NextEra is buying Dominion for $67 billion to form a power giant, a power colossus, I'll say. We're going to see what regulators have to say about that, though. Economist Yelena Shaletova at the Conference Board says the Fed, meantime, will eventually cut interest rates, but for reasons nobody's going to like.
You know, we will have rate cuts eventually, but not because of what the market says, but because of what the economy does. In our own projections, we expect a lot of demand destruction from all these inflationary pressures that we're experiencing right now.
Right now, the S&P 500 down 11 points. The Dow up 83 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 128 points. The benchmark 10-year yield pretty much unchanged, still a 460. The long bond up about 2 basis points, 513 on the 30, and Brent crude up 61 cents, 109.88. So Pope Leo is launching his first encyclical on artificial intelligence. This is next week.
Timely.
and it's going to feature kind of an unexpected guest, Christopher Olah. He's the co-founder of Anthropic. He's an expert on machine learning. He has joined Pope Leo at the launch of the Pontiff's first encyclical. This is May 25th, Magnificat Humanitas.
Nice.
Expected to outline the Pope's views on preserving humans in the age of AI.
That's a good goal.
All right. Okay. I will read it. I should actually be sent there to go cover it. Don't you think?
If there's Latin, I'm okay with Latin.
Oh, I can't.
8 years of Catholic school, you pick up a little bit.
Yeah, you had to, even though it's a dead language. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Scarlett and Paulus. Magnificent.
I saw that. Yeah, I heard that. What would my Roman name be?
I know.
Sorry. Scarlettus.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about what's going on in the bond market, because we had this massive sell-off in global bonds on Friday, pushing yields higher in the UK, in Japan, in the US. And we're getting a little bit of relief today, but not so much, because you look at the 10-year yield, it is still up at about 4.6%, the 30-year yield at 5.13%. Ira Jersey is our chief US interest rate strategist. And Ira, this kind of makes things difficult for a new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh, who doesn't have to do anything right away, but he is gearing up for the FOMC later in June.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to make the case that they should be cutting interest rates right now. And you know, even though the market is higher, I think the part of the issue is that we're seeing this global sell-off. So this isn't all just about U.S. Treasuries. It's not all about the U.S. either inflation expectations or monetary policy expectations, but it's the fact that you have in Japan and the UK in particular really serious questions about their fiscal health in the longer term. So if we want to call this bond vigilantes, I think that you can make the case that there's at least a little bit of that seeping into the markets via the kind of the back door into the Treasury market. So it's not Treasury specific, but it is a global developed market phenomena.
Scarlett, you know you're a player in the global interest rate business. If in your email inbox you receive the following document, Bloomberg Intelligence Federal Reserve Chair Transition Survey. Ira,
that's what you get, really?
If you're a player, yeah. Ira, I know you sent this survey out to the main players out there in the marketplace, and you're talking about what does a new Fed chairman mean for the Fed? What did you guys learn?
Yeah, so we put out that note this morning, Paul, and we found that the most surprising thing in there was not that Kevin Warsh is expected to be more dovish than Jay Powell. I think that's certainly something that many people thought, given that he's being appointed by President Trump. But it's really that over 2/3 of the respondents thought that the yield curve would steepen, and you haven't seen that very much. So, it might be very difficult for the yield curve to steepen at this point, especially if the market continues to think that the Fed's going to be relatively hawkish.
You okay?
Let's go little tickle in my throat talking about Kevin Warsh.
Yeah, well, he's got a big, heavy task in front of him. How does he fold in what's happening overseas? I mean, does that factor into his thinking, the FOMC's thinking at all? You talked about the return of bond vigilantes that's maybe seeping into the U.S. Do they just not focus on that at the moment?
Yeah, so the Fed's going to focus on how the international environment is going to affect the U.S. economy, right? And I think that when you think about higher oil prices, when you think about the fact that you've had now higher yields, in a way, the market's doing the Fed's job for it, right? It's tightening financial conditions at a time when the growth is okay, right? The growth isn't great, like it's very disjointed growth right now in terms of the consumer, and we know that, right? We call it the K-shaped economy. So they will take into account what's going on in Europe, what's going on in the UK, what's going on in Japan. These are our major trading partners, and these will have an effect on the U.S., right? We do export a lot. We do have large trade balances, both positive and negative, with some of these countries. So all of that will be taken into account for sure. Now, Kevin Warsh, I think, would like to lower interest rates, but he wants to do that by cutting the Fed's balance sheet. And one of the things that did come out of the survey today was not many people in the investing community think that the Fed's going to be able to actually shrink its balance sheet.
Earlier today on Bloomberg Surveillance, Ira, we had Guneet Dhingra, head of U.S. rate strategy at BNP Paribas, on. He was saying basically, if you look at the 30-year, 5%'s the new 4%, kids. You better get used to it. How do you think about that?
Yeah, we've been hovering kind of between 4.5% and 5% basically for a couple of years now, and 5% might not be the new 4, but 4.5% might be the new 3.5%, and I think that's pretty standard thinking, especially given that the U.S. fiscal situation has not improved any, right? So we've seen slightly smaller deficits than we had a couple years ago, but we also don't see any relief from that in sight. So it's hard to see why 30-year yields would go down very much when you are worried about longer-term inflation not being your target, and also, in particular, the size of the government's debt outstanding.
Ira, when you guys held your survey, you also asked about the legacy of outgoing Fed Chair Jay Powell. What did you get from that? What was the takeaway for you?
Yeah, most investors thought that Jay Powell did a pretty good job on communication. He did a good job maintaining the Fed's independence. Part of this is some people think that Kevin Warsh won't be quite as independent as Jay Powell was. That certainly was one of the findings of the survey. But generally speaking, people were fond of Jay Powell. Most of them didn't think he was perfect, so we asked an open-ended question at the end of the survey. And some people said, like, hey, he was not great saying that inflation was transitory, but he also reacted relatively quickly to that as well. So I think, Jay Powell will be seen as pretty fondly. The other thing that we pointed out was Jay Powell is one of the few Fed chairs that's had to contend with 2 economic cycles. Obviously Alan Greenspan was in office for so long that he had to deal with multiple cycles. But outside of him, there's been very few Fed chairs in the post-war period that have had to contend with raising interest rates, lowering interest rates, raising interest rates, and then lowering interest rates again. And Jay Powell, guided the Fed through that whole process over the last 8 years.
Ira, 30 seconds. Is the U.S. going to be competitive at all in the World Cup?
I certainly hope so. We should get out of the group stage. Turkey is probably the most challenging country that we're going to play in that group. But yeah, it's exciting. Right? 3 weeks away from the beginning of the World Cup. I'm certainly excited. We've also started the club that I co-own. We've started our season just this past weekend as well. So a lot of soccer for me the next 6 weeks.
Are you going to go see the World Cup, Ira?
I'm going to one game, yeah. I'm going down to Philadelphia to see the Ivory Coast versus Curacao.
There you go. Who wouldn't want to go to that? Ira Jersey, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. He is all into soccer, folks. He's a co-owner of this minor league soccer club, Real Central, New Jersey. How cool is that?
Real Central,
New Jersey. That's what it is. And they're good. And he's a big part of that soccer stuff. So he's our guy. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good Monday morning. Paul Sweeney, Scarlett Fu, and John Tucker here. This is the first hour of Bloomberg Intelligence, and there's been a lot going on over at the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. The commissioner, Marty McCary, has left. He was asked to go. He resigned. I mean, it's...
You were supposed to interview him, right?
I was supposed to interview him, but he got let go or was pushed to resign last week.
Okay.
So we're going to talk to him about the FDA's removal of a safety warning from estrogen patches, hormone replacement therapy for women, and how that has really kickstarted HRT and the drug makers that make those items. But that's not going to happen anymore. So we'll see how it all shakes out. But Sam Fazeli is our Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceuticals Analyst here at Bloomberg Intelligence. And Sam, I just want to get a sense from you, what happens now at the FDA? Presumably, McCary left because he would not approve these fruit-flavored vapes that the president wanted approved. And so he got asked to step aside, and now they're going to move forward with those approvals. But how does the FDA reorganize itself now?
Yeah, I think, Scarlett, that this is probably a combination of things and not just that issue. Excuse me. I think part of it was to do with the topic you just mentioned earlier, the mifepristone issue with regards to pregnancies, etc. And then, of course, before that, there have been some controversies that might have led some companies to complain to the administration about the lack of clarity on what direction they're supposed to be taking. We've had a situation with Vinay Prasad and vaccines up and down, and then also some prosecution of conversations that the commissioner had with companies on national TV. Those are all probably things that all eventually got together and led to this situation. And, the commissioner did quite a lot of good things too, at least the ideas that he was bringing to the table. I mean, it takes time to action things. So now we're left with a pretty headless regulator, right? The commissioner isn't there. Deputy Chief of Staff, Sam Doran's gone. I'm just looking at the names here. Jeremy Walsh, head of AI, is gone. Tracy Beth Hogue. So we've got a bunch of folks that aren't there now anymore. So I think companies would be worried about how their filing would be considered.
Is there any indication, Sam, that filings are taking longer for approval or longer than usual? Or, because I think this is an administration that would like to speed things up, if anything.
Correct. But not really any data. It's only been a year, remember, and it's a very short period of time. There has been one company at least where they came out with some data that you can judge as positive or mildly positive or whatever for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. And they said on their call that even though they've got the phase 3 data that looked positive, they're going to wait for the FDA to settle down. And they're hoping that people who come in would be the types of people who are going to be more positive, as Marty McCary was, about rare diseases and getting drugs for rare diseases through, which often takes time. There aren't that many patients. It's not easy to do placebo-controlled studies. So that's what they're going to delay that by a few months in terms of the filing. So let's hope that they're going to be dealing with an FDA that's well settled by then.
What we've noticed with a lot of the empty positions or vacancies is that the president will announce an interim director or head of some department and kind of leave it there and not move to appoint someone more permanent. If he were to do that with the FDA, does that create any limitations?
No, it all depends on the individual, right? So Jay Bhattacharya, I think, is an interim head over at the CDC. And, some people like him, some people don't like him. But at the end of the day, he's carrying on as the interim head. If I haven't got the agency wrong. The issue here for the FDA is you just need someone to be in charge to give direction to the rest of the team. And the team is a massive team, and they do most of the work. The commissioner is just there to set the tone. They shouldn't be getting involved in the decision making, which to a degree, Marty McCary and Vinay Prasad, etc., were getting involved. That's not supposed to be the case unless there's something significant that needs to be dealt with. They should let the heads of the divisions get on with their job, and the career staff to do their work. Well, quite a lot of those career staff has also been fired. So it's a bit of a mess.
Sam, the World Health Organization declared the Ebola outbreak in Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda a public health emergency. How concerned should the world be about this?
Well, of course, whenever there's disease anywhere in the world that's killing people, we're all concerned. Nobody wants to see any of this. And this, unfortunately, is in an area which is under difficulty in general. So the DRC is for want of a better phrase, a war zone. Has got some issues going on. So access to healthcare is tougher. Managing to deliver the healthcare is tougher. And of course, with a lot of the aid that's been cut off by not just the United States, although primarily the United States, but some other countries too, you can't get in there and manage these things quickly. So when you can't do that, what happens with infectious diseases? They don't have no borders. So the problem we have there is this is a virus that's a problematic virus. So we need to deal with that. And I think I'm a little bit worried there.
Sam, thanks so much for joining us. Sam Fazeli, Director of Research for Global Industries and a Senior Pharmaceuticals Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based there in London. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts in moments with the S&P pretty much unchanged on the day. The Dow's up 100 points, but the Nasdaq's down 92 points, so not a lot of movement there. WTI crude oil, it's been up and down all day, now up about $1 here at $106 per barrel. A lot of volatility intraday in the global oil markets. This is
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
Concern about rising prices spooking investors.
What does renewables investment look like in the U.S.?
More tariff talk coming out of this administration.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The president wants lower interest rates. He wants a rate cut cycle.
How do you broaden out the AI play?
Are people just looking for something to worry about when it comes to China?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, Originals and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Monday morning from the Bloomberg Intelligence, Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Did I get that right?
Nailed it.
Okay. Sometimes, on a Monday, the brain doesn't work as quickly. But this is Bloomberg Intelligence, the second hour of it, with Paul Sweeney, Scarlett Fu, and John Tucker. And we've got a lot to cover on this Monday morning. We're going to check in with our own Michelle McCaskey on this LIR strike that is bringing chaos to New York City commuters. This is the world's, John, you've been talking about this, the busiest rail network in the U.S.?
The busiest commuter rail network, up to 300,000 commuters using the LIRR.
Okay, so we'll get more on that. This is an ongoing story and hopefully one that ends soon for all involved. We're also going to check in with Mike McGlone. He is our senior commodity strategist. Oil prices remain elevated, even though the gains today are not particularly significant. We're going to check in with Dryden Pence, the CIO at Pence Wealth Management, to get his outlook for these markets. Markets right now are mixed. Yields remain elevated as well. And Matthew Palazzola, our senior analyst covering PNC Insurance, will talk to us about 13F filings, specifically what Berkshire Hathaway is doing and isn't doing. But first, let's get to John Tucker for Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Scarlett and Paul, major stock averages, mixed little change. Now, crude has reversed course. We were telling you earlier with those headlines that it was lower Brent, the international benchmark, now up 1.2%, 110.62 for the benchmark right now. So doubts resurfacing about any imminent U.S.-Iran deal. And we got to tell you about Dominion because it's the best performing individual stock in the S&P 500. Right now, 10.5% higher. We'll break it down in just a second. The Supreme Court turned away appeals from pharmaceutical companies. They're trying to topple the Medicare drug price negotiation program. They wanted to kill it because it leads to billions of dollars in discounts on some of the top-selling drugs. Dan Greenhouse, meantime, at Solus Alternative Asset Management, says the higher bond yields we've been seeing lately will put pressure on stocks.
You could argue that around 460, 470, you've had some periods of momentary equity weakness. And today with the S&P basically at a high, borderline overbought. You could certainly have a 5 or even 6-7% correction right about now.
That benchmark 10-year yield right now is at 4.60, so it's up a basis point. The long bond still above 5.14%. An index of market conditions from the National Association of Home Builders and Wells Fargo increasing 3 points to 37. That's according to the data we got this morning. But keep in mind, a value below 50 means more builders see conditions as poor than good. S&P 500 down 14, the Dow down 40, the Nasdaq Composite Index right now down 125 points. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. As John was just reporting, we got a little bit of a sell-off in the marketplace today. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move. We can do that today with the pride of the University of Virginia, Emily Graffeo, cross-asset reporter for Bloomberg News. Emily, what are you looking at today?
Okay, so I'm looking at shares of Dominion Energy. Like John mentioned, one of the biggest movers in the stock market today. The ticker is just D.
Got it.
Single ticker.
Coveted, one letter.
Exactly. The stock is up about 10% right now. Highest level since 2022. On some deal news, NextEra Energy agreed to buy the utility company in an all-stock transaction valued at about $67 billion. So we are seeing NextEra shares falling. The combined company will operate under the name NextEra Energy. I hope I'm saying that right.
Yeah. I think so.
NextEra?
NextEra.
NextEra?
Yep.
Okay. It's going to trade on the New York Stock Exchange under the ticker NEE. Couple analysts this morning, though, talking about how it's not a done deal. There are still some regulatory hurdles that this needs to clear. Bloomberg Intelligence specifically saying that this acquisition of Dominion would create the largest U.S. electricity utility holding company, but it could face a difficult approval process given NextEra's prior utility M&A setbacks. So watching for that.
All right, so massive M&A deal to start this week. Next up on your list.
Regeneron. So these shares are down about 18% year to date and down about 11% today. This, of course, is a biotech company, the ticker REGN. A big move down today. The shares tumbling on a key late-stage melanoma study failure. This was coming late on Friday, but they've had a series of challenges for the U.S. biotech. And the latest one, this failure of this melanoma study.
Got it. All right, last one's Hive Digital Technologies. Who are these people?
Yeah, okay, so this is a smaller cap company, but I wanted to flag it because the shares are currently up about 28%. This is a cryptocurrency mining firm, the ticker HIVE. They said this morning that their cloud and data subsidiary, Buzz HPC, is building a 320 megawatt AI data center in Toronto. Listen, this is something that we've seen a couple other crypto miners do. They're like trying to get into data centers. And
I see.
It's something that the equity investors seem to like, and we're seeing that this morning.
Nice. I know, but everyone jumps on this bandwagon. At some point, you're kind of like, really? You too?
I just don't want to be the last one. That's
yeah,
all. So
exactly.
Okay.
But they have a lot of infrastructure. They like have this capacity. I guess they have the power
Stock goes up. Let's sell some stock.
Yeah, it's a game of musical chairs, right?
Yep.
When the music stops, just make sure you have a seat. All right, Emily Graffeo, thank you so much, Emily Graffeo, our cross-asset reporter. Actually, she covers credit now.
That's right.
I keep forgetting that.
It's
but
all right.
You know, in my mind, you're a cross-asset reporter.
It's cross-asset today.
There you go. For more conversations like this, be sure to subscribe to our Stock Movers reports, where we have 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. You guys spoke with MT Chairman and CEO Janno Lieber this morning, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
And he was talking about the LIR, the Long Island Railroad strike, which just began over the weekend and continues to really make life difficult for Long Islanders.
Yeah, 300,000 is kind of a daily ridership number. So that's
well, Janno Lieber did tell us that Long Islanders are heeding warnings and finding alternatives to their usual commute.
Most people have taken the governor's suggestion to make it a telework day. 95% of Long Islanders telework during COVID, and they know how to do it. The turnout at our shuttle bus locations has been pretty light. So people who have to come into the city are getting there, and the subway service from the Queens subway stations where people are being dropped off has been fantastic. So far so good, but it's the first day, and we would like to resolve this issue and restore Long Island Railroad service, which carries like 300,000 people a day most days.
So let's bring in Michelle Kasky. She's our Bloomberg News reporter on the latest on this strike. Michelle, the strike actually began on Saturday, so this is the first weekday that people are really feeling the impact. Are there any talks or negotiations scheduled right now, or is everything at an impasse?
They actually are talking right now. They're at MTA headquarters. These are the union leaders and MTA officials, and MTA lawyers are still negotiating with the different people involved, and they were brought back into discussions by the Federal Mediation Board. That started yesterday, actually, Sunday afternoon, and they went late into the night yesterday till about 1:30. Still no deal, so they started up again at roughly about 7:30 this morning.
What's the sticking point here? Where are they apart?
Yeah, it's about the raise for this year. It would start next month and go into 2027. The unions have asked for 5% wage increase or close to it. MTA has gotten to about 4.5% or almost to it.
Split the difference.
But the problem here is to be at that 4.5, the MTA is saying even at 4.5, we need to find some other things to generate some savings here.
Offsets.
Yeah, offsets, basically. Yes, thank you. And the unions are saying, no, we want 4.5 or more, close to 5, without any offsets. It needs to be a true raise increase.
Okay, what's the role of Kathy Hochul, the New York State governor, in all of this?
She has a big role because the MTA is a state agency and it's under her jurisdiction. So she has been encouraging the parties to come together, make a deal, but she has made it clear that she doesn't want to agree to a wage increase that would mean higher than anticipated fare increases. That puts more pressure on riders. She also doesn't want to have to go back to residents and tax them more to be able to find the money for this pay raise.
Is there any role here for the White House, or are they staying out of it?
There's a federal mediation panel that's been helping for a number of months now. But even with that structure and those mediators, they have yet to strike a deal here. So it's different now. Now we are in the first work day of the trains actually not running. Hopefully that really kind of switches things up here and makes the sides really come together.
What are we hearing from commuters themselves? Are they supporting the union workers who are striking?
It really is a mix because the problem is everyone is feeling this pressure of affordability. Yes. Everybody goes to the grocery store and we're surprised by the prices. You fill up your car and it's like, whoa. And so everybody's feeling that. And as much as it's important that these essential skilled workers are paid properly, the problem is the riders are already paying a lot of money to ride Long Island Railroad.
Yeah, there's inflation everywhere you look. I mean, and that's why, and I guess it's, having ridden New Jersey Transit for 40 years, I've certainly seen it. So there you go. All right, hopefully they can, cooler heads will prevail.
I hope whoever got a monthly pass gets some of it back.
That is the plan. MTA plans to rebate some of the monthly ticket holders.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Michelle Kasky, thank you so much. Michelle Kasky is reporter for Bloomberg News. Joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Looking back to global commodities here, oil's been all over the place. And I think it's just kind of fluctuating on reporting of, are we going to lift some oil sanctions? Are we going to let some ships go through? There's all kinds of reporting out there. Unfortunately, we don't have to be experts on it because we have experts here who do all this stuff. Mike McGlone's one of them. It gets a little warm down in Miami. What does he do? He bails and comes up to New York for the week.
He brought the heat up to us because it's really warm here.
Okay, you're thinking maybe he brought the good weather to us?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I was ready to throw him under the bus, but you're throwing him a lifeline. Mike McGlone, Senior Commodity Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. Mike, are you guys in the oil pits just like everybody else, just kind of reacting to headlines as they cross?
Exactly. Just like Michelle said, though, it's the fact that everything's getting so expensive and we have an election coming up. And we are the world's largest producer, net exporter, and things like that. And we have a president who probably needs lower energy and lower inflation and lower interest rates by the time we get the election. The key question is now, how's he going to get that? So you heard my bias that December crude oil future. Right now we see the front is 106. You go to December, that's the one that's going to really matter before elections. It's 84. I still think that's going to be closer to 50. But the key thing I want to point out that's happening this year is we all hear about how great crude oils and everything and how energy is going up. There's only one commodity sector that's made a new high this year, and that's precious metals.
Really?
Yeah, okay. Energy. If you look at the Bloomberg Energy Spot Index, which measures crude oil, natural gas, gas oil, and everything, we're at the same price as 2005. So we bounced. But look at the way this works. It's been a 20-year range. You bounce near the upper end of the range. You get really bullish, and you hear extremes. Are we pretty extreme right now? I sure think so. And then you go down the lower end of the range. So it's just a matter of time. I think it scales back down. The problem is what's really missing this year is wealth reversion. That's usually what it takes, and that's usually what helps crude oil and gasoline prices go lower.
Interesting that we're only at the high since you said 2000.
What's the same price since 2005?
2005. What was happening in 2005 again? I mean, I know there are a lot of comparisons to 2022.
I don't remember what happened yesterday.
I know. 2022 was when the Russia war in Ukraine really took root. But
right.
What about 2005?
China coming out, enter the World Trade Organization.
The demand.
Yeah, and those started kicking the demand. And the U.S. back then was actually a massive net importer. With Canada, we imported maybe 12 million barrels a day. Now with Canada, we're not so much a net importer, but we have a surplus of 8 million barrels a day. Trump knows it. That's only going to go to 10 with prices going up. So this is a short-term thing. It's just lasting a lot longer. The key thing I really missed was I did not think that our government, our military would allow the strait to be closed, and it's closed. And it's showing that I think what's happening is that K-shaped economy is really accelerating, where people are looking like, yeah, thank you, Mr. Trump. I know you say you won, but we go to the gas pumps, we go to the grocery store, we
doesn't feel
everything.
Like it.
We lost is the way most Americans view it, and you can see that show up in polls.
Or as SNL put it over the weekend when they had an opening monologue and Will Ferrell said, oh, yeah, the end of the Iran war, we came in second.
Okay, there you go. Dr. Copper, what's going on there?
Completely dependent on the stock market going up. And that's the unique thing I find really weird about economies, about our commodities right now, is the whole industrial metal sector is almost completely dependent on stocks going up. So even we have a fundamentally based strategist in London, Grant Spory, and he even pointed out recently, copper's fundamentals aren't so great globally. Yeah, everybody gets electrification, but it's going up because the Kospi is going up. And Kospi is mostly technical firms. So I look at
Kospi being the Korea stock market.
Yeah,
right?
Korean stock market. So copper, industrial metals, and that's in my dependent category of commodities. They have to have the stock market to go up, or they're going down.
Wasn't there a big thing between the difference between the London copper and New York copper? Is that still a thing?
It's not anymore. So London copper got above $14,000 a ton. U.S. copper above $6,000 a little bit. That's already been alleviated with the tariffs. Now, that's still part of the problem right now. In the past, I usually focused on London copper. Now I'm focused on U.S. copper, partly because we're in the U.S., but it's what most matters with the U.S. kind of driving this whole situation.
Gotcha.
So that's the key thing to remember about industrial metals. If stock market goes down 10%, industrial metals will probably drop 20%.
Temperature here in New York City, 84 degrees. Temperature in Miami, 84 degrees.
Really? See? I was right. And check the temperature on Wednesday. It's going to be like 90 something.
I know. So, all right, very good. Mike McGlone, thanks so much for joining us here. Mike's usually based down in Miami. We got him up here in New York this week. He's getting into trouble up here some way, shape, or form. He's a senior commodity strategist for Bloomberg. We'll do pork bellies next time Mike is in here. And I'm looking at the market, just kind of not a lot of movement here, but I'm getting ready for the SpaceX prospectus. So if you hear the printer just whirring the entire morning on Wednesdays, because I'm printing out the 10,000-page prospectus for SpaceX, because I want to see, A, did they make any money? Where did they make any money? And I'd be dying to see kind of what the analysts are forecasting for kind of like
I can't wait
growth.
to see the risks part of it, because that's always really interesting. All the various ways that the IPO may not live up to expectations.
And I was told when I was very, very early in the business, when you get a prospectus dropped on your desk, first thing you go to is the related parties transactions.
Why is that?
Because if there's anything kind of funky with a company that you don't know, it'll show up there. And when you think about Elon Musk, I would think there's going to be a lot of related parties.
A lot of fine print to go through.
Yeah, so that'd be interesting. But just to see the, the financials of this space company, I don't know where to start. So I'm not even sure when I'm going to see when this thing comes out.
Well, as Anthony Hughes told us, we could be looking at a listing in second week of June or third week of June. So that could take us to June 12th, June 19th, or not 19th, it's a holiday. June 18th is a possibility.
Yep, very cool. So we'll be there with the. So maybe this thing will file on Wednesday, and if it does, we'll bring some cool stuff for you. It could be very interesting there. S&P down 20 points, the Dow down 60, and the Nasdaq down 150 points. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with his Bloomberg Business Flash. We're brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver information guide, learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty-free. Go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide. The S&P 500, all major averages have now erased earlier gains with crude oil. Now, this is U.S. crude, WTI topping $106 a barrel, 106.83 right now. Iran has given an updated proposal to end the war, but the White House believes it's insufficient for a deal. At least this is the reporting we're seeing from Axios this morning. The biggest deal in the power industry on record. Next Era Energy agreeing to pay $67 billion for Dominion Energy to form a utility colossus. This underscores how soaring electricity demand from AI data centers shaking up the power sector, and it is also the best performer in the S&P 500. You have shares right now, Dominion up close to 10%. Soon, you're going to be able to trade the Knicks and the Rangers. The board of MSG Sports says it's made progress toward a proposed spinoff of its Rangers business from its Knicks business.
Whoa.
Each
big
team
divergence.
would be a separate, publicly traded company.
Is the NYR ticker taken?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know. Here's the
I don't think
quiz.
so.
What's the #1 TV show in the U.S.? I have no idea. It's on HBO.
Oh, of course.
Wait, it's on HBO?
Yes.
Wow.
Why do you sound surprised by that?
Wait, is it currently airing?
According to, well, I wouldn't do it. According to Nielsen data, it's The Pit. The show has increased its
I love that
audience
show.
by 82%. What's it about?
An ER in Pittsburgh,
Oh,
but
okay.
it's not a typical like ER like we grew up with. Seriously gets into it, shows you stuff that you really don't want to see.
Because this is HBO.
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
But it does star Noah Wiley, who was Dr. John Carter of ER. But here, he's not John Carter. He's Dr. Michael Rabinovich, or Dr. Robbie. I watched a lot of it.
Wow,
On the plane
okay.
ride back from San Francisco.
She's the celebrity lodestone. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Well, you like electric vehicles? How about a semi-truck? That's what the world needs. Tesla Semi is coming, and our next guest is going to tell us all about it. Maini Yang, commercial transport analyst at BNEF. She's based in London. Maini, talk to us about Tesla and this semi-truck they have.
Yeah, so thanks for having me. This truck has been 9 years in the making, and on the market currently, there aren't that many long-range electric trucks in the US, but this new Tesla model that has just entered series production promises up to 500 miles of range on pure battery electric. So it's quite a special truck, and there are quite a lot of subsidies from California that can potentially bolster the economics, in addition to the optimal time they chose to roll this out when the oil prices are high, which make the TCOs, or total cost of ownerships, more advantageous. And I can get into that a bit more.
So tell us a little bit about what you were surprised by. When you were doing the research on these Tesla semis, what caught you by surprise?
I think it was the time it took for them to actually ramp up series production, because this vehicle was announced in around 2017, but it really took a long time for them as a startup to actually bring it fully online, because in the past couple of years it was in pilot phase, and we heard some positive feedback from fleets testing the trucks, but this is one of the only electric truck models in the heavy duty segments that are actually rolled out by a pure play like EV company, because currently the companies we see that sell electric trucks are mostly the legacy manufacturers. So I would say that is quite surprising that they can gain this much traction as a pure play electric truck maker.
So, Maini, what's the company saying about their production, going forward? I assume it's going to be kind of a slow build into their output rate. What are they telling us?
Yeah, so I think specific numbers are not really released for this year. We just know that it will be a slow ramp up. Eventually, they target making 500K of these semi-trucks per year. But we think this year it's going to be far from that, because so far on the US market, no single manufacturer has managed to sell over 500 electric trucks per year by manufacturer. So I think the ramp up is still going to be quite challenging. And there are also a lot of uncertainties around the tariffs, because last year, the Trump administration introduced new truck and parts tariffs, and it's quite a short time span for these manufacturers to switch to local supply. Tesla takes an approach of co-using components across its vehicle types. For example, the Semi can co-use some parts with the Cybertruck, but of course they might be subject to different tariff conditions. So that could be a potential challenge for the ramp up.
All right, Manny, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Manny Yang, commercial truck analyst for BNEF. I'm looking at pictures of this thing. It looks kind of like a normal truck, unlike the pickup truck, which looks just silly.
Well, it looks like it's out of Minecraft or a Lego vehicle.
Yeah, every time I see somebody driving down the street with one of those things, I'm like, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Anyway, but some people are doing it, so what do you know? We got some red on the screen here, a little bit of a sell-off here today. Yields pushing a little bit higher here. Let's get back to these markets. We can do that with Dryden Pence, Chief Investment Officer, Pence Wealth Management, Newport Beach, California. We're heading out there in the fall, aren't we? Somewhere out there?
Yes, or Huntington Beach.
Huntington Beach,
the beaches get me confused.
It's all a scam.
It's all
not
a beach.
It's not Wall Street. It's not. I don't care. Dryden,
We're
what do you make of
jealous,
this?
Dryden.
Exactly. What do you make of this market, Dryden? We had a sell-off when the war started, but boy, the stock markets have just come ripping back. What do you make of that dynamic?
Well, geopolitical events really have kind of a short life. Around about we look at it over the last couple of decades, about 45 days. You get a sell-off, it hits a bottom, it comes right back. So geopolitical events kind of have a round trip of anywhere from 19 to 45 days, and that's kind of what this has happened. And so we tend not to get overly concerned about them. We actually look at them as opportunities. If everybody else is going to, panic sell a little bit, we try to step into the panic and go from there.
And it looks like that's what the rest of the market feels like too, given the reaction and the rebound we've seen. However, the new normal does seem to be higher oil prices. Whether it stays at 106 or not, it's going to be higher than it was before the war. How does that show up in which sectors you want to avoid and which sectors you want to really zero in on?
Well, there's two parts to that. The first one is, what is it going to be 90 days from now? We believe that we're below 190 days from now, that we're probably back down into the 80s, and that it becomes, because in the end, economics beats politics every time. The world needs oil. Iran needs money. Sooner or later, things flow through the Straits of Hormuz. Oil prices come down. And so I think that first part of it is the overarching concern. We're back down to 80. 80 is a good number. Everybody's making money. The economy's working fine. 60 stimulative. 80 is fine. 100 is inflationary. 120 is recessionary. That's kind of the way we look at it. So we think we're going to roll down below this fairly soon. When you think about the sectors to avoid in that, you see some constriction normally in consumer discretionary in that, and not necessarily in consumer staples, but there's a balancing. This higher oil price is kind of balanced out by also some of the benefits of the great big beautiful bill coming in. So people having a little more money, you have where's going to be tax bills turned into small tax refunds, and so consequently we think this evens out and sets us up pretty good for the rest of the year. It's not. I don't think it's a big event 90 days from now.
And that says a man who spent basically your whole adult life in the United States Army as an officer, so you know what you're talking about there. One of the names, we had a rotation, as people think about the AI story and how to play it, we had a period of time where they were just selling software stocks left and right. One of those was Microsoft. And I know you guys have an interest in Microsoft. How do you view the Microsoft story? It's down 13% this year, so people aren't sure whether it's one of these software stocks I need to be concerned about.
I think that when you look at Microsoft, you have to recognize its absolute dominance in business. 95% of the companies out there, the Fortune 500, use it, right? And so it's really hard for people to change habits. So as Microsoft is going to not only have their software in it, they're getting their AI piece, the Microsoft 365 going. And I think what's going to happen is people are going to gradually continue to find that Microsoft grabs bigger wallet share as we go through this. They're slow. They're not ahead of the game. But then this puts us in a situation where if you're trading, it's one thing. If you're investing, everybody's using Microsoft. Everybody's going to continue to use Microsoft. They're not going to get displaced. So they're going to end up coming out on the other side of this in a favorable situation.
Okay, so Microsoft is one of your picks. NVIDIA is also one of your picks as well, the OG chip maker tied to the whole AI boom. It's reporting earnings on Wednesday, and the last three earnings, it has beat to the upside, but the stock has reacted negatively. How are you thinking through what people are pricing in at this point?
Well, I think first of all on earnings, I think we're gonna probably see earnings be extremely good. It's only growing. When you take a look at the amount of CapEx that's running into chips is almost the size of the capital expenditure of the U.S. Defense Department. I mean, it's hundreds of billions of dollars, and NVIDIA is the greatest benefactor of that. So while what happens is some people look at this stock and go, well, it's just too good to be true. It's too good to be true. It's too good to be true. But the point of the matter is, as long as earnings are going to continue to be terrific and they're going to capture that much of the market, we think that it's a sustained system. It's going to take a while for anybody to catch up to NVIDIA. And then we're spending 2% of GDP on the AI buildup right now. This is like the Transcontinental Railroad. I mean, it's huge. And so I think that they're going to be the largest benefactor.
30 seconds left. How else are you playing AI?
We also have Meta in here as well, because we think that, again, you have over 3 billion people using the Meta platform. That's bigger than China and India combined. When you've got that many people using your platform, all they have to do is begin to have an AI solution that becomes ubiquitous, and they begin to capture that part. So we look for people that are a lot of consumers doing stuff. That's Microsoft and Meta. We look for the company that's key to that choke point. That's NVIDIA. And that's kind of your trifecta for AI.
Yeah, so you're not getting cute here. You're sticking with what makes sense.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
Really appreciate it. Dryden, thank you for coming in. Dryden Pence, Chief Investment Officer at Pence Capital Management. Here with us in New York, he helped bring the heat as well, because it's going to be brutally hot later on this week. So we appreciate your coming in.
Absolutely. Thank you.
It is a Monday morning, and we're looking at declines in equities to start the week at least. And this is kind of a follow-through on the sell-off we got on Friday. The S&P 500 lower by 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite losing 0.75%. Oil prices are modestly higher. And when I say modestly, we're talking about a gain of about 1.5%. And worth noting here that bond yields remain elevated. That was the big story on Friday. Ira Jersey reminding us that perhaps this is the return of bond vigilantes, particularly in places like the UK and Japan, and how that might be kind of spilling over into the US. The 30-year yield, 5.13%. The 10-year yield, 4.60%. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. The deadlock over the Iran war is sending oil prices higher again, so that's fueling inflation worries, raising bets on higher borrowing costs. The end result, again, the major averages lower. S&P 500 down 20 points. The Dow down just 7 right now. And the Nasdaq Composite Index 161 points lower. West Texas Intermediate is up at 106.77 a barrel. That's up $1.28 right now. A lot of earnings this week. Key test for investors comes with NVIDIA. Also hear from retailers including Home Depot, TJX, Lowe's, Target, and Walmart. Elon Musk says he's back in Texas working on plans for the IPO of SpaceX as the rocket and artificial intelligence company gears up for the largest listing of all time. He said he wanted to get the SpaceX IPO underway, quote, pretty soon. Amanda Gotti, meantime, at PNC says the war with Iran demands that investors diversify.
The market wants the conflict to be over. It's clearly not over, right? It ain't over till it's over. And so I think from a portfolio positioning perspective, broader exposure as opposed to just picking one name or a handful of names is the right answer right now.
Looking at yields right now, the benchmark, the 10-year 4.59, the long bond 5.12. That's up just a basis point today. So a tech entrepreneur took his 3.5-foot tall humanoid robot Stewie on a Southwest Airlines. Yeah, well, he's got a lot of time on it. Well, who knows what his issues are. So he took Stewie on a Southwest Airlines flight from Las Vegas to Dallas last week in its own seat in coach, not as cargo. So the airline has since updated the travel policy, banning robots from the cabin as checked luggage. They are citing safety concerns. So
did the robot do anything? While in the seat?
With Stewie? I mean, that's their business. Oh, no, on the airline flight. No, right, nothing that we know about. It's according to the New York Post, so we'll see. But anyway, we check the markets and other stuff for you right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. I don't know what you're thinking there, Scarlett.
I'm just curious if, there are any pictures of Stewie on flight. On the
sure,
flight,
if you
doing stuff.
ChatGPT will go find it for you.
There we go. Stewie.
All right. Once a quarter, they get this thing called the 13Fs get filed. So you can see what funds are buying and selling. And there's a whole cottage industry out there for people who do this. For Berkshire Hathaway, what's Warren Buffett buying and selling? It's a little bit different this time because we got a new CEO, Greg Abel. And I want to see what he's been buying and selling here. Matthew Palazzola, he knows. He's a senior analyst covering the insurance biz, including Berkshire Hathaway for Bloomberg Intelligence. So what did we learn from this 13F from Berkshire Hathaway? What is Mr. Greg Abel, the new CEO, what's he doing?
So we never know actually what's happening behind the scenes. They don't talk to analysts. They don't tell us anything. Warren Buffett is still around. He's the chairman. He goes in the office every day. So there could be some fingerprints on this, but maybe not, because the biggest move was a dramatic increase in their stake in Alphabet. So they had about 4 billion, and now they have about 16 billion worth of Alphabet shares, and that was the biggest individual move in the quarter.
And Buffett is known for investing in things he understands. That's kind of how he puts it, right? He wants to be able to understand the business model, and then he's in on it. Does Greg Abel have like a self-professed philosophy on investing?
Same. that was pretty much what he said in interviews, was we think of it the same way. They took this initial Alphabet stake while Buffett was still there last year, but it could have been Abel then. It could have been the investment deputy, Ted Welcher. So he does profess we want to understand the businesses. So I guess he understands Google's business.
So any reason to think, first of all, give me what's that cash number that's on the balance sheet that we should?
I believe it's 380 billion. The reported number was too high because they had some settlements in there.
Okay, so give our listeners and viewers a ballpark. $380 billion that they have on their balance sheet that supposedly they're supposed to invest.
Mm-hmm.
Anything, but that's been a problem because you can't find stuff out there that can put a dent in $380 billion.
Correct.
So is there anything that Greg Abel may do to change that dynamic?
So we talked about this before. I think capital return. I mean, so what are you going to do? You're going to buy a whole company, return capital, which seems to be a no-no. I don't think he's in any rush to buy make a huge splash. And I also don't think, as long as Buffett is there, that he's going to return capital in any meaningful way to investors. So I think we'll see more of the same. I think this was still, so the other story of this quarter is they sold a lot of stock, but that stock they sold was likely positions by one of the former investment deputies who left the firm. So they sold about, I think...
The guy who went to JP Morgan, right?
Yes, Todd Combs. So they sold about 11 billion in positions that I think are related to him. Again, they don't tell you if they are. Included in that was a Visa and MasterCard. So they sold a lot in the quarter. The net story then was they actually sold more than they bought. But if they didn't do this, they would have bought more than they sold. So the story is I think it was 14 quarters prior to this, they had sold more than they bought. So that big move, they would have actually been a net buyer of stocks for the first time. And
I remember Warren Buffett a while ago talking about how he was going to go elephant hunting with, his hoard of cash. What was the last major acquisition they did make, and how did that go?
So they've bought a couple of sizable things. I mean, like they bought it was $12 billion worth of Google stock in the quarter, right? They bought a chemical company from Occidental for about $11 billion last year. They bought Allegheny, which was an insurance company, holding company. The owner of
Jeff Kirby,
Squishmallow fame that people go crazy about at the annual meeting. So they've put money to work. It's just they're generating a lot of capital, so it's kind of offsetting. And I mean, they're doing like 10 billion at a clip. Is not insignificant. I think all of those deals. I don't know about the OxyChem deal. That's still ongoing. But I think the Allegheny deal was good for them. It bolstered a bunch of insurance businesses where they could use more scale. And those additional businesses have been good as well.
All right. What else is going on in your world of property and casualty insurance here? I'm looking at the index. It's kind of flat for the year, I guess. Yep. I'm looking at the S&P property and casualty insurance thing, kind of flat.
So we're kind of, so I started my career in the tech boom, and I got deja vu all over again. We're at the mercy of the I guess Stewie robots of the world. Where these names sell off when tech, kind of gets more in favor, risk on. We are going to go into hurricane season. So the forecasts for hurricane season are about average. So, if maybe you want to see me a little bit more, maybe we'll get more activity. I don't know. But you've got two things. So you've got the El Nino effect, and then you've got hot sea surface temps. So hot sea surface temps increase hurricane activity, but the El Nino effect actually decreases it. So we got two kind of countervailing forces going on in the Atlantic, which will kind of net out to probably an average hurricane season. So we'll see what happens.
I've been reading that the AI weather forecasts will make these forecasts a lot more accurate than they have been in the past. So there'll be fewer surprises, or that's what we should expect.
It's possible. I think the thing is you can have a lot of hurricanes, but they don't really hit high value areas, and it doesn't matter all that much for my companies, or society. Or you can have just one, and it kind of slips through and hits Miami or something like that, and then it's a disaster. I have heard similar things that the AI can help with modeling, but I think there's always going to be the weather wild card.
I live at the beach, but the good news is I live 6 very long blocks from the beach, and they built up the dunes after Sandy that could withstand another Sandy, I think.
Hopefully,
and if you have beachfront property, you don't have ocean view property anymore because they built the dunes up so high, and all the towns along Jersey just said, tough. This is the way it's going to be.
Live with it.
We've had enough bailing you guys out. So Matthew Palazzolo, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Senior analyst, property and casualty insurance dude at Bloomberg Intelligence here. Berkshire Hathaway, we got, again, a new CEO, Greg Abel. He's got the reins, and he's been buying some tech. So it's pretty interesting.
I like what Matthew was saying, how his philosophy is pretty much Warren Buffett's philosophy. I'm sure that's the case. They want to make sure that there's a consistent handover, but over time, it'll be interesting to see how that evolves.
The day after Warren Buffett passes,
perhaps
we'll get a big dividend. That's my call. Get like a 3-4% dividend yield. Now we're talking.
Buffett's just totally opposed to dividends.
Yeah. I mean, he's been right. But I'm just saying, you get that kind of cash there. S&P off 21 points, the Dow off 5 points, and the Nasdaq off 170 points. That's 0.7%. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio in New York City, streaming live on YouTube and streaming live on Bloomberg.com/video. Merger Monday, definitely here. NextEra Energy agreeing to pay about $67 billion in stock for Dominion Energy in the biggest power acquisition ever. That's pretty cool. Dominion, I know those folks. They're down there in Richmond, Virginia, one of my favorite places. Emily Forgash joins us here, energy reporter for Bloomberg News. Emily, talk to us about this deal. It's a monster-sized deal. Why is NextEra buying Dominion?
Yeah, it's such a great question. There are many answers. The one that I've heard the most from analysts so far is that NextEra needs to rebalance its utility business versus its unregulated, non-regulated development business. Its development business for renewables has grown astronomically in the past few years because of demand largely from data centers. And it needs to rebalance more back to its regulated side. That's what credit rating agencies require of them. So they either needed to sell generation or buy a regulated utility.
How is AI and the need for electricity? We're seeing it all over. How is that driving this deal?
Yeah, I mean, Virginia, where Dominion operates mainly, is home to Data Center Alley, which is the biggest concentration of data centers in the U.S. And
is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Northern Virginia. And Virginia is struggling to meet that demand, and the demand forecasts for the next few years are completely outstrip what these utilities can provide at this moment in time. And that's the story across the country. And so NextEra, now being by far the biggest utility in the country once this goes through, the challenge for NextEra would be to try to provide energy for those data centers.
Wow. All right, you said they're going to create the biggest, so I'm thinking the regulators are just licking their chops here to review this deal. What are the companies saying about the regulatory hurdles they need to clear?
Yeah, there's a long list of regulatory bodies within the power sector that will need to look at this deal. Some analysts that I've talked to, though, have been pretty positive about this going through, especially from the Virginia legislature side and regulators in Virginia. Virginia really needs some help with meeting this power demand, and NextEra comes with a whole host of renewables and a lot of development and a strong utility side, and are pledging to use batteries in the area and things like that to meet demand. So the analysts I've talked to have been pretty positive from that perspective.
What do we know? I don't know that much about NextEra. I see they're a Florida company. I think this feels like the old Florida Power and Light or something like that. But what do we know about NextEra?
Yeah, so NextEra has a utility in Florida, but then also has a huge development business. It's become one of the biggest renewable energy developers in the U.S. in the past couple of years. And as I said, that demand has been proven by how big the renewable energy arm of NextEra has gotten. And this is why this rebalance is quite necessary.
Are analysts saying get ready for some more consolidation in the utility industry? Is this just the beginning? What are they saying?
Yeah, they are definitely saying get ready for more consolidation. One of the reasons is that all of these utilities are pledging to spend trillions of dollars on new generation, new transmission, basically upgrades to the grid over the next 5 years. And each one of these a new gas plant costs billions of dollars. Mm-hmm. And so these utilities are striving to get bigger and bigger market caps, more money behind them, so that they can reasonably pledge all of that money that's necessary to upgrade the grid and add new generation.
I read the book called The Grid.
Ah, did you?
Yeah, so I'm all in on this stuff. But I guess one of the questions is, who's going to pay for all this? Is it going to be the ratepayers like me and you and Charlie? Well, Charlie's definitely going to pay. Or is it going to be, if Google wants this big, data center, you pay for it, Google?
Yes, so that's still the major $1 million question. But I will say that there have been certain pieces of legislation that are passed or in or being talked about right now that would answer this question. What the big tech companies have said that they are willing to pay for the new generation that's necessary to meet their demand. The question is whether or not they will pay for all of the upgrades, or whether or not some of that CapEx that these utilities are going to have to spend will trickle down to ratepayers. So far, Bloomberg did an analysis that shows that so far the data center boom has made electricity prices higher, and electricity prices inflation outpaced overall inflation last month. So,
and I would think in the metro Washington, D.C. area, Virginia, all that kind of stuff, those folks are probably pretty sensitive to that.
Yeah, yes, exactly. And electricity prices are already forecast to be a really big part of the midterms this year. And so that's always going to be the backdrop of the conversation with a big deal like NextEra and Dominion.
All right, Emily, thank you so much for that reporting. Emily Forgash, she's energy reporter for Bloomberg News. Again, the big deal announced this morning. NextEra Energy down in Florida, they're agreeing to pay about $67 billion in a stock deal for Dominion Energy in the biggest power acquisition ever. A whole host of investment banks and law firms getting paid on that deal. So you can check that on MA Go on the Bloomberg terminal. That'll give you the full breakdown analysis of all the M&A trades out there, including this big one in the power space. Looking at the markets here, a little bit of red on the screen. Got the S&P down about 23 points, the Dow down 15, and the NASDAQ down 177 points. Not a lot of movement there, but we'll keep an eye on it. Energy prices, they've been whipped around all day this morning, up, down. Now got WTI crude oil up about $1.40, sitting just below $107 per barrel. Tom Keene asking for a Bitcoin quote, 76,000. Remember, we were just at 80 a few days ago, so the continued volatility there. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment. Again, a little bit of red on the screen here. The dollar, looking at the DXY index, a little bit weaker, but sitting right at 99. So we've rallied off of that 96, 97 print from a couple of weeks ago. Dollar a little bit stronger here. Stocks, S&P down 27 points. More Bloomberg coming up right now.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. A judge in New York has ruled certain evidence seized from Luigi Mangione's backpack when he was arrested must be suppressed. Specifically, the judge said Mangione's backpack was not in a grabbable area when he was detained by police in Pennsylvania, and therefore prosecutors will be barred from using a loaded magazine, cell phone, wallet, and computer chip from that bag. However, the alleged murder weapon and a notebook of Mangione's writings will be allowed. Attorneys for President Trump have informed a federal judge that the president is dropping his $10 billion lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service, and now the DOJ has just announced an anti-weaponization fund, a collection of $1.7 billion of taxpayer funding aimed at paying out victims of supposed government weaponization. It all comes as the tensions with Iran ratchet up, with the president now planning a national security meeting tomorrow at the White House. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers with more.
We were told that he also had conversations over the weekend with Vice President Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the CIA director, as well as his special envoy Steve Witkoff. But tomorrow's meeting is set to talk about next steps in Iran and potential military operations. The president's been asked that question so many times of what could potentially trigger a return to major combat operations, and the president will not say, but just said you'll know it when that happens.
President Trump also issuing a stark warning after Iranian drones struck a nuclear plant in the UAE.
Any escalation in the region, and you see it immediately reflected in oil prices. And this morning, you're seeing oil prices climbing after President Trump warned in a post for Iran, the clock is ticking and they better get moving fast. That was his quote, his words calling into question the fragile ceasefire with Iran, with the critical question of what happens to that Strait of Hormuz still unanswered.
ABC's chief business and economics correspondent Rebecca Jarvis. You're listening to ABC News. Weeks after President Trump and Pope Leo traded barbs over the war in the Middle East, now there's another dispute between the White House and the Catholic Church. Federal authorities are now planning to use eminent domain to seize 14 acres of land owned by the Catholic Diocese of El Paso.
The site sits alongside a 29-foot statue of Christ overlooking El Paso and Ciudad Juarez across the Rio Grande. Crews have already used dynamite nearby to level the land for border wall construction.
The blasting that they've done so far, we haven't seen that it has damaged the monument itself, but there's no telling.
Ruben Escandon Jr. is with the Mount Cristo Rey Restoration Committee. He worries about the future of a site that has drawn pilgrims for nearly a century. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
The nation's heartland is bracing for a new round of severe weather today following a weekend of tornadoes in Nebraska. ABC's Alex Perez reports from Chicago.
Sirens blaring in Alexandria, Nebraska. At least one confirmed tornado touching down near St. Libory. The tornado warnings reaching Omaha, where American Jake Rosemarin is quarantining after the deadly hantavirus outbreak on that cruise ship. Jake documenting the experience online.
Many of those same impacted areas are bracing for more severe weather today. Meanwhile, in Minnesota, the governor has mobilized the National Guard to help fight wildfires burning in the northern part of that state. Dry, hot, and windy conditions have created an increased risk for fires. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Primary season kicks into high gear. Welcome to a special edition of Balance of Power, live from Georgia, one of 6 states holding primary elections this week and breaking early turnout records, as we'll explore over the next 2 hours here on Balance of Power, live from the campus of Georgia Tech here in beautiful Atlanta. This hour, we're going to talk Georgia politics with musician, activist, and conservationist Chuck Lavelle. Sounds like he's arriving by train right now. The former Allman brother and member of the Rolling Stones will be with us right here at the desk with insights from former Georgia Republican Senator Saxby Chambliss. And we'll get an update from the White House when we talk to Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall. A lot of news happening in D.C. as well, and it's all after a look at Wall Street. Let's start there right now with the Monday trade and Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. All aboard. We're looking at a day right now of losses for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, and right now we do have West Texas Intermediate crude on the rise. Wall Street's rebound attempt has failed. Stocks falling. Oil climbs after doubts resurface about an imminent U.S.-Iran deal that would revive energy flows through the key Strait of Hormuz. Here's where we stand. S&P right now down 31, just about the low of the session right now at 49,493. That is a drop now of just under 0.1%. We do have the S&P 500 index right now falling by 28, 73.80, down 0.4%. Again, it is the Dow that is down by under 0.1%. NASDAQ down 0.8%, down now by 201 points. The 10-year, 4.59%, with a 2-year currently yielding 4.07%, and the 30-year, 5.12%. Gold up $3 the ounce, just about flat on the day at $45.43, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, $106.93 a barrel on WTI. Barrel of Brent closing in on $111 a barrel, up now by 1.6%. Deal news on this Monday: biggest power acquisition ever. NextEra Energy has agreed to pay about $67 billion in stock for Dominion Energy, creating a giant utility that will extend from Florida to the data centers clustered in Virginia. Shares of Dominion, they are surging now by 9.1%. NEE, NextEra Energy, it is down by 6.1%. Day 3 of the LIRR strike in and around the metropolitan New York area, and for anybody not working from home, potentially they're looking at another challenging ride home. MTA Chair and CEO Janno Lieber was on Bloomberg Surveillance this morning. He discussed the state of ongoing talks between the MTA and its unions.
They're going on right now. They resumed at 7:30 this morning. Folks took a break at about 1:30 in the morning last night. I was here with them, and they're back at the table right now as we're speaking. So I don't have an update, but work is going on right now.
MTA Chair Janno Lieber interviewed this morning on surveillance. Politics, specifically in the UK. Andy Burnham, the current favorite to replace Keir Starmer as UK Prime Minister, has ruled out changing the government's self-imposed limits on borrowing if he were to gain power. Recapping, S&P 500 index down now by 28 at 73.80, dropped there of 0.4%. WTI 107 a barrel, up now by 1.5%. Back we go to Atlanta, and once again your host of Balance of Power, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Charlie will be back with us in just about 15 minutes' time, watching Wall Street from his perch at World Headquarters in New York while we talk politics here in Atlanta, Georgia, on the eve of the primary here in Georgia and 5 other states that we're going to be talking a lot about in the next couple of days here, the next couple of hours here on Balance of Power. Thank you for joining us on our special Monday edition. We're live on the campus of Georgia Tech. It's hot in Atlanta. The sun is out. Early voting is over. They set a record, by the way, as we're going to talk a little bit later on this hour with Chuck Lavelle and with Saxby Chambliss, both joining me here at our desk at Georgia Tech. And a little bit later on in the program, I'm just going to give you a fair warning here. Second hour, live from Atlanta, our conversation in person with Killer Mike. He'll be with us at the desk here as well. We, of course, have a lot to talk about, though, when it comes to Washington, and that is where we start our coverage today with our eyes on Iran and a still closed Strait of Hormuz. You just heard Charlie Pellet running through oil prices, and this story simply has not changed since we last met, if only gotten slightly worse in the energy markets. New York crude, $107 a barrel. Brent is at $111 almost, and the president is back on Truth Social. The clock is ticking, he says, ahead of his meeting in the Situation Room with military officials tomorrow. For Iran, the clock is ticking, he writes on Truth Social, and they better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. As the president picks through the results of his trip to China, which got a little bit better looking, involving more agricultural products and at least an agreement to buy more food from the United States. But Strait's still closed. Oil and gas prices are still high. And we walk into this new week with the same concerns we ended the last one. Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall is back at the White House. I'm not sure what time zone she is in, having just gotten back from her trip to Beijing following the president at the big summit, but joins us now with the latest. Tyler, what's the president thinking as he starts this week, knowing that this standoff has not budged in Iran?
Right, Joe, and I mean, it's particularly pertinent. You're in Georgia. We're going to see a flurry of states have their primaries this week as the domestic issues compound and energy prices are impacted by the ongoing war in Iran. We know that the U.S. wants to find a diplomatic solution. We've repeatedly heard U.S. officials say that that's still a viable option, but at this point, it's very clear that the White House's patience is wearing thin. You mentioned President Trump and his recent threat on Truth Social over the weekend when he landed back here in the U.S. and had met with some senior advisors, including Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. At this point, we haven't gotten indication that the sides are any closer towards a deal, amid some new reporting from Iranian state media today, including that the U.S. has proposed a temporary waiver for Iranian oil sanctions until a deal is reached. The U.S. has not confirmed this reporting, though we do know that this is something that Iran has really been pushing to be put on the table to reach a deal. Pair that with other reporting, again, from Iranian state media over the weekend that the latest U.S. proposal had been a non-starter for a few different reasons, including that, according to Iran state media, the U.S. is saying that there will not be payments for war damages and that we could see an unfreezing of less than a quarter of Iran's frozen assets. These are all things that Iran would like to see reversed. They want to get those payments for damages. They want to see a total unfreezing of their assets. So, Joe, at this point, it's unclear if we're getting closer to a deal, because I will point you to one very important line from Iran's foreign minister in a briefing earlier today. When it comes to the issue of uranium enrichment, quote, "This is not something we want to discuss or compromise on. As you well know, this administration has maintained that there needs to be curbs on Iran's nuclear program. There needs to be assurances, at least, that they're going to talk about it before we could see that lifting of the U.S. naval blockade in these discussions."
What do we make of this report on sanctions, Tyler? This would be a pretty major development. Iranian media reporting the U.S. proposed a temporary waiver of sanctions on Iran's oil, which feeds into the demands from Tehran. Is this going to happen?
Well, at this point, we haven't gotten confirmation, Joe, from the U.S. And it's interesting because it comes against a backdrop of earlier today where we had the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tell G7 allies that he actually wants to see them ratchet up their sanctions regime when it comes to Iran. Perhaps the U.S. would wind them down and European allies would put them on. It's unclear if this would happen at this point, though we know that the administration is looking for a diplomatic off-ramp, and according to Iranian state media, this would only be temporary. Allow this to happen while they negotiate a firmer deal. We'll have to see, because this is one point in what has been a long list of demands from Iran when it comes to reopening the Strait of Hormuz, including that the U.S. needs to lift its naval blockade. And that's another thing that the White House has maintained isn't going to go away. In fact, a new headline crossing on the Bloomberg terminal within the last hour that Karg Island has no tankers loading, in sign that the blockade is biting. Data analyzed by Bloomberg News shows that as many as 23 tankers right now are anchored off of that export hub, marking the most number of tankers, the largest cluster that we've seen since the blockade has began. It's very clear that the administration has said that they want to keep up that economic pressure. So it's hard to imagine that we would see an easing when it comes to this, but perhaps it would be part of a broader deal to help move forward that diplomatic process. But at this point, we're still just waiting for confirmation either way.
Hey, Tyler, what's going on with the IRS here? DOJ, if I could change the subject, has announced that as part of the settlement agreement between President Trump and the IRS, a $1.7 billion anti-weaponization fund is going to be set up here to redress claims of others, it says, who suffered weaponization and lawfare. This is taxpayer money, right? Almost $2 billion.
Right. And this is part of President Trump dropping his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS over the 2019 leak of his tax information. You'll recall the IRS had this data leak that impacted a number of wealthy individuals, including President Trump, Ken Griffin, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, that were stolen by a former contractor. The DOJ announced as part of that settlement agreement what you're outlining, that the Attorney General has essentially set up this fund. It has gotten criticism from Democrats, including Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, who's calling this a slush fund. But we should say that President Trump wouldn't receive any money directly, but instead claims could be made by parties that allege that they were victims by so-called government weaponization. It does mark a pretty interesting point in what has at this point been a years-long saga by President Trump. We'll have to see where it goes from here, but it certainly is a win for the Trump administration in this case.
Just looking at the schedule today, Tyler, we might see him and hear from him, right? There is a White House event at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, an affordability event, as they're calling it. This is healthcare related, Trump RX. Might we learn more when we see him?
Right. So people familiar with the matter do confirm to Bloomberg News that President Trump is looking to add generic medications to its direct-to-consumer drug sales website. You mentioned it, Trump RX, alongside billionaire Mark Cuban. So that will be an interesting pairing in the Oval Office later today. We know that this administration has been really focused on foreign policy recently, the war in Iran, the fact that President Trump was just overseas in China, but we should expect this week for a refocusing on those domestic policy issues. Of course, it's a big primary week, and we know that the cost of the war in Iran is compounding those issues for Americans. Now, we can say, Joe, that many Trump-backed candidates are winning their Republican primaries, and President Trump has said that this is going to be a short-term disruption when it comes to the war in Iran impacting the cost of goods, notably energy, but it's proving to still be the largest issue for American voters. So it makes sense that we're going to hear a lot more about the White House's affordability push, as those higher energy costs are eating into the higher tax refunds that Americans have been getting and Republicans have been banking on running on as we get closer to November.
Wow. I'll be very curious to see this one. If they're appearing together, Trump and Cuban, they don't like each other, right? Did Mark Cuban call him like the most unethical person in politics during the campaign? Wow.
Yeah, right. And has supported Democratic candidates before.
Tyler, thank you. Glad you're back in the USA. Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall getting us rolling here on a special edition of Balance of Power, live from Atlanta, Georgia, on the eve of the primary. Chuck Lavelle, conservationist, activist, and rock star, will be with us next.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A volatile day for the U.S. stock market. The Dow back in the green right now, higher by 64 points, up by about 0.1%. S&P 500, however, erased earlier gains. Brent crude hit $111 a barrel right now, just below that. Iran has given an updated proposal to end the war, but Axios is reporting the White House believes it's insufficient. S&P right now at 73.96. It is down 12, drop there of 0.2%. Again, the Dow does remain higher, up by about 0.1%. The Nasdaq Composite Index lower by 133 points, down 0.5%. All of this with the VIX holding just above 18, a 10-year at 4.58%, a 2-year currently yielding 4.07%, and the 30-year 5.12%. Gold, little changed, up 0.1% right now at $45.46 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude, 107 a barrel, up 1.5%. Barrel of Brent, 111.10 right now, up by 1.7%. Lululemon Athletica is criticizing founder Chip Wilson. Lululemon is rejecting Wilson's overtures to install new board members. Shares of Lululemon today, they are trading a little change. Lululemon now up by about 0.3%. Back we go to Atlanta. Balance of Power continues now. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet will be back in about 20 minutes' time with more on Wall Street as we connect the dots between policy and the markets every day here on Balance of Power. This one is special, of course. We're on the road on the eve of the primary here in Georgia. Yeah, we're live in Atlanta on the campus of Georgia Tech. Of course, Georgia, one of 6 states hitting polls tomorrow with primary elections taking place around the country. We're going to be looking at Kentucky. We're going to be looking at Pennsylvania. And yes, of course, the granddaddy of them all right here, the microcosm of the nation that we call the great state of Georgia. And when we started making plans to come down here, we knew we'd be talking to the Pauls, we knew we'd be talking to candidates and political analysts, academics, and all of the voices that you would normally expect to hear on Balance of Power. But there was one voice we wanted to hear to bring a slightly different narrative to this conversation, equally as important. He's an activist, a conservationist, and yes, he is a rock star. And you've actually seen and heard him on this program before. When we think back to the funeral for the late President Jimmy Carter, that'd be Chuck Leavell. I think I described him pretty well. Of course, of Allman Brothers fame, of Rolling Stones fame, and yes, political fame. Chuck, it's great to have you back on Bloomberg. Thanks for coming to see me. It's a thrill, as always, and I just wonder your thoughts on the lay of the land here in Georgia, because I keep hearing that all politics are national now, that it doesn't really matter where you land in the country. It's the same debate. Gas prices, data centers, left versus right. Is Georgia different?
Well, I think there's a lot of the same right here in the state. You just mentioned data centers. We had an approval of a data center in my county of Twiggs recently, and of course there's quite an upheaval of discussion about that. And of course other factors, at least that I'm involved in, that affect the state and affect us personally is the forest industry. We've had mill closures here in Savannah and Riceville and let's see, Cedar Springs. And so this has affected the forest industry quite significantly.
You know a lot about this, having actually gone to school for forestry, and you are the force behind Charlene Woodlands and Preserve, presiding over some 4,000 acres of forest land. Conservation is a story that has, in many ways, fallen out of the political discourse. Is it something you're keeping alive here in Georgia?
Absolutely, yes, sir. For me personally, we have 3 different conservation easements on our properties, and I think a lot of our fellow landowners are looking at this option. You know, look, we're going to have development in this country. There's no doubt about it. You're going to have room for that, and I think you just need to be very reasonable about it. And I think you do need to protect certain areas for, you know, wildlife, certain areas for recreation and so forth. Very important.
And that really plays into the data center debate here, correct? Because there's a competition for water, there's a competition for power, and for actual land. It's become the biggest NIMBY issue in this country, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when you talk about the power issue, one of the things that I wish we could get going, and it would be a good market for our forest products, would be using wood pellets for energy to power these data centers. As we know, they take enormous amounts of power. And so, you know, it may not be an end-all solution, but it could certainly be part of the solution.
Does there need to be a moratorium, as some are proposing, until these ideas are figured out?
I think there probably should.
Like weeds.
You know, Monroe County here in Georgia had a big controversy, lots of townspeople showing up for the commissioners' meetings and so forth. And they very wisely, I think, said, hey, let's hold off here. Where's the fire? You know, why don't we take a breath here and find out what we need to know before we approve these things. I think maybe they have approved one data center, but one that has been proposed is being postponed now. And I think it's a good idea to take a breath.
Yeah, interesting. So when you pull back from this whole idea, there's a question of whether conservation and alternate energy has fallen out of the debate since President Trump came back into office.
Yes.
He's not a fan of wind, we know that. He's not much of a bigger fan of solar. And we've seen stocks and companies that have made big investments in this area hurt quite a bit, making it hard for them to continue to invest.
Yes.
Is this a turning point or just a dark patch for people in alternate energy?
I think it's a dark patch. I think that's going to turn around. I think it has to turn around, Joe. You know, you can't just depend on coal, and certainly nuclear should be a part of the plan as well. We know now that we can make smaller nuclear plants that are more community-based and not, you know, huge. But again, wood pellets and other alternative energy, I think solar and wind need to be part of it. I think it'll come back around. I'm confident it will.
Has Georgia gone too far into the data center hub business?
I think a lot of people are nervous.
Yeah.
A lot of people
I live
are
in
nervous.
Virginia, the data center capital of the world. Some think Georgia's next.
You know, it's all over this country. It's not just Georgia, not just Virginia. It's everywhere, and people are concerned. And look, I understand it. You know, you got to, if you're going to have all these things that AI supposedly will give us, you're going to have these data centers. I know this sounds a little far-fetched, but I'm sure you know this as well, that they're talking about having data centers in space now.
Yeah, they are.
Maybe sometime in the next 20 years that'll come about, and that could offer some relief, because let's face it, these things are huge. They use tremendous amounts of water. Supposedly the more modern ones, the newer ones, don't use as much water as some of the older ones do. But, you know, you're talking 1 million gallons a day for these older centers. That's a concern.
Oh, my God. You mentioned AI. As an artist, as the keyboard player in the Rolling Stones, as someone who's been composing music for years, do you worry about this creeping in on the creative side of your business, whether it's for writing? You could go listen to music from an AI band that doesn't even have a real person, Joe.
No, it's insane.
Yeah.
Yes, we're all concerned. I like what Taylor Swift is doing. She's gone and sort of copyrighted herself, if you will, you know, protected her image, protected her voice, and so forth. I
This
think
is what you have to do now?
You have to do that. I think you're going to see a lot of bands and artists go that way. I think you have to protect yourself. We've seen what actors and writers in the you know, television and movie business have done, and I think music is going to follow suit.
It's become a big debate in union negotiations, to your point, in the acting world, and when it comes to writing. Does it potentially lower the quality of music? What's the fallout? Isn't more better?
It's an interesting question.
Yeah.
And I don't know the exact answer, Joe, but I think it can be used to benefit. Let's say you got writer's block.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
And you're trying to finish a song, and you say, well, how can I do this? And maybe you go, just like in the old days, you know, where we used to go? A thesaurus. You know what a thesaurus is?
Yes, my favorite book.
And so, no, I think as a tool like that, you could use it to help finish a line or something like that. But, you know, this concept of creating a band or an artist that doesn't exist, that's weird, man. I don't know. I don't get that. I don't see that as I don't want to.
Can't imagine an AI band opening for you at the Fillmore. It would be pretty weird. You just wonder where the middle ground is here as we talk about the prospect of losing jobs, but also increasing efficiency and productivity, and maybe there's an equivalent in the music business.
Well, you know, here in the state of Georgia, recently our legislature passed a bill that would include an Office of Music for our state, and unfortunately, our governor vetoed it. But I think that could help protect all of our artists, our Georgia artists, and collectively, and connect our cities like Macon, Atlanta, Savannah, Augusta, Rome, you know, for music as a whole. So I hope that bill will come back around and we can.
You could have been the commissioner.
Yeah, there you go.
Get this thing together. Are you glad that Georgia's going to get a new governor? Is it time for change?
I think so, yes. You know, Kemp has been great for business, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. I would like to see him put as much energy in the music business as he does in other businesses. And I think that would be great for our state. We have such a rich history of music here in Georgia. Are you kidding me? James Brown,
Oh, my
Otis
God.
Redding,
Yeah.
Little Richard, you know.
Absolutely.
Allman Brothers Band that I was privileged to be a part of, and so much more. So we want to preserve that history, and we want to continue that history.
Yeah, you've got a super competitive Senate primary, super competitive gubernatorial race, record spending, and I understand record turnout in early voting.
Yeah.
What did you make of that? When you closed the books Friday, 1 million people, never seen that many in Georgia.
I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I think people care. People want to have their vote make a difference, and they want to be heard. So I'm very proud of our Georgians coming out to vote.
It appears to be Democratic, by a good 15% Democratic turnout that drove those numbers. Does that give us a sense of what Georgia's feeling politically?
We'll see.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. I don't know, but we'll know soon enough, won't we? I mean, here's
That's
the
for sure.
primary. Of course,
Yeah.
we have the main election in November, and that'll be the big question answered. But I feel a little bit of a change in the state.
You do, huh?
direction. And I think also throughout the country, you know. I'd like to see, I don't know, fairness come back around, you know, common sense come back around, love come back around,
Wow.
peace.
Yeah.
You know?
Those are some
I
different
think
concepts.
these are things that are on people's minds, and we are quite divided. I'd like to see us come back together as a country. I think that's so important. Everybody talks about that. How do you do it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't have a magic wand away, but I think we could listen to each other more. I think that would be a big help. So let's hope that we can come together a little
Well, I
bit
appreciate
more.
that very much. And in the spirit of that answer, we've only got 30 seconds left. Stone's got a new album. Are they going on the road?
Well, no immediate plans. I don't
Okay.
think you're going to see it this year.
No?
Hopefully
All right.
next year. Yeah.
Next year?
Yeah, hope
With
so.
this guy?
Of course, it's up to Mick and Keith and Ronnie, but if they want me, I'll be a part of it.
Man, I can't imagine. What a life you have led and continue to lead, and it's so great to have you with us here, Chuck, on Bloomberg.
Thank you.
Happy election, primary eve, and you're off to a gig here, right? You're out of town.
Yeah, I'll be in Miami tomorrow for a private show. Looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Those guys are in for a treat. Great to see you again.
Great to see you, man.
The great Chuck Lavelle with us here, live from Atlanta on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew in Georgia at the eve of the primary. Stay with us with much more ahead on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow giving up earlier gains. Volatile session back in the red right now. Little changed and lower. Dow Industrials down 6, a drop there of under 0.1%. S&P 500 index 73.75 right now, down 32 for the S&P, a decline of 0.4%. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 239 for Nasdaq. That is a drop of 0.9%. The VIX holding above 18 now, with a 10-year at 4.59%, the 2-year 4.07%, and the 30-year 5.12%. Gold, little changed on the day, up under 0.1%, higher by $4 the ounce to $45.44. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.7%, 107.17 a barrel, and Brent back above 111 now, $111.10 a barrel on Brent crude, up by just about 1.7%. Bitcoin 76,440 on Bitcoin, down by 2.3%. Sources tell Bloomberg the U.S. is expected to issue a waiver allowing the sale of Russian crude oil and petroleum products that are already loaded on tankers. It comes only days after the previous one lapsed. Again, West Texas Intermediate crude 107.17 a barrel, up 1.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. They are live in Atlanta. Back we go, and once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Okay, thank you, Charlie Pellet. He'll be back coming up top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, as we welcome our global television audience to the program. And it's an important one today, a special edition of Balance of Power live from Atlanta, Georgia. Georgia is one of 6 states holding primary elections tomorrow. And we're on the ground here to get a better sense of what issues are driving decisions. And of course, we've got 2 really important races here, gubernatorial and Senate. Who's going to run against Jon Ossoff? And who's going to replace Brian Kemp? 2 questions that we're asking here as we talk with voices from Georgia and around the country here. We're going to be looking as well at Kentucky and other states voting tomorrow. But we zero in on this important set of primary elections statewide in Georgia, which some people call a red state, some people call a purple state. You can say that on your own here, because there are a lot of cross currents that we're going to be discussing now with Saxby Chambliss. Delighted to hear that the former senator was going to stop by to talk to us on the campus of Georgia Tech, and he's here right now, the former Republican senator from Georgia. Mr. Chambliss, welcome back. It's great to see you, Senator, here on Bloomberg.
Thank you, Joe. Good to see you. Glad to have you in Atlanta.
We'll appreciate that a lot.
On the campus of a great university.
Isn't this beautiful today? And it's so beautiful outside. We picked a good one, and I'm glad that you're part of our conversation. As we look at these races, and I want to cover the waterfront with you. There's a lot of news out of Iran that I'd like to talk to you about with your former Intel committee cap on. But as far as this election goes, I was just talking to your old friend Chuck Lavelle about a remarkable early vote that set a record in Georgia, 1 million people. Yet we've got races that are so close they will likely go to runoffs. How would you describe the current political environment here in Georgia?
Yeah, it's a lot of people say that we're a transition state.
Yeah.
When Republicans come out and vote, we're a red state. If they get apathetic, we're a purple state.
Okay.
So, being a Republican, I hope they all were turned out in the early voting as well as tomorrow. Republicans usually lag behind on early voting for whatever reason. Our folks like to come out on election day and cast their vote. But here, Joe, we've got so many candidates, particularly on the gubernatorial side, that it's hard to figure out what's going to ultimately happen tomorrow. The Senate race, we've got 3 Republicans in that race trying to win a race to run against Jon Ossoff. They're 3 great guys. They're all 3 dear friends of mine, and they've been slugging it out. And nobody has really blown the water out.
Yeah, right. Governor's taking a real stand on this, though. He's spending some capital on this race. Is it worth it?
Brian is, he's a longtime friend of the Dooley family.
Yeah, sure.
And he and Derek have known each other all their lives, and he's committed on it. you're right. He's spending a lot of his personal capital on this.
Derek Dooley, we're talking about running against the two members of Congress, and Buddy Carter and Mike Collins.
Right.
Would any of these three be a more formidable match for Jon Ossoff?
It's hard to say. When people ask me who are you favored in that race, and my standard answer is whoever can beat Jon Ossoff.
Right.
And as I said, I don't think any one of the three has really risen to a point to where you can say this one will be better candidate versus this one. So it's kind of up in the air.
It's going to a
now.
runoff, it sounds like.
I do think that Ossoff has some vulnerabilities. He votes right down the Democratic line, and that's not the mainstream of most of Georgians. So it's going to be an interesting fall as we head into that, whoever comes out on our side.
No doubt. You know, it's interesting you talk about this red versus purple. Most statewide offices are held by Republicans, but you've got two Democrats in the Senate. And as the former senator, I wonder what you make of that.
Thank you, Donald Trump.
Yeah?
Because that was 2020, if you remember.
That's
Both
right.
those senators were elected. And
we were here for the Warnock Herschel Walker special.
Yeah, well, Donald Trump came out in after 16.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 20, and said, look, the election is rigged. I really won. Don't vote. Your vote is not going to count. And too many Republicans listened to that, and they didn't come out in the runoff. And both those cases, we had a runoff, and the Democrats won. They were fired up, and we weren't.
Well, see, you've got Donald Trump back in the White House, doesn't like early voting. We saw a 15% margin, more Democrats early voting than Republicans. And you're paying over $4 for a gallon of gas. How does that come together for Republicans in this cycle?
Not helpful.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, in all of my 14 elections that I was involved in personally, Joe, at the end of the day, the pocketbook was the number one item. If the economy was doing well, then incumbents usually do well. And when the economy is not doing well, then, and when I say incumbents, the incumbent party, particularly in the White House. And when the economy is not doing well, then there's a real headwind against this White House now as we heading into these elections. And 6 months is a lifetime from an election standpoint, but the policies of the Trump White House really need to move in a different direction to get gas prices down, to get inflation down, to get grocery prices down, because people are hurting right now.
Well, let's get into that, because you remember what it's like to sit on the Intel Committee as a ranking member, as a matter of fact. You were there after 9/11 to conduct an investigation. I remember you being on TV just about every day back then, looking into how this could have happened. I can't imagine you envisioned a hot war with Iran at that point. Maybe you did, but was this a fool's errand to close the strait?
Well, I don't disagree with what the motive of the president was to take out.
When it comes to the nukes.
Khomeini.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a bad guy. The policies from the standpoint of national security favored taking Khomeini out. I don't know what happened inside of the White House before the initial attack, but it appears that whatever calculation was made on if we do this, this, and this, and I think that everything they wanted to do, they've done it, that the reaction of the government in Iran is different from what they anticipated. And the staying power from a military standpoint on the Iran side is probably a little more than what the White House anticipated. But at the end of the day, still, I mean, we've destroyed their military.
Yeah.
They have no military,
right,
but they have a bunch of missiles, and they can really make the Strait of Hormuz very difficult for some period of time here.
Yeah, and they've got a mosquito navy that's making things a little difficult with these speedboats in the strait. Do you think the president has good intel? That was your specialty. Did he have the right set of information when he went in?
I know still most of the leadership in the intelligence community, and John Ratcliffe and his folks at CIA are top notch. All up and down the military side, you know, we just have great patriots and great Americans still running the military side of it. So I have to believe that what he's hearing every day from an intelligence standpoint is right, that he's getting the straight.
We're starting to hear off the record, primarily off the record, from Republican lawmakers about war powers. We're not there yet. Every vote on war powers has failed so far, but that 90-day mark is looming. And I know the White House says they stop the clock or they reset the clock with a ceasefire. How do you view that? Should there be an authorization for the use of military force? Or as long as the ceasefire is in place, we don't have to worry about it on Capitol Hill?
Well, there are certain powers that are invested with a president, and he can do what he did with respect to Venezuela, to Iran.
Yeah.
But there comes a point in time where you got to go to Congress and say, guys, okay, here's the deal.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm hearing from my intelligence community. Here's what my military commanders are saying, and give Congress a voice. It's not. It cannot always be just the White House making military decisions when you get to a point. And that point is getting close.
Interesting. Does the clock stop in a ceasefire? Have you ever heard that before? Even
I
though
don't think we've ever had that
yeah.
scenario.
I guess we haven't
before.
had that conversation before.
Yeah.
But it is one that's going to need to be answered pretty soon, it seems like.
In all probability, yes.
This is
Because
colliding.
When it gets closer to the election,
yeah.
the American people are going to say, Senator, Congressman, it is at a point where you guys need to be involved.
Is this top of mind for Georgia voters, or do we go back to the pocketbook, as you said, and maybe they're not connecting the dots on foreign policy and the price of gas?
Well, Georgia is a strong military state.
Sure
We've
is.
got 11 military installations in our state. We have a huge veteran population. They're very agreeable to having military conflicts, but here again, those same folks, those veterans, they're getting squeezed on the economy, in part because of what's going on in Iran. So it's a double-sided coin there.
Well, Senator, we're out of time here, and I really appreciate spending some time with you. Just quickly, does record early vote mean record turnout tomorrow for a midterm cycle?
I hope so,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of campaign on the airwaves, Joe.
Yes,
so
sir.
if that's an indication of what's going to happen tomorrow, I think it's going to be a big day tomorrow.
I've been here for all of 24 hours, and I've seen more political ads than I know what to do with. It's great to see you, Senator Saxby Chambliss, in the flesh with us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew. We're live in Atlanta on this primary eve, and we're going to have much more in our second hour as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation. We're going to spend some time with Killer Mike, only here on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Early voting is over. Now it's on to Mini Super Tuesday. Welcome to a special edition of Balance of Power. We're live in Georgia, one of 6 states holding primary elections tomorrow, with 2 of the most competitive races in the country happening right here in Georgia. Joining this hour on the campus of Georgia Tech, our host for this week, the school's president, Angel Cabrera. We'll also talk with former Atlanta Mayor Shirley Franklin, and later this hour, a special conversation that you won't want to miss. Award-winning artist and political activist Killer Mike is going to be with us right here on our Atlanta set. And we start, as always, with a look at Wall Street. Let's bring in Charlie Pellet. He's at World Headquarters in New York with the latest on the Monday trade. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. And right now we are looking at an update for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. It has been a volatile trading session as I speak. We've got the Dow now lower by 4 points. Little change. Key takeaway, at least for the Dow right now. S&P does remain in the red, down 25. The S&P 500 index at 73.83. This after hitting 7,500 last week. Right now, the S&P is down 0.3%. NASDAQ, the composite index, trading lower by 184 points right now. For NASDAQ, a decline of 0.2%. We've got the VIX just above 18 with the 10-year currently yielding 4.59%, the 2-year 4.07%, and the 30-year 5.12%. Gold up 0.2%, 45.49 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.3%, 106.79 a barrel. Barrel of Brent right around $111 now for Brent crude. That is a gain of 1.6%. The U.S. is expected to issue a waiver allowing the sale of Russian crude oil and petroleum products that are already loaded on tankers. It is day 3 of the LIRR strike. Long Island commuters have to navigate congested roads and packed buses this morning. It'll likely be the same for the ride home. MTA Chair and CEO Jano Lieber spoke on Bloomberg this morning about the ride-in for commuters.
The turnout at our shuttle bus locations has been pretty light. So people who have to come into the city are getting there. And the subway service from the Queens subway stations where people are being dropped off has been fantastic. So far so good, but it's the first day, and you know we would like to resolve this issue and restore Long Island Railroad service.
MTA Chair Jano Lieber interviewed this morning on surveillance. President Trump, meanwhile, telling the New York Post that Iran, quote, knows what's going to be happening soon after the president huddled with his national security team. Again, crude oil, WTI, up 1.4%, 106.80 at a barrel. Barrel of Brent just below 111 right now at 110.92. Barrel of Brent up by 1.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet will have more on the markets coming up in just about 15 minutes time here on Balance of Power. It's great to have you with us on the Monday edition. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, where you can find us right now by searching Bloomberg Business News Live, you realize we're somewhere a bit different. Indeed, we've made tracks to Atlanta, Georgia, for primary coverage tomorrow, and it's going to be taking up some time here the next few days as we look at this state and 5 others holding primary elections. This is the big one, though, and we wanted to get on the ground in Georgia to explore some of the political issues that are driving what was a record turnout in early voting. 1 million people for the first time ever in a midterm cycle voting ahead of time here in Georgia. Early vote just ended Friday. And we've got 2 incredibly close races that will likely head to runoffs here. Of course, statewide races will be decided across the board, but it's the Senate primary we're watching to find out who's going to run against Jon Ossoff. That will likely go to a runoff. And then, of course, who will replace Governor Kemp here in Georgia? An open race, massive field on both sides, again, will likely go to a runoff. When we consider the political landscape, though, and the issues that are driving the debate here in Georgia, knowing that we are here on the campus of Georgia Tech, we wanted to get in the heads of young people as well. It was Democrats by 15% who drove that early turnout record. And now that they get into the summer season here, it's a very interesting time to talk to people who are coming out of school, who are going into an ever-changing job market and dealing with a very challenging economy. $4.50 gas in many places, and artificial intelligence that's changing the job landscape before our eyes. This is why we wanted to spend some time with our host this week at Georgia Tech. Angel Cabrero is president of the Georgia Institute of Technology. It's great to see you. Welcome to Bloomberg.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for having me.
How would you start by answering that question? This class that just left, and I know that you've got a group of summer session students on campus now, are going into a world that you and I would not recognize when we think back to when we stepped out of college, and you start, very cute to think about mailing resumes around. AI is gobbling up jobs. It's making other jobs more efficient. And it's more difficult to be a young person to fill a car with a tank of gas or to buy a home.
Well, it is. You are absolutely right. This is one of the biggest inflection points driven by technology that any of the, probably the classes going back to the turn of the century with the internet revolution.
Yeah.
Maybe we haven't experienced anything like this. And yes, it creates uncertainty, creates a little bit of fear among this graduating class. But honestly, it also generates a huge opportunity. And obviously at Georgia Tech, we are a technology oriented and centered university. We make sure that no matter what your major is, that you will be able to fully leverage the tools of AI. That's our goal.
Okay.
I want to make sure no one graduates Georgia Tech without really being able to fully leverage those tools.
Sure.
But it is creating a lot of uncertainty, for sure.
It's really interesting. You use the word fear. I keep hearing anxiety. Right, if you're stepping out into the job market right now, but you could also argue that that makes a higher education ever more important.
Absolutely. In fact, if you live in a world like we live now where the computer can code better than the human, or can write, or can do research, can write a report, can create a PowerPoint, can do all these things better than the human, then the question of what does the human do? Well, you better be able to ask the right questions, to have the capacity to critically analyze the answers, to have really a great understanding of the world we live in, or of the mission of your business, of how you're going to be competing. So all those, if you will, are questions that lie outside of technology that have to do with understanding the broader picture. So what we're trying to do is make sure, yes, that you can use those tools, that they're part of your learning, but at the same time that we help you grow and be able to ask those bigger questions.
Sure. You know, there was a debate about whether kids should just go to trade school to, you know, get a certification, get a paying job, as opposed to the old liberal arts education. If we're vibe coding everything now, does the liberal arts education reemerge as a primary course?
I think it does.
Yeah?
I think it does, as long, and this is the key, as long as you are able to fully leverage the tools of AI.
Okay.
And that is our goal.
So you keep going back to the tools of AI. Yeah. I remember when I was first pointed to the internet as a graduating college kid, because that was I had never seen the internet before. And schools quickly realized they had to get people online now, and to your point, teach them how to use these tools. How do you do that when it comes to AI, when there are so many competing platforms and a technology that's developing so quickly? This isn't like going on Alta Vista and doing your first internet search.
AI is new, but the problem that you describe is not new. For years, every student at Georgia Tech has had to take a coding class. And you would say, why would an economics major have to take a coding class?
Right.
Because the way you do economic analysis at this time of in this era is by using and fully leveraging the tools of computing. Same thing happens here. We don't need everybody to study computer science. We want you to study biology or history or economics or public policy, civil engineering, whatever you're passionate about. But we will make sure that by the time you graduate this place, you are ready to fully and responsibly leverage the tools of AI, plus all the knowledge of your discipline.
So is AI changing the way you use a classroom? Is it changing the way you teach a course on the college level?
AI is changing everything.
Okay.
Think about it. If you were teaching computer science 3 years ago, you would teach an algorithm, you would teach data structures, and you say, okay, by Monday, I want you to code a program that does X.
Yes.
That doesn't work anymore because you can just cut and paste into Claude and it will produce the answer. So it is forcing us to rethink how we teach everything. But not to see AI as the enemy, but to see it as this incredibly powerful creative tool. Is forcing us to raise the level of the thinking and the analytical competence of our students.
Fascinating. Yeah, if you assign a paper to a student,
same thing.
They crank it out of a an LLM and hand it back to the teacher. How do you teach that student in that world?
Well, in fact, we have, for example, a writing seminar. It doesn't matter whatever major you do, you have to do a writing seminar. Until now, used to be you just write every week, you get feedback on that paper. What we're now assuming is that we're not saying you cannot use AI. We're assuming you're going to use AI, but our expectations of quality of what you produce are a lot higher than they were 3 years ago.
Yeah, I was fascinated to learn that Georgia Tech is the second largest recipient of federal research grants. We've seen these grants challenged in this administration. The Doge effect was very real, and I'm wondering what it has meant for your campus.
Fortunately, Georgia Tech has fared very well. We are indeed, I mean, just 7 years ago, we were number 9 in federal research grants. We're now number 2.
Yeah.
Our volume of research keeps growing, but it is a policy issue that affects us very, very directly. I mean, right now, if you look at right behind us, that skyline did not exist in Atlanta 20 years ago. Some of that didn't even exist 10 years ago. The reason why Atlanta is growing is because of the innovation, entrepreneurial energy that is coming out of Georgia Tech. That is the driver of all that activity. The fuel of that is research funding, most of that coming from the federal government. So we do hope that whoever is in Congress, whoever is in the capacity to influence that we remember that the future of our country, if we're going to win, if we're going to beat China, we better be investing in the basic research that is the fuel of the whole enterprise.
Fascinating. You're running an academic institution here, but it's actually a massive business, and your input costs are higher than ever. What do $100 a barrel oil, $4 a gallon gas mean for this institution? Because it's bleeding through into everything, including food. Your room and board doesn't cost what it did even months ago.
Inflation is never fun to deal with, and of course it's affecting us. We have several things going for us. First is the state of Georgia has been a very generous investor in higher education. I'll tell you, the appropriation that Georgia Tech receives now is more than twice what it was when I showed up 7 years ago. We're also bigger, and because we're bigger, we have economies of scale. So we've been able to fend that inflation and still reduce our tuition and fees, which is very rare in American higher education. If inflation keeps growing, I'm not sure we're going to be able to do that. We may need to put a little bit pressure on tuition. That may be inevitable.
Boy, that's a very honest answer in a world where some people are questioning the value of a college education, the return on investment. How do you answer that?
Very often, when I read an article that is critical about the value of higher education, is written by someone who went to a very nice school.
Of course.
And when I ask the authors, would you suggest to your own children that they forego higher education? They say, no, no, no. It's like, then why? What's the argument? That someone else's kids don't go to higher education?
Or we're all going to go to community college, is what we hear.
The value of a Georgia Tech degree, we're very proud, is one of our top objectives. We right now provide the highest return on investment of any college in America, any public university in America. We're very, very proud of that. But really, when you look at the value that an average college degree, with some exceptions, but the average college degree delivers, it's one of the safest investments anybody, any family can make.
It's great to meet you. Thank you for coming on
Thank you so
Bloomberg
much
to talk to
for
us today.
coming to
He's
us.
the president and our host this week here on the campus of Georgia Tech, the president, Angel Cabrera. We thank you so much. I'm Joe Matthew here in Atlanta with a special edition of Balance of Power on this Monday, with our eyes still, as always, on Washington and Wall Street. And we just want to take a couple of minutes to update what's happening at the White House. Our Washington correspondent, Tyler Kendall, is live in our Washington bureau right now. Tyler, we've got eyes on the strait that, of course, remains closed today. And the president is threatening Tehran once again on social media, saying the clock is ticking. They better get moving fast. There won't be anything left of them. Do we have a new timeline?
Well, Joe, at this point, it's very clear that the White House's patience is wearing thin. In fact, President Trump just telling the New York Post in an interview released moments ago that he's not frustrated with Iran, but he's not going to make concessions related to Iran's nuclear program. This says the progress still remains gridlocked over a potential deal. And we're getting some breaking news within the last hour from the U.S. Treasury Department. The Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirming that the U.S. will issue a temporary 30-day waiver for some Russian barrels that are already at sea, underscoring the supply crunch that we're seeing from the Iran war. In fact, people familiar with the matter do tell Bloomberg News that it is very possible that this temporary waiver could be extended as the conflict drags on. That is, of course, adding pressure to the scenario for this White House, which has long maintained that a diplomatic solution is still viable, though we do know that President Trump is slated to convene his national security team tomorrow to look at potential military options, because at this point we haven't really seen much progress. In fact, we are hearing that the U.S. naval blockade has only expanded, as CENTCOM Joe within the last hour confirmed that so far 85 commercial vessels have been turned away as part of the U.S.'s efforts to secure the strait.
Really interesting. Tyler, we know the president spent some time at the golf club in Virginia with his military advisors yesterday, including the Secretary of State and the CIA director. And tomorrow he'll be back in the Situation Room with military officials to presumably run through the options that he has at this point. Do we have any sense of what that conversation will include?
Well, the reporting at the moment and President Trump's own statements, including his increased threats on social media, do imply that U.S. military action could be on the table. At this point, though, we haven't gotten confirmation on exactly what would happen if the White House does pursue this route, but does underscore the growing frustration that the White House has when it comes to these negotiations. So far, we've only heard from Iranian state media about where the latest proposals stand, including Iran state media reporting earlier today that the U.S. had agreed to lift or ease some sanctions on Iranian crude temporarily while they hammer out the rest of a deal. We can say that a senior White House official is telling Bloomberg News that that report is false, though hasn't provided any additional information. Pair that with other reporting, again from Iranian state media over the weekend, that the latest U.S. proposal included non-starters for Iran, including that there would be no payments for damages related to the war, and that the U.S. would seek to unfreeze less than a quarter of Iran's currently frozen assets. Again, at this point, we haven't heard from the U.S. side when it comes to these specific points, whether or not they were included in any potential proposal. All we know at the moment is that President Trump is very unhappy with the counter proposal that Iran has put forward. So a lot of moving headlines here, but at the moment still seeing this escalation when it comes to regional allies. Joe, important to point out that the UAE over the weekend confirmed that a drone hit one of its power plants, and Saudi Arabia said overnight that it intercepted multiple projectiles that had entered into its airspace.
Lot to cover with Tyler Kendall. Tyler, thank you so much for the update. Our Washington correspondent. Live in the nation's capital, I'm Joe Matthew in Atlanta. We're live on the campus of Georgia Tech on this primary eve in Georgia. And coming up, the former mayor of Atlanta, Shirley Franklin, will join us right here on the set on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Dow Industrials continue to advance. So right now the Dow is up 70, higher by 0.1%, trading below 50,000, 49,600 on the Dow. The S&P 500 index is moving lower, down now by 0.3%. S&P 73.38. We've got NASDAQ trading lower as well right now, retreating further from last week's records, down 190 now. For NASDAQ, that is a drop of just about 0.7%. All of this with the VIX holding above 18, a 10-year at 4.59%, the 2-year 4.07%, and the 30-year currently yielding 5.13%. Gold is up 0.3%, 45.52 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil 106.65 a barrel, up 1.2%. Barrel of Brent right now at 110.50, Brent crude up by 1.1%. Homebuilder sentiment rebounded in May, but does remain low overall as affordability concerns continue to weigh on the outlook. An index of market conditions from the National Association of Home Builders and Wells Fargo did increase 3 points to 37. However, a value below 50 means more builders see conditions as poor than good. And among home builders, Toll Brothers up now by 1%, Lennar up 2.6%, Pulte up now by 2.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that Joe Matthew in Atlanta is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, you can still get down here. We're going to be here for 3 days. We're cooking in hot Atlanta. It is pretty warm out, as a matter of fact, as we get into the 80s here on the campus of Georgia Tech, exactly the way we would have wanted it to be here on this day before the primary in Georgia and in 5 other states. It's going to think of it as a mini Super Tuesday tomorrow. We'll be talking about that a lot more. Of course, Kaylee Lines, by the way, is on her way right now from the nation's capital. Will be joining me on the late edition of Balance of Power. That starts at 5 p.m. Eastern. With much more on the races. We're specifically looking very closely at primaries for the Senate race, who's going to run against Jon Ossoff, and for governor, as Brian Kemp is term limited, and we've got a wide open field on both sides with a lot of issues to consider. We've spent so much time talking about the economy when we're in Washington. That's no different here as we look at crude oil prices in the triple digits, and of course a gallon of gas ever more expensive at $4.50, and that's no different here in Georgia. And on this campus, as we discussed with Angel Cabrera, the president of Georgia Tech, this is a very real situation for students who are graduating and walking into a, in many cases, unrecognizable job market with the impact of AI colliding with the cost of living. It's where we start our conversation with the former mayor of this great city. Shirley Franklin is with us on our set, was mayor of Atlanta from 2002 to 2009. We just had a chance to meet, and I appreciate your coming to see us here on the campus of Georgia Tech. Welcome to Bloomberg.
Welcome to Atlanta.
Well, thank you. I'm going to have a couple of pointers from you later on. You can tell me where to go for dinner tonight and all the rest of it, but I want to talk politics first. And what is on the minds of people in Atlanta as they prepare to vote? We were really taken by a record turnout in early voting. I don't know if you were as well, with 1 million people. And a lot of Democrats, 15% more Democrats than Republicans, making up the difference. What does that tell you about this current state of affairs?
It tells me, number one, that early voting matters to people. They want a chance to vote and not stand in long lines on Election Day. But it also tells me that people are paying attention to what's going on in the country and in the state. They are more informed, thanks to you and other folks who are talking about the issues, and that they want to be heard. I'm not as surprised by the turnout. I think the level of discussion and debate about public issues is higher now than it has been in recent years.
How much of that has to do with the Trump administration?
Well, I don't worry so much about motivation. I mean, as a former elected official and city official, I just deal with what is in the present. So maybe it has to do with the Trump administration. Maybe it has to do with the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
The changes in Roe v. Wade, the situations around immigration. There are many immigrants in Georgia. In 1996, there were very few immigrant populations that were active politically. I've worked for the Olympics, and we used to calculate those things.
Yes.
So now the immigrant populations are much larger. They have a point of view, a position, and many of them are naturalized citizens and want to express themselves.
That's all fascinating. We're also in a midterm cycle. Sometimes people stop paying attention when you're between presidential elections. Does that say more about Georgia, or the city of Atlanta, or the political climate that we're in?
Well, I'll leave it to you to tell me what's going on nationally.
All right.
I will tell you that Georgia is a fast-growing state. It is a state that has a history of political engagement through the civil rights movement, at least, but even before that. So people are used to being a part of politics. Atlanta elected the first African-American mayor of a southern city in the 1970s, the first African-American congressman in Andrew Young. So this is not news to us. We're used to being engaged, and we're used to being engaged in a bipartisan way. Whites and blacks, and now other people are used to being on both sides or either side. So I'm not surprised by the engagement.
You know, it's interesting. I love talking to mayors, because mayors do not have the luxuries that lawmakers have. You have to fix things. You have to deal with potholes. You got to deal with constituents. You have to deal with the realities on the ground. And you keep coming around to making that point. It's a rare breed in politics. How come we don't have people like that in Washington?
Well, we should have more mayors who are elected to Congress.
Well, I
and
guess
mayor,
maybe that's the answer.
Well, maybe even a president. We have had several mayors that have considered it. Buttigieg.
That's right.
Was a former mayor and very successful mayor, one that we all got to know and love. So I think I would say to you that you mentioned all the things that mayors do, but if you knew me, you would know that you would be talking about water and sewer.
Yes.
I'm the sewer mayor. I believe strongly in investing in infrastructure, and that doesn't have a party.
Right, exactly. It gets back to running a city without the luxuries of going into open debate or being a partisan. It's difficult to run a city on that level, certainly in a place like Georgia. So talk to me about what happens tomorrow, because we've got two big races, two big transitions taking place. The biggest one is the governor. Say what you will about Brian Kemp, love him or hate him. This is going to be a tough, drawn-out race, and likely the most expensive in Georgia's history. Are you ready for this transition?
Well, it's way too expensive.
Way too expensive.
Way too expensive. But it's great that there are contenders on both sides, in the Republican and the Democratic side. I'm a Democrat, so I'm paying most attention to the Democratic primary, and our former mayor has been polling really strongly, as have several other of the candidates. But we have 7 candidates who are running for governor.
Sure do.
And most people believe that we're going to have a runoff. I don't know whether that's true. I haven't seen any of the polls in detail. But even if we have a runoff, I mean, it's a good, healthy debate.
It seems almost inevitable that both of these are going to go to a runoff at some point here. Is the former mayor you mentioned, Keisha Lance Bottoms, I'm assuming a friend of yours?
Well, I know her. I know her well.
Okay.
And
would she be a formidable general election candidate running against a Republican?
Well, anyone who wins the nomination is going to be formidable.
Okay.
Because Georgia is not all Democratic and not all Republican. So if you look at the races of Senators Warnock and Ossoff, those were close races.
Yeah.
So we can expect that we would have a close race. I believe that the Democratic Party will rally around the nominee. And whoever that nominee is, and I hope all the candidates who are running will rally around whoever the winner is. The issues of the day are too important for us to be divided. And then afterwards, there'll be a winner. someone will win the governor's seat, and all of us need to pull in the same direction to make this the best state that it can be.
You mentioned the Supreme Court, which made me think of your state Supreme Court. I didn't expect as much talk as I've been hearing about these 2 Supreme Court seats that are also drawing a lot more people into this race, knowing that there could be a redistricting, a redrawing of congressional districts in the state of Georgia. What do you make of that?
I think it's great.
Yeah?
I think it's great. I mean, Supreme Court justices need to be challenged as well as all of the other judiciary.
These are nonpartisan seats, but it does appear that Democratic-friendly justices could replace them.
Well, I ran as a nonpartisan seat. So the fact that I'm nonpartisan didn't mean that I wasn't a Democrat.
Understood. Sure, exactly.
So I think it's wonderful that we're getting a lot of attention around the courts. I think people in Georgia, and certainly those that I know in Atlanta, are paying more attention to the importance of the third branch of government.
Yeah, how about that? Should Georgia redraw its maps and become part of this movement that's sweeping the nation? Does that make you worry?
Absolutely not.
Not?
Absolutely
What's
not.
going to happen if you do?
I don't know what will happen, but absolutely not. My former boss, Andrew Young, said some really strong words about that. Voting rights, the Voting Rights Act is an attempt to correct wrongs of the past. And I think that the legislature would make a huge mistake.
By eliminating minority districts?
By eliminating...
Do you think that's where we would be headed here in a redrawing?
Well, why else would you redraw them? We don't have a census.
Well, that's right. But it's just a math problem now, right? It's about how many seats you can get for D's and R's. Should Democrats respond in states where they can do it?
I'll leave that to the other states to figure out, but I will tell you that in Georgia, we need to recognize the history of Georgia. We need to recognize Reconstruction. We need to recognize that we were disenfranchised, and that we need to have a level playing field in order to run. We deserve that. African Americans have not been full citizens in the state of Georgia for most of the history of the country, and we need to be represented. But so do other people. So do people from other backgrounds need to be represented. So I'm absolutely firm on that. I'm firm on Roe v. Wade.
Yeah.
I'm firm on having controls on the immigration tactics that we're using. And now that I'm not in office, I can say that.
Well, I'm glad you could say it with us. It's great to meet you, and I appreciate you sharing all of your insights today on Bloomberg. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
It's great to meet you. Absolutely.
My
With
pleasure.
us live in Atlanta, the former mayor of this great city, Shirley Franklin, here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg. We've got some breaking news. We're going to be sticking with our primary coverage here in Georgia, but this just crossed the terminal. Elon Musk has lost the case against Sam Altman over the future of OpenAI. This is a big one. Knowing this case, this trial has been underway for days now. Musk losing his bid to force OpenAI to overhaul, with the jury rejecting Elon Musk's OpenAI claims, saying that he sued too late. I think we're going to be going to somebody to talk about this. Who do we have here with this breaking story? If anybody can help me out. All right, Matthew Schettenhelm is joining us right now with more on this. Matthew, what does this mean for the future of OpenAI?
Hi, Joe. So this is really great news for the future of OpenAI. This lawsuit potentially threatened to hang over the company's head. Elon Musk was seeking court-issued limitations on the company's ability to pursue its for-profit mission, and really to be limited and hamstrung by its original charitable roots. And so this win for the company reduces that risk. It eliminates that shadow potentially hanging over the company. The jury came back with this decision very quickly. It took the case late Thursday after closing arguments. They were off on Friday. They were deliberating this morning and very quickly returned a verdict against Elon Musk. And they didn't even need to reach the merits, the questions, the legal questions. They said on the statute of limitations, did Musk sue too late? yes, he knew of this earlier and effectively could have sued earlier, and because he sued too late, the whole case gets dismissed. And so it's a complete win for OpenAI, and this risk that potentially could have hung over the company is now out of the way. Potentially Musk could appeal on this, but I think it will be tough to undo a jury decision that the judge immediately adopted as her own view.
Boy, this is really something. The suggestion that he sued too late tells you what, Matt?
I mean, it was always a difficult factual case for Musk because, look, a lot of these negotiations about starting up OpenAI happened in 2016, 2017, 2018, and we're looking at a lawsuit that Musk didn't bring until much after that. And so, one of the reasons we have a statute of limitations is that we want parties to act when they have claims, pretty quickly. You can't just sit on these things and then once you want to go after someone, bring it up many years down the road. And so basically what this jury is saying is that, look, even if Musk had a real claim that OpenAI was supposed to operate as a charity, not seek a for-profit mission, you should have brought that claim a couple years ago because you knew about it, effectively the jury's saying, many years ago, and you did nothing about it. And then you sued too late to try to go after it now.
Matt, does this settle the whole question, the whole nonprofit question when it comes to OpenAI?
For purposes of this litigation, it should. Now, as I said, I think Musk could appeal this decision to the Ninth Circuit and try to overturn this jury's decision. But appeals courts have a really hard time second guessing a jury decision. And so I don't think it's very likely that this gets disturbed on appeal. Questions of whether a charity has been misused are typically reserved for state attorneys general. So the California Attorney General could have something to say about it. The Delaware Attorney General could have something to say about it. But in this case, they've both signed off on how OpenAI has proceeded. They've not raised concerns, which was one of the weird things about this case, is typically suits like this would be brought by those states' attorneys general, and they didn't have a problem with it. They did not actively litigate against what OpenAI has done. It was only Musk bringing what he claimed was a breach of charitable trust claim after his contract claim sort of fell away, that was trying to pursue those issues. But this loss, yes, I think basically should end the issue for OpenAI.
All right. Matthew Schettenhelm, who's been all over this story live from Washington. It's great to have you, Matt, in the clutch here, a story that's just breaking with a redhead